to watch. Oh, I'm going to play the 12th best move here, and it still only loses me 0.3. I'm only 6 pawns ahead. That was a beautiful way to finish the game. Before we get started with today's game, though, we're going to throw it over to Mike Klein, who earlier today was walking into the elevator so that he could take us for a ride into the playing hall.
Well, here we are before round 13, and we thought we'd give you a little experience. This is the actual ride that the players take to get to the round. They'll be starting on the 8th floor. They're staying on separate wings. We're only starting from the 4th, but we're headed down to 2, and what a round we have coming up. If there's one thing we know about this World Championship is to expect the unexpected. Recall the social media post by Take. They said these predictions have been aging like milk, and I couldn't agree more. That's actually why I don't make predictions. This is the Fide 100th anniversary, and I think this is going to go down as one of the more exciting and unpredictable World Championships. Thank you. Our security guards have been treating us very well here. They're opening up the pathway to us again. This is exactly what I film each day, with both players entering the playing hall via this corridor. These memories of a lifetime are going to be made today. All of that work by Gukesh, everything he's been training for, and of course Ding is trying to defend his world championship. You know who's not stressed? I saw Richard Rapport yesterday on the free day. He was eating ice cream with his wife, as you'd expect. So the players' stress level probably going to be a little bit higher than that. This is also Vishy's 55th birthday. Can Gukesh win one for his fellow Tamil Nadu resident, the godfather of Indian chess? One other interesting number, we have learned, of course, that Gukesh does not believe in superstitions, but Ding does. Ding is the 17th world champion, and guess what? He's also number 17 on the live rating list. And one final thing, first move today will be at 1700 local time. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very, very much for that, Mike. Very cool to see you get all the way to the playing area in a matter of seconds as well. That's exactly what the players go through every morning before the game starts. So, Danya, I'd love to start with you based on what you have seen and taking a look and maybe taking stock on the rest day here. Do you feel in any way that Ding has the momentum now and is maybe favorite at this point, or has Ding really said the right thing when he said both players are doing equally well and it's still up in the air?
Well, it feels like this match just had more twists and turns than, the world's windiest roller coaster. And that's kind of how I felt after the previous game concluded. Like, you just stepped off a roller coaster and you're looking around and you don't know what's going on, and you're trying to take stock, but you're still kind of dizzy. And perhaps that's how Gukesh felt. So from that perspective, yes, Ding has the momentum, but chess fans in general have, I think, a pretty heavy recency bias. And let's not forget that Gukesh is a proven track record, not just in this match, but in general, despite his 18 years on this earth of just ironclad determination, incredible composure, even in the face of adversity. Let's not forget his loss to Alireza Firouzja in the candidates and how he bounced back from that loss to defeat Alireza Firouzja in the second half of that round robin. That was a clutch performance. So that proven track record has been built up over several years. Something tells me we're not going to get a tilted Gukesh. We will get Gukesh on his A game and a Ding on his A game. And we would want nothing less, I think, as chess fans, than both players at the peak of their abilities. That's what I think we're going to get, John.
So, Peter, unstoppable force meets immovable object. Gukesh has proven he has a great ability to bounce back. Ding showed us on Monday he has an amazing ability to bounce back. No one's backing down. Only 2 classical games to go.
Yes, the big question is how do you approach the situation opening-wise? Yeah, that how much aggression, ambition Gukesh will show. Obviously, in my mind, he's a player who always tries to get the maximum going. So I'm expecting him to be very ambitious. But there are so many nerves and psychologically in play. And we do see Gukesh has already arrived.
Yep. He just never got up since the previous game. We spent the entire rest day just moved from the black pieces back around to the white pieces.
He's still waiting for Dingley Ren to get into the playing hole, just a couple of minutes away from the game starting. Don't forget as well, folks, it's not just my, Peter, Daniel's opinions on who may or may not win today that's particularly relevant. If anything, your opinions even more relevant through a vote chess, because you have quite a fair bit to win. If you head over to chess.com/events and click on the graphic for the Dingley Ren Gukesh match, and then go to today's game, there will be an icon in the top right that says social. Click on that and you'll have the ability to vote on whether white will win, black will win, or whether today's game will be a draw. You can vote all the way up until move 10 is played in the game. And the beauty about this is that there will be 20 winners of some absolutely delightful prizes at the end of the World Championship. And the first place is $400 worth of Chessable course vouchers. So it is nothing to be sniffed at. It's also not just one winner. There are multiple winners. You get up to 20 winners as well. Make sure to get your name in the ring and vote. At the moment, it looks pretty intense. We've got 5 people. Packer Patty is currently tied first with 4 other players on top with 9 points. So still all to play for with 2 classical rounds to go. Get your vote chess predictions in now. Best of luck to all of our players involved. Dingley Ren now in the playing hall. Maurice Ashley is nervously looking at the pieces like Ding's about to swap the king and queen round or something. But let's go ahead and let him introduce the players and start this round off.
Presented by Google. Held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa here in beautiful Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the 2 gladiators who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Damaraju. And from China, the world chess champion, Ding Liren. This match is held under the auspices of the Fédération Internationale des Échecs, the International Chess Federation, more commonly known as Fide. Fide is the governing body of the sport of chess, and it regulates all international chess competitions. Founded in 1924 in Paris under the motto Gens Una Sumus, or We Are One Family, it was one of the very first international sports federations alongside the governing bodies of the sports of football, cricket, swimming, and auto racing. It is now one of the largest, encompassing 201 countries as affiliate members in the form of national federations. Please welcome the president of FIDE, Arkady Dvorkovich. And with that, let the game begin.
The way he leaned over the chessboard, I almost thought that was F4 for a second. But there we go. Knight F3, ceremonial first move by the FIDE president. That has been taken back in favor of 1E4, though. And already, based on what we've played earlier on in this match, a lot to talk about. So, Daniel Naroditsky, Peter Leko, I'm going to leave this in your capable hands. 1E4, Gukesh's last white game. Take it away.
Well, fantastic,
I love it,
John. Peter, fantastic introduction to the game. Oh, fantastique introduction to the game.
Exactly. E4, E6, D4, D5, you're going to see a French defense. This is great news for all of us. And Knight C3, the most ambitious. There we go.
Magnifique. Well, the Notre Dame opened a couple of days ago. So in honor of the opening of this Grand Cathedral, Ding repeating the opening from game 1. How symbolic. The penultimate game, repeating the opening from game 1, which was a victory for Ding. But Peter, very important, not because of the opening, and here knight c to e2 was Gukesh's choice. Will he opt for f4 this time? No. Oh, wow. Look at this.
Wow, this is a real surprise. Yeah, that he kind of repeats the line that led to his loss in the first game. Of course, his loss had nothing to do with the opening. Yeah, he got a very playable, very nice kind of position, but then was later outplayed by Dingliren. I would have not expected this. Yeah, it's the penultimate round, the last fight game of Gukesh, and it seems like he's really willing to take enormous risks in order to maximize his chances of winning.
And a 27-minute think by Ding was not adopted in that position. Of course, he played a7 to a5 after that first long think of this World Championship match, this time opting for the popular knight c6. And Peter, I am way out of my depths already. a2, a3. Gukesh does not rush the kingside expansion with f4. He does not develop the knight. Instead, he operates on the queen side.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those mystical moves, right? We know that it gives stability for white on the queen side, but it's much more common, of course, to play f2, f4, knight f3. Now, the big question is that if white plays the move a3, does it indicate that he does not want to play f4 and maybe he's just trying to trick with the move orders and he might be opting for a quick knight f3 instead of f4? There are many questions here.
A3, according to the database, incredibly uncommon. F4 has 2,000 games, knight F3, 1,500 games. But A3, I'm seeing only 90 recent games. And I see Gata Kamsky played it. Okay, so it's been played by some GMs, but definitely not very common. The first person to play this move, as usual, it's someone famous. It's Frank James Marshall, the pioneer of the Marshall attack. He played it in 1927 against Edgar Coley, after whom another opening is named, and he won that game. But this definitely has to come as a surprise for Ding. Peter, we should mention, and I can put this on the board, that in the first game, Ding, after that long think, played the move a5, and obviously this was chewed apart. This was fed through the meat grinder by Gukesh in a second, so definitely stay far away from this if you're Ding, and he does, with the more popular knight to c6.
Well, actually, Danya, I don't want to correct you, and I might be wrong, but I believe in that game, actually, the move order was different, because I was completely shocked. I was also assuming I was waking up late. I thought like, okay, definitely this happened with knight c2, but I do think that actually Gukesh started with f4 in that game, and after c5 played the move knight c2 at some point, because I have watched this fantastic recap by Fabiano Caruana there about the first game, and Fabi was also caught by surprise that wow, it featured a different move order.
Wow, and the game. First of all, it is an honor to be corrected by you, Peter. Please do correct me, and you're absolutely correct. F4, C5, knight C2, knight C6, C3, and there A5 was played. I could feel that something felt off, but I didn't know exactly what it was. So, so if Gukesh had indeed played F4 in response to knight C6, and then Ding played a5, they would have reached the same position from move 1. Okay, so I'll put this on the board. f4 would in fact have transposed, and here a5 was the move chosen by Ding in game 1. I apologize, I stand corrected. And here knight f3, a4. Ding went on to win a brilliant game, but obviously, as you said, and this cannot be repeated enough, Gukesh cannot be criticized for his opening choice simply because he lost the first game in this opening. That would be a very short-sighted criticism indeed.
Yeah, and it's very funny, that the move a3, that one could have the feeling like the pawn goes to a3 once black goes a5, a4, that you want to stop that pawn. And it feels like it's some kind of a psychological game right from the beginning. I'm loving the fact that Team Gukesh decided to switch back to 1e4, because this is obviously the most challenging, going for the French defense, facing and fighting against Dinglian's French defense, and then coming up with a slight little new twist again, and it might even not be a slide, because is that the pawn has not yet committed to f4, has quite some specifics in the position, and knowing that all these move orders here play such a big role, For example, one of the main questions, is black breaking with f7, f6? Now that white lost the tempo for a3, should he first continue developing with bishop e7? Or is he playing anyway the a5 kind of setups? Many questions, and if you are not prepared, deciding over the board in such a critical game, it's not going to be easy for Ding.
Not at all. And to me, the sort of most pressing question is, what is Gukesh intending to play in response to a7, a5? Something tells me it's not f4. Something tells me that indeed he is leaving open the option of knight f3, because in some positions he intends to play it, and he intends to essentially decide between f4 and knight f3 on the basis of the setup that black chooses. So, Peter, what is your insight on what you think Gukesh will respond to a5? And I see that the most popular move here, according to the database, a5 is second. The most popular move is queen b6, which scores very well. And that is the typical French move, of course.
Yeah, normally it's the typical French move, but somehow I feel that here queen b6 would be kind of awkward. And I'm also not expecting Dingland to play the move queen b6. And why is that? The simple fact is that after f4, he did not play the queen b6 setups. Yes, so this is, I think, very important to highlight that if he really had the intention of going queen b6, then it would have been very logical to do that against Gukesh's f4 setup in the very first game. He opted there for a5, and also one of the most popular kind of setups for black is bishop e7, short castle, and then being ready for f6, for queen b6 and a5, yeah, trying to be as flexible as possible.
And let's also remember that it is because of how dangerous this f6 idea is that Gukesh blitzed out this early g4 that surprised a lot of fans with the idea of meeting castles with the prophylactic g5. So, he was orienting his entire approach on preventing, or at least taking the sting out of this early f7, f6 move, which I'm sure is right now on Ding's radar. And maybe we could even start by taking a quick look at f6 in this position. Is white intending knight f4?
Yeah, it's the big question. Yes, that again, the f4 square is still available. So let's take a look. Yeah, knight f4 with a direct attack on the e6 pawn and also queen h5. Check.
Yeah, and we're almost out of explored territory after this move. I'll just show for some fans that f takes c5. It's not a fact that white will play queen h5 check. Maybe the simple knight takes e6 is simpler and leads to disastrous consequences because the queen cannot move away to e7. This is clearly not the way to go. I think black has to respond with queen e7, Peter. And now queen h5 check, maybe queen f7, and black is okay?
Yes, exactly.
Wow, I've never seen this particular queen trade this early in a French.
Yeah, should actually also favor black, yeah, because white will not be able to maintain the e5 stronghold. And d4 pawn is also hanging.
Yeah, and you'll have to concede a large share of the center with e takes f6. I see two games in the database, both featured e takes f6 in this position. Looks like correspondence, so maybe something promising. Black recaptured with the queen in both cases. And in the more recent game looked like knight f3 was played. No, these were over the board games. Knight f3, bishop d6, and black won very convincingly. This was a 2300. Doesn't look too convincing to my eyes.
Yes, this knight f4 move is very tricky, because if it works, it's fantastic. But if afterwards white is losing the fight in the center, yeah, he has to take e takes f6, allowing black active play, then this knight on f4 can also become vulnerable.
Of course, white can also play pawn f4, and I see some old games continued that way, f6, f4. But somehow this also looks rather flimsy to me. f4, there's a Ruben Fine game from 1940, which featured c takes d4, c takes d4. Black won this game in 7 more moves. I'll just show very quickly what disaster struck here for white. CD, CD, f takes e5. William Kendall played f takes e5, US Open 1940. This is the losing move. Bang! And white unsuspectingly played g3. And the famous chess psychologist and international master played queen e4. And very important, Peter, an interesting detail here. Maybe looks like black's queen is trapped. Ruben Fine was one step ahead. Knight c takes e5 was played, breaking apart the pawn chain, developing the bishop with check, castling to the king's side. And after knight f4, takes, and knight takes e5, a final finesse, white resigned the game. A fine game indeed by Ruben Fine. This is not going to happen in the 13th game of the World Championship.
Yeah, definitely not. But you know what, Danya, actually, these kind of games I have seen in my childhood. And that was the reason why I always felt like, no, I'm not going to touch this knight c2 territory because I don't want to be crushed with all these typical knight sacrifices on e5. And now that I'm seeing that knight c2 is becoming again very popular, I find it very intriguing. Like the new players are not studying the old classics, or they are just simply using also the engine, and they know that, yes, okay, it might be dangerous, it might be tricky, but I know my move orders, and then I will always handle all kinds of counterplay from black.
Yeah, no, I think it's a little bit too early for tactics of this kind. I will just briefly mention that in the game continuation after f6, f4, c takes d4, white probably should have recaptured with the knight in order to unclog the king side. But we'll cross that bridge if we get there. My other question for you, Peter, is if Ding repeats this move a5, and maybe there's sort of a meta consideration at play because he understands that Gukash's preparation is probably going to at least, guaranteed to factor in the move a5, because if Ding played it in game one, obviously that's the first thing they're going to look at. How likely is this move, and what is Gukash's intended response?
Well, I think that in World Championship, actually, you have to kind of look at every single move. Yeah, you cannot just base your preparation on that. My opponent normally plays with a5. That would be way too naive. Yeah, you have to take every single possibility of your opponent into account. So f6, bishop e7, a5, queen b6, certainly analyzed very deeply by Team Gukesh. The big question is, however, that ace is kind of a rare move, and normally if a move is rare, it means that it's not that attractive. Yeah, if ace would be such a fantastic move, then why we haven't seen much more games on it? This is a big question. So the objective evaluation of this ace move is that it's a one-game surprise. Is this really based on the surprise element, or is it a completely new system that actually will be very popular after this World Championship match because it has much more to it than anyone had thought about it previously?
Well, that's the big question, and something tells me, as I hinted at earlier, that if Ding plays a5, perhaps Gukesh does intend to develop the knight to f3. This will transpose us into a couple of high-level games. I'm seeing Kamsky Nakamura from Title Tuesday. Jabava won a quick game against Hari Krishna in the World Blitz Championship in Warsaw 2021. In both of those games, Black quickly drove the pawn down to a4 and fell behind the development quite seriously. The bishop comes out to e3, and this is what Jabava played at least. Now Hari Krishna responded queen b6, and here it looks like he went astray. Rook b1, he played queen b3. Jabava deployed his knight to f4, and he won that resulting endgame very quickly because Black just wasn't able to untangle.
Yeah, if white is able to maintain the center and stop black's counterplay, then it can be very tricky. Usually whenever black plays this pawn to a4, then queen a5 is kind of a very interesting idea from black, because you try to prepare c takes d4 and to avoid c takes d4. So sometimes, I think I have been commenting in Astana, this World Team Championship, on a game between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Agassi, and there we have seen something very similar. Some queen b6, bishop e3, queen a5, bishop d2, queen b6, kind of repetition of moves. And I was even saying like, okay, definitely it looks like the repetition is justified. And imagine what, of course, Magnus find the way to continue the game. What a surprise.
And indeed, I'm seeing a few games with the move knight f4, which to my eyes is just more natural than bishop e3. Get the knight into the game, prepare to jump to h5 in the event that Black's bishop moves out to e7. And queen a5 here, not only is it standard, but it is an idea that Ding employed successfully, I think, in the first game. And just as you mentioned, one high-level game, Nisipiano was Black, continued bishop d2, queen b6, and now total chaos on the board ensued after the move c4. Imagine if Gukesh blitzes out all of these moves, how Ding will feel in a position with, complete and utter anarchy on the board. Knight takes d4 happened. Okay, I'll let the people for whom it is later in the day analyze a position like this. The sun has to come up first.
Exactly. Yeah, this is crazy. This is totally unclear. You need at least at least some engines running to understand what's happening.
Oh, yeah. Figuratively and literally.
Yeah.
So back to the live position. And we're getting a repeat of this long think. I'm getting distinct deja vu. I don't remember from some match, some game, where a player thought for about 30 minutes before playing a5. Now ding, hitting the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, now there is one very big question, yeah, that if, for example, Gukesh would have played the move f2, f4, which certainly was on the radar of Team Ding, yeah, then would he have repeated the a5 line? Yeah, was that the strategy? Or did they intended to switch systems, yeah, like with bishop e7 short castles? So this is also a very big question, because if Ding was not intending to play the system with a5, he wanted to switch to bishop e7 short castle, then now he also has to understand that what happened, what changed, yeah, with this move order. So I absolutely understand it's justified that he takes his time. What I don't like is that maybe if he really sticks to the French as his absolute main opening, then the team should have covered a3, because in modern chess, always whenever something new appears, conceptually new plan, over the board, it's so difficult to react, because he also still doesn't even know what Gukesh is aiming for.
Yeah, it's a move that keeps you guessing. And I highlighted this b2, b4 idea. I was going to ask you, is b4 a serious idea for white against any of black's responses, or is a3 purely kind of almost a semi-waiting move to make black put the cards on the table first before deciding on f4 versus knight f3? But you're right. Gukesh has shown this propensity to choose the third or fourth most popular move in a position, which is often already quite rare. He did that in the English with the black pieces, that early f6 novelty. He's shown kind of a tendency to not go for the main lines, but to choose a rare move in a position where the responses usually seem automatic. So Ding's long think, a good sign for Gukesh. Cautiously optimistic his team must feel. But is b4 ever in play? Or is that not something that black should be concerned about?
I guess it depends on circumstances, yeah, that in general, of course, if white can get f4, knight f3, b4 in, it would be fantastic probably, but it also weakens the c4 square, yeah, so something like c takes d4, c takes d4, knight b6, knight c4 can create direct counterplay for black. So my feeling is it's more like first a prophylactic idea, kind of. And we see bishop e7. There we go. Very interesting. Ding probably highlights this, that he was intending to play bishop e7 short castle even against f4.
Ooh. Bishop e3, the instant response by Gukesh. That was not on my menu. And that was not on anyone else's menu, because it is a novelty. We are now officially in unexplored territory.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's very logical, because for example, if he would have started with f4, bishop e7, and then a3 would kind of transpose, yeah? So he wants to bring freshness to the position. Yeah, he wants to have a completely new approach, and bishop e3 fits into it.
Okay, so he's maintaining maximum flexibility on the king side. I think the biggest question that might reveal more about his approach, we're like a pair of explorers, Lewis and Clark, trying to explore territory inch by inch. And to do that, you have to test the various responses. If black castles, just continuing the kingside development, is Gukesh finally going to reveal which of the two setups he chooses? Or will he opt for some other idea like b4?
I think that I believe that if black castles short, then probably knight f3 is more likely, because you need to develop. And also you are hinting maybe at some h4, knight g5 kind of attacking ideas. Is that a possibility? Even sometimes simply sacrificing that knight on g5, it could be potential. And maybe, wait a second, then instead of knight f3, I can even start with knight f4.
Precisely.
Just to make, exactly, to stop f6.
I think that's a very important point. And I'm not sure, knight f3, f6, knight f4 looked really good, but maybe there's like knight d takes e5 here, Peter?
Yeah.
And at the very least, yeah, looking at this pawn phalanx, let's stay far away from it. I think you're absolutely right. Knight to f4 is powerful prophylaxis. And it's not just prophylaxis. It opens up the bishop. And sign me up, please.
Exactly, and now we see again why it was so vital for White's strategy not to place that pawn to f4. Yeah, bishop d3, h4, knight f3, bishop takes h7, knight g5, queen h5. Everything can be blitzed out in a bullet game. I think you are very good at this. You are just crushing your opponent before he understands what strike him.
So something like this, would you invest another tempo to play b3, or is it go time?
Well, if it works, it's go time. If not, then b3. Yeah,
It's go time. It's go time.
Okay. So knight c4.
Yeah, now we need to stop. It's stop time and think about what the next stage of the attack is. I think a lot of people watching might be very tempted by, this classic idea, queen h5, g6, knight takes g6. But does it lead to more than a draw? I don't think so.
Yes.
g6, knight takes g6, f takes g6. And let me just quickly show, oftentimes black has other ideas. Black can capture one piece, but not the other piece. But even if black takes on g6, people have to remember that with no other pieces in the attack, moves like bishop h6 don't work. White has to take the perpetual. So delivering checkmate here, it's not a simple matter of sacking all of your pieces and praying that mate simply materializes. More subtlety is required.
Yes, and it's not that obvious, yeah, because already black is threatening knight takes b2, also hitting the bishop on e3, and surprisingly, I feel that if black eliminates that bishop on e3, it automatically stops white's attack as well, yeah, because we need that dark square bishop also to support. Why is computer so happy with white?
Yeah, I mean, bishop c1, knight takes d4. I didn't see a move there. The computer is showing, wow, knight f3 or even h4. I was going to propose h4, but it looked so ugly after knight takes e3. And yet, the fact that the d4 pawn is now so well protected, and the fact that white has the idea you indicated, knight f3, knight g5, with or without bishop takes h7, and finally, the fact that f6 always runs into queen h5. This is so important for understanding the position. Look how harmonious white's pieces are. Knight g to h3. And the engines are running once again.
Yes, this is engine's territory. But we also know that Gukesh has prepared. He came prepared and he has checked this position very carefully with an engine. There was also a rest day yesterday. So this fits together. Yeah, like it's the perfect timing to come back. You want to be aggressive. Yeah, we talked about it, that it's obvious that Gukesh wants the most out of this final last game, white game. And then the rest day back to e4, e6. Let's find some great surprise, some big surprise, and I think we can already talk about a great surprise. Ding is taking his time, and he's faced with new challenges.
There's something about this last part of the match that reminds me of the final between Kazımcanov and Adams in the World Cup Tripoli 2004, where they just kept exchanging victories with the white pieces. And there was a sense that the first player to slip up with white, that would be a death sentence for him. And that player ended up being the British Grandmaster Michael Adams. So just making a quick draw here and saying, I'll hold it with black like I did against Hikaru in the last round of the candidates, that might not be an option because both players are just under so much pressure every game with the black pieces. This would be totally incongruent with the kind of player and the kind of fighter that Gukesh is. Now, let me ask you this, Peter. Let's say that Ding is scared of castling. He sees knight f4. Can he start with this CD knight b6 operation? Or does he choose something entirely different? Is f6 on the radar here? That's another question. Or is knight f4 just devastating for black? Maybe knight f8 there?
No. Well, but you are absolutely on point. Yeah, that now that black has played the move bishop e7, the most natural move would be to castle. Yeah, but one also gets the feeling that, okay, castles, knight f4 might be very dangerous. So then you are looking for alternatives. f6, knight f4, then you might be regretting having committed the move bishop e7, because this f6, knight f4, queen e7 position looked much more natural than this, yeah, because this e6 square is now very vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the other suggestion that you mentioned or asked me about CD knight b6, it's very committal, because then you release the tension in the center, and white can maybe just play with b2, b3, restriction. Yeah, and then switch suddenly to f4, knight f3 kind of play. It's also possible. Yeah, white is very flexible.
And it just drives you crazy as the black player. You're trying to choose a plan based on white's setup, and yet white is not revealing his setup. And so that explains Ding's long thinks. So as he ponders this very important position, we want to first remind you, before we go on our first break of the day, that Chess Up, as seen on Shark Tank, returns with a brand new Chess Up 2, an electronic chessboard that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess. With built-in Wi-Fi and chess.com compatibility, Chess Up 2 carries all the convenience of online gaming, like access to the millions of players in the online chess community, without losing the unique experience and feel of OTB chess. And when you finished a match on the board, you can save games directly on chess.com and analyze online. For a limited time only, get $50 off of your Chess Up 2. Head on over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. Well, this 13th World Championship game will be taken to the next level. We've got a fascinating, magnifique French battle that will be back in just a few minutes.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back, chat. Did you miss me? It's the penultimate round of the FIDE World Championship 2024, and we have Bishop E3 on the board after Bishop E7 has been played. Nice and sharp, nice and combative from both sides to open up, Peter. It doesn't look like either side wants to settle for a nice quiet draw today. It could still end up that way, of course, but not without a fight.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a very sharp situation. And I feel like Ding is in a very uncomfortable position right now, because the most logical move would be to castle. Yeah, it's the natural move that, okay, you play the move Bishop E7, the center is about to open up, let's castle. But then all of a sudden, Knight E2 jumps to F4 and White creates some incredibly powerful kingside attack. And probably Ding understands this, that it feels dangerous. He doesn't know the evaluation, but it feels dangerous. And he's thinking about what else can I do? What is the prophylactic kind of choice that I can play? But it's not an easy spot to be in.
Okay, well, I will leave this position in your capable hands alongside Daniel Naroditsky. Although, Danya, what are the odds that we might see A5 on the board as Ding waits for Gukesh to make that commitment?
Well, I'm going to go really out on a limb here and make a controversial prediction somewhere between 0 and 100. Now, I think that... I'm sorry, John. I think that was too controversial, wasn't it? I apologize. I need to keep my predictions in line. But thank you, John. Here we are. Deja vu and another series of long things by Ding. But I need to caution chess fans, Peter. Ding seems to be the first one to get surprised now, game after game. Even in the last game, right after D takes E3 in that reverse Benoni, it was once again Ding who spent the early things, and yet he has shown by and large in this match a tremendous capability of adapting to whatever surprises Gukesh has thrown him. But if you surprise your opponent time and time again, eventually you are going to land in trouble. Ding certainly isn't enjoying himself.
Yes, this is a very tricky spot, and also the nerves are playing a role, and we do see Ding not feeling comfortable. He's moving around in his chair, clearly showing signs of nerves. It's a very uncomfortable situation. If he sees that after castles Knight F4 is too dangerous, then he will have to come up with a professional move. Yeah, A5 actually makes a lot of sense, and he grabs his pen, then he puts it back, just to confirm my words.
I was going to say he grabbed the captured pawn or captured piece, and then I realized there have been no captured pawns and pieces.
Yeah.
125 on his clock, a 34-minute time advantage, but yet again, this is why we're playing classical chess and not blitz. This is not going to be the deciding factor right off the bat.
Of course, yeah, and the big question is that, is this, for example, a big trick, yeah, that the whole concept of Gukesh is based on the fact that after castles Knight F4 is very dangerous and I'm trying to trick my opponent? Or is White's play actually fundamentally absolutely correct. Yeah, for example, we don't know yet what are really the benefits of white's move order if black plays a5. Yeah, and in this regard, I feel that we have to talk about the move a5, and I somehow feel that it's much more likely that we're gonna see a5, a4, because if you think like, okay, castles knight f4 is too dangerous, I might get checkmated there, and I'm not prepared, then going for a5 makes so much more sense.
Every player has the moves and ideas that they default to, particularly in an opening that they're not too familiar with. And Ding, of course, is by birth an e4, e5 player. So he might look at castles for a while, assess the pros and cons of the position after knight f4. Okay, it's too dangerous. What does he default to? Well, he likes to expand on the queen side. That was the plan he chose in game one. It ultimately resulted in success. It gave him that warm and fuzzy feeling. Other than a5, Peter, are there alternate ways that black could generate pressure on the queen side, maybe use the a3 pawn as a hook in some situations? I know that b5 and b4 in some cases can be considered, but b5 can also be met with white playing b2, b4. And if the queen side gets locked up, then that's more bad news for black.
Yeah, on the other hand, also after b5, if you meet it with b4, I might be able to trade on b4 and go a5 quickly. Yeah, and open up everything on the queen side. Yeah, so yes, it would be very nice for white if white could block the queen side, but I'm actually expecting that black should be in time to just go a5 or knight b6, knight c4, and then a5. And for this reason, I don't want to go b4 after b5. But if white doesn't go b4, then actually b5 makes sense. Yeah, then you want b5, b4, the typical kind of French counterplay.
Can I go for a quick counterattack against the undefended g7 pawn? So let's say b5. Can I opt for the familiar idea knight f4? Or is this a dead end, trying to go something like queen g4? Although that can simply be met with g6.
Yes, and I'm already coming very quickly on the queen side. Yeah, b5, b4, I don't know if cd, b4, or b4 immediately. This one needs to calculate, of course. And the computer. Yeah.
Maybe this.
Exactly.
So black should probably throw in c takes d4 to eliminate this possibility, Peter, and now you would argue for b4.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, let's just go b4, and white has not yet developed. Yeah, this is a tricky spot to be in.
Oh, indeed. And a4 can be played, but even like ideas like b3 and
b3,
bishop b4,
yes,
before white is able to complete his queenside development is quite dangerous. Knight h5, I also will point out, just g6, right?
Yeah, just g6. But this is only one knight attacking my king. Yeah, I don't even call it an attack. Yeah, it's some kamikaze action, but it should backfire.
And white can resign. The attack is over, and black's party is just beginning. And these pieces are they're covered by a blanket, but it's not a blanket that is going to keep them warm, but going to make them dead.
Yeah, so I also feel like a5 and b5, you have something on the queen side. That would be the natural kind of reaction, if it's possible.
Just thinking some creative ways, maybe even a4, b4. Sometimes c4 is an idea, but not here. You don't have enough kingside pieces developed. What would be white's response? Let me just show chess fans why b4 is such a serious positional mistake, because after takes, you pointed out this maneuver, Peter, but I think a5 is maybe even preferable.
Yeah, you can also combine. Yeah, you can also combine all the ideas. Yeah, it's
give me that and give me that.
Yes.
And you can resign. Oh, queen takes a5 here maybe is even more powerful, because queen d2 runs into bishop to b4.
Yeah, you can choose as you wish.
I can't look at this position. This is horrible. There's a checkmate. Queen a5, bishop d2, knight b4. If you're calculating lines like that, it's a very bad sign for the opponent. That's not going to happen if black plays
maybe after b5, just a developing move knight f3, yeah, getting ready for all the action. Yeah, just not to rush with anything. b5, knight f3.
Well, let's say I continue this plan with b4.
Yeah, then a, b, c, b, I feel like you are not fighting for the center anymore. Yeah, that should help me. Even if I just take and go knight f4, bishop d3, should also be very harmonious.
So again, I think black probably in most cases should either immediately or at some point play cd, and then play b4. And are you playing
Yes.
a4 here to keep the queen side relatively locked up?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I feel that a4 is the right move.
I agree. Knight b6, there's always b3.
But you have bishop a6. You are also in time to go bishop a6, right? And then you activate that bishop, or we don't mind trading. Yeah, just knight f4, then king takes f1, and then h4, rook h3, and we play the typical idea of activating the rook via h3.
And there's a line where this is a classic idea. I don't want to get too derailed, and Peter, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a line of the advanced French where traditionally white is always advised to play this g3 h4 idea, and I think it's actually it's a line where white plays a3 and black meets it with c4, and then in a position like this where the queen side gets locked up, there's this classic idea. Am I off track here with h4 g3 and this king side expansion? I've seen it before somewhere.
Yeah, okay. King side expansion is typical in the French. Exactly the advanced French with e5. I have seen this when I was 10 years old the last time, you know. I'm revealing a big secret. And I do remember that this queen b6, knight bc, knight takes bc, bishop a4 idea was there for black as well. That I was watching out for in some blitz games.
Yeah, and just like it is here, I mean, the advanced French structure is in many ways replicated in different lines of the French. I'm not a huge fan of this if white can get knight f4, and I think you're absolutely right. White doesn't need to overreact to the move b5 or to the move a5. And the genius of not pushing the f-pawn, but making black believe that he will, the objective and psychological pluses of that cannot be overstated. Ding is bending over backwards, trying to choose the right setup here. But now a 24-minute think, Peter, on top of the 15-minute think on the previous move.
Yeah, because maybe actually bishop e3 came as a total surprise. That's one of the most unpleasant things, right? That your opponent plays a new direction with a3, then you are wondering about that. Okay, he's trying to trick me with move orders. He wants to lure me here. He wants to lure me there. Let me avoid this and that. Then finally you have this dialogue with yourself. You convince yourself, okay, then let me be as flexible as possible. I'm going to go bishop e7. I keep my options open, and then your opponent immediately blitzes out a move that you haven't expected, the move bishop e3, and all of a sudden you are obliged to start thinking again from scratch.
Oh, it's just so interesting to watch these players. We have no idea what goes on in their heads, but we know that they're wrestling with these decisions. It reminds me of this press conference between Vichy and Magnus after one of the games in which Vichy blundered. It was a Nimzo Indian. Magnus had 2 queens on the board. And it was a frustrating defeat for Vichy. And they kept asking him the same question. Finally, one of the classiest people in chess, he got frustrated. The question was something like, Vichy, were you really in the critical moment trying to calculate the complications? And Vichy finally had enough. And he said, no, I was thinking what to eat tonight. Yeah, the players are thinking, and they're thinking hard.
Yes, well, actually, I know this situation very well. I was Team Vichy at that point, and he was trailing by 2 points. And that f3 Nimzo was a turning point because we switched to 1d4, and if he would have managed to checkmate Magnus Carlsen in that game, then yes, Magnus would still be leading the match, but suddenly then all this new energy, all this new belief that yes, okay, the new strategy is working, we can mount a comeback, would have been there. But after surviving that game in a classy style, Magnus actually sealed the match victory.
When someone like Vichy exhibits a little bit of his sass, then you know that you're the guilty party. You know that the question was bad. Actually, my friend Sam Shankland, he told me a long time ago another Vichy story that really shows how classy he is. He was giving some sort of a lecture, and as part of the lecture, he had to play sort of an exhibition game or an exhibition move with the local dignitary who didn't actually know how to play chess. So on the demonstration board, the dignitary goes knight to g1 and puts it on c4. And of course, rather than making a big deal of how this guy doesn't know how to play chess and why did you invite him to play me, Vichy takes his knight on g8 and puts it on c5. Yes. Kind of a reprisal of Dubab Napamnishi. I don't know how true this story is, but I know it's one of Sam's go-tos. Yeah, really a big fan of Vichy, and he definitely is watching on the edge of his seat. Really, such an incredible job mentoring this crop of Indian talent, so selfless, and his wisdom is timeless, as is his chess style. He's maintained his incredibly high stature in the chess world into his 50s and beyond.
Yeah, Vichy is a class act, amazing person, a brilliant player. This everybody knows. No surprises there from Vichy. The only thing that I think comes as a surprise to everyone that it's no matter when he plays, he still plays brilliantly. Yeah, that normally one could say that okay, over 50, at some point at least one should show a sign of weakness, but not in Vichy's case. And whenever he plays, he still plays like one of the very best players in the world. It's always a big pleasure to see him in action.
Yeah, I had the great pleasure of commentating with him a few times. The first time I was pretty starstruck, and I know the chat was complaining, is my microphone broken? And I just wanted to say, no, I want to, soak the moment in. And just analyzing with someone like that is just an experience you tell your grandkids about years down the line. Well, all right, ding. He's approaching the 30-minute mark. And as Judith likes to say, after, 20 minutes of thought, very seldom does something good come of, those additional 10, 15 minutes of agonizing between the several candidate moves. Do you subscribe to that general train of thought, Peter? Do you feel like past a certain point, you're just sort of eeny, meeny, miny, mowing between a couple of candidate moves?
I think that if it's in a middle game, then yes, then I perfectly understand it. But here, it's more about fighting with himself, deciding on different concepts. Yeah, so, and we have seen it throughout the match. Yeah, that he was taking his time at the early stages of the game. Whenever he got surprised, he knows the position. Yeah, so if finally he makes up his mind that which direction he will go, then he will speed up. Yes, so in this regard, I don't think that the clock is such a big issue right now, but it might be in the later stage of the game. It will hunt him.
Can I ask an insane question? I just started to look around. Maybe he's thinking about some more bizarre, unusual candidate moves. So Queen A5 came to mind, but that might walk into B4, although I think B4 does work because C4 white has A before. I also, for some reason, started thinking about the move G7, G5, trying to quickly shove through the move F6. And that was also my internal reaction. Just, it probably should be laughed out of the room. And maybe because the knight can also circle around these weak light squares with knight G3.
Also after G5
on his mind? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, after G5, my very first thought is to go H4. Yeah, I just sacrifice, I open up things. Yeah, and I want to get this F4 square. Yeah, H4, GH, knight F3, knight F4, and I'm developing. I should be winning this game.
Yeah, this is where you'd get kicked out of whatever, Botvinnik camp you were a part of, and your chess fundamentals would be thoroughly examined. You would be made to read Capablanca's chess fundamentals and solve, 100 basic positional exercises. You're right. Yeah, this is a disaster. F6 is no longer viable with a pawn on H4, and if black plays G4, white can shove through H5 and isolate this pawn. Or even knight F4 and F3. Choose your
and get the F4 square, exactly. Yeah. So if we are fighting for the F4 square, we are very happy to land the knight on F4.
And let me also show Queen A5 here immediately. I think simply B4. And very important, not C takes B4 because of the tactic. Knight B4, AB, bishop B4. This is simple. Bishop D2, and the rook hangs in the end. But, of course, white plays A before, double attack on the queen, forcing it away. And clearly, this is very favorable for white.
Danya, if you have already shown CB knight before, then please for 1 second show the audience also what happens if white tries to be super smart with bishop D2 after knight before.
We're on the same page. How could I miss the opportunity? Knight D3, checkmate. I missed a mate like this a couple months ago in a bullet game. And there was a Reddit post. Narditsky misses this mate. In fact, I just had pre-moved the wrong move. I was not expecting my opponent to, make one of those bullet moves that puts the knight on pre. And I join an elite crowd of people that includes, who was Karas's opponent in that? Karas Arlamovsky, I think, right?
The Karokan knight d6. Yes.
This is how my coach introduced it to me when I was 7 years old. But there's a million games like this. Karas Harlamovsky is the OG mate on d6. But back to our sheep, as the Russian expression goes. Back to the current position.
Yes, and I'm very curious to see how Ding will finally react. What whatever he does finally, he would have also done it instantly, because he will play a move that was on his radar right from the very beginning. The fact, however, that his last move was bishop e7, and with bishop e7, normally you say that, yes, I want to castle and I'm going to go for f7, f6. I will challenge white's center as quickly as possible. But it runs into knight f4, and then black will never get f6, and he will get into this very dangerous attack. Mm-hmm. This drives Ding Liren crazy, because otherwise he might think like, if I wanted to play a5 or something else, then why did I commit bishop e7 so early? It's these are some psychological issues right now.
And let me ask you this: when you played bishop e7, if Gukesh had responded with the move knight f3, which I assume Ding had expected, what is the difference? Like, can black now castle more comfortably, and is knight f4 less effective? What did Ding have here that he suddenly doesn't have after bishop e3?
Yeah, a good question. And another question is black able to play with f6 or even cd f6? Is that an option?
So I was intending knight f4, our usual response.
Yeah, and it's still good. Yeah, exactly, because okay, you have developed the knight already to f3, and if knight b6, it looks good for white.
Knight h5, he takes f6. It feels like a big initiative here either way. So
exactly.
What could it have been? I mean, here g5, by the way, is a much more serious option in certain positions, although probably still not here.
Yeah, but here, of course, here it already makes sense. On the other hand, it would be very strange in a World Championship match to play bishop e7 based on the concept knight f6 g5.
Yeah, this is the big idea. But I'm just offended. It would necessitate the move bishop d2, and maybe there the queen could drop to b6. So could it?
Yeah, but then if you take cd, I will get access to the c3 square. Yeah, so then I will have bishop d2, bishop c3 cement.
Oh, exactly right. Can I start with queen a5 for this reason?
Yes, exactly. I think maybe queen a5 is the right start.
Because here b4 is not a move. C takes b4. No a takes b4. And if bishop d2, I keep the tension with queen b6.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow. That's easy. I don't know why Gukesh even needs a team of seconds to figure this out. Of course, bishop e3. That's easy solution to the problem.
Yeah, bishop e3, because he is now able to play queen d2. I also believe that there was some idea that I have seen in Bologan's book, in his selected games, that somewhere some queen b6, it was of course with some f4 structures, but I think that maybe the same idea could even here be possible, like queen b6, b4, c takes d4, c takes d4, a5. It would be very nice for black to open, but white has this typical pawn sacrifice, b4, b5. Exactly.
Wow. And you're buying a couple tempi,
Yeah, and knight c3, you hit that queen and you get the b5 square for the knight, and this can be very serious counterplay for white. It should be very dangerous for black.
And you've also opened up your bishop. I don't know exactly what order of moves, like rook b1 and knight b5 immediately. Yes. Looks like bishop d3 also proposed by the computer, and knight takes d4. Oh, this is lovely. Knight a4, what a move. Driving the queen back, and now simple but deadly, knight e2. Not knight f3, because the knight can capture with check, but knight e2. Bishop c5, knight takes c5, black simply loses a piece. And black just can't really castle. I mean, you can, but good luck. Do so at your own risk.
Yes, and I did read this game not so long ago, because it's a good book, and I think Bologan was saying that a3 is the Lanka spirit. He was saying the very famous...
Zygmunt Lanka.
Yeah, Zygmunt Lanka, very dangerous player with the white pieces. He had all his special systems, and inside his systems, he was extremely well prepared. He understood the spirit. And knight b6 on the board, a move that we haven't talked about, a move that I'm not liking. What is your feeling about this?
Well, again, it's the product of almost 40 minutes of thought. It's a move seemingly executed almost in frustration. And it felt to me like he just didn't find anything that he loved, so he opts for something that he think will cut the losses. I forget if we looked at the immediate knight b6, Peter. I think we did briefly touch on
Yes.
CD and knight b6. And what was our conclusion? I think knight f4 once again. Or was it knight f3?
No,
I
that was
remember.
already when black has castled, and then we were able to go for the attack. Now that black hasn't castled yet, this is somewhat different.
Uh-huh. So knight f4 is the standard move. Knight f3 does allow black to jump into c4. So you would imagine that Gukesh wants to follow up with knight f4. And obviously, then he has the option of simply exchanging on c4.
Well, I have to say that now that knight b6 had been played, and I'm looking at it, it makes perfect sense because the bishop came to e3 way too early. Yeah, so black is saying like, you know what, okay, your concept is based on castles, knight f4, attacking ideas. Okay, let me not castle. Let me set up a counter idea with knight b6 jumping to c4, hitting that vulnerable bishop on e3. And if white plays the move b2, b3, it's the move that came to my mind almost instantly. Like what happens if white just restricts? Then I'm expecting that black will play a5, a4, and will try to fight for the c4 square. Or is there some other idea as well?
Could there be f6 in this iteration? Like CD, and f6?
I don't know. It's tricky. Yeah? Okay, CD, f6, I'm going to go f4. We'll try to maintain my pawn structure.
Maybe then a5. Back to...
Yes, but then I'm going to play a4, and I think I would love to highlight this, that why I'm more happy in that situation. Actually, f6, f4, and a5, a4. I will just stop this, your idea of a4, and I'm going to go knight f3. And I feel that this knight on b6 actually limits black's usual counterplay, yeah, that is connected with queen b6, or also opening up the way for the bishop from c8 to a6. And we have a move. Knight f4 on the board.
After only a minute or so of thought, and of course, correct me if I'm wrong, critical variation here is CD, and then knight jumping to c4, because bishop c1 there out of the question because of this check on a5 that we've been talking about. So I'm assuming that bishop takes c4 is the principled line, or is there something else? Can I put this really quickly on the board?
Yeah,
Can we start with this line?
Well, humanly, absolutely justified question. Yeah, if you would ask me that, am I happy to capture this knight on c4 with bishop, I would say no, not really, giving up the light square bishop, but what else? Yeah, takes. Okay, you will have to develop the knight, I'm guessing. I don't know where, knight e2, knight c3, or knight f3. Without computer-assisted preparation, I think like it kind of requires almost 20 minutes thoughts, at least, to understand that is it justified to give up the bishop. Now the big question is, and looking at Gukesh's time management, it signals us that he has anticipated the move knight b6, so he might know exactly how to react to it.
And the computer lines are insane. First of all, like knight f3, not even in the top options, because black has this positional idea to go b5 and bishop b7, so white needs to play with energy. But the top move, queen g4, so easy to think, of course, queen g4, attack. But look at this, queen a5 check, nasty idea that you have highlighted previously, and now driving back the bishop, forking the pawns, and we get complete chaos on the board, literally inscrutable without an engine. Queen takes g7, rook f8, kind of reminds me of the poison pawn win hour. And now the calm knight g to e2. It seems that the engine is constantly advocating for the development of the knight to e2 rather than f3, maybe to keep the option of knight c3. But try evaluating this type of position without the computer. It does seem like white has a big initiative. Black's king is stuck in the center, but it's only because of bishop e3 that white maintains a big advantage. And Peter, you're not going to believe this. Look at this line. Queen takes b2, short castle, bishop d6. Of course, who would miss such an obvious geometrical move? And now knight h5, only move not to be worse. Bishop takes c5. Yes, black is now 2 pawns up. And for some reason, this is plus 1.16, which is exactly the evaluation I think of. when I look at this position, we have a move.
C takes d4 on the board.
Oh
Now it's
my
easy
gosh.
to guess White's move. Yes, C takes d4 is met by C takes d4. And
Let's
we
go.
might be seeing this knight c4 on the board.
Okay.
Now the moment of truth, yeah, that how deep is Gukesh's preparation here after knight b6? Did he expect this seriously, or was it like just one of the sidelines? Because one question: this bishop takes c4, d takes c4, queen g4. What happens if I simply say, "All right, you want to take my pawn on g7? Let me just make a move like g7, g6, slowing down your play."
I think I go knight g2 there, and the logic is I've discouraged you from castling to the king side because then I have the classic h4, h5 idea.
Okay, but I just gonna play b5, bishop b7 as you already highlighted. Yeah, that black will try to develop and eventually queen d7, maybe even potential long castle. Is that an option?
I was gonna long castle myself, castle to the west. Let's put this on the board. I will also point out the knight g2 here was an edge, but I know I'm very biased toward moves like queen g4, and indeed g6 seems a lot more human somehow to me than to leave this pawn hanging. I assume knight g2 is the move, and now b5.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm almost afraid to start calculating long castles because one of the issues is d5, e takes d5 is a discovered attack. This bishop on c8, it's quite annoyingly placed, but let me try. Long castles. And it loses.
Yeah, look at the evil bar. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to make a move.
Loses.
Yes. Yes.
Is it b4?
Maybe just b4. Yeah, maybe just b4. Right?
Queen f3, I thought, but simply bishop b7, and I can never really play d5.
Because also knight takes e5 is in the air as well.
So maybe I do the long castles, but without the king to c1 part. Maybe that's why the move rook d1 was invented by humankind. And also why we have this option of castling to the king side.
Yes. I just want to highlight, because whoever looks at the evil bar says that, okay, white is clearly better, but Dingran has opted for it. And he believes that this is a very double-edged structure. And I agree that if I would not see the evil bar, then I would think like, okay, this is a mess. This is a strategical mess. Because if White's play backfires, then black can simply win the game based on the fact that he has the light square bishop and he gets this disbalanced structure with d takes c4. So white has to be very energetic, and there will be a lot of pressure on white also to prove it that yes, this strategical idea works in my favor.
And indeed, rook d1, so the long castles, but without the castling part, just long, rook d1 is one of the best moves. And the idea must be to prepare d5. If black plays bishop b7, one more preparatory move is required. You castle to the east. And there's the typical idea of this has to be calculated. It's probably what I would play in a bullet game. This is not a bullet game, however, last I checked. But it might be.
Because knight takes c6, there is also a nice little queen d7 move, yeah?
Yep. And d5 always, I'm going to point out, always this annoying knight takes e5 concept.
Yes.
So d5 here, knight takes e5. Doesn't look convincing. I need a slow move.
Yeah, maybe you just have to play knight c3. Yeah, bring that knight with a tempo to c3, hit the b5 pawn. And in long term, I will not be able to control d4, d5 break. That could be a big issue.
When would you be ready to play? Let's say I go a6. And is knight e4 a secondary idea?
Well, or just to remove that queen from g4, which is kind of always in this tempo. Yeah, I don't know where to hide it, but somewhere to put it, and then d4, d5 break might be very unpleasant.
Now it's a huge threat, and bishop h4 not dangerous. Then the queen slides to h3, and that's the safest square on the board. Now this already begins to look very, very nasty for black, but people really should realize how much depth is required to truly appreciate why white is so much better, why the position is so dangerous for black. It's all very concrete. It has nothing to do with positional advantages. This is all very computerish and tactical, Peter. Gukesh is thinking. So there might be a situation where knight c4 was not the top engine move, and sometimes in your haste to generate a file, you can kind of miss, you can kind of fail to look at the position with human eyes, But that is the job of your team. They have to do that. You cannot forget to do that, because if your whole point is to surprise your opponent, then that's the first thing that you should look at. What are the human moves?
Yeah, but there were so many human moves, right? We were also here, and we haven't been suggesting this knight b6, cd, knight c4 at all. Yeah, we were saying like, okay, black has this concept of a5, black has concept of b5, black can castle short, and yes, there is always this knight b6 idea, but it wasn't really obvious to say that black has the right to play like this. Yeah, it was not clear.
Is it fair to conjecture that Gukesh sitting here, he knows he's going to play bishop takes c4, but he's thinking about the follow-up move? Because players do that sometimes. And my follow-up question is, if that is the case, why is that so common among players to think in a certain position and then make a string of moves quickly, rather than sort of make the move they know they're going to make and then, and then start thinking?
Well, in this case, I think it's a very special moment, because giving up the light squared bishop, taking this knight on c4, psychologically, it should not be easy, right? In the French defense, you are taught right from the start that the f1 bishop has so much potential. Yeah, this bishop is the soul of the game. So giving up the light squares like this, if you haven't prepared it, it's super tough. And he has opted for the capture. Yeah, okay. So bishop takes c4 on the board, d takes c4, and we have this double-edged pawn structure. A very intriguing kind of strategical position, middle game.
And now I'm so curious, will he move instantly or after only a minute or two of thought? Or was he genuinely convincing himself that bishop takes c4 is worth the positional concessions? And now, again, queen g4 is what we focused on, but there's also knight g2. And if you are looking at the position for the first time, I'm almost embarrassed to admit that I don't see anything outwardly wrong with the move knight f3. It does appear, Peter, that the benefit of knight e2 is that you could swing the knight over to c3. It's very important to keep open the queen's pathway to g4.
Exactly, yeah. I somehow feel that, yeah, if white plays the move knight f3, then he loses all the benefits that the computer indicates in the position. Yeah, why the computer believes that bishop takes c4 and going for this structure is justified. This knight e2, knight c3 gives this flexibility, the queen g4 extra move hitting the pawn on g7 and creating a long-term initiative for white. And the previous line that we highlighted, I think, was a very nice illustration that what white is aiming for, yeah, this queen g4, knight e2, rook d1, knight c3 short castle, and then the potential d4, d5 break. And here this brings us to the fact that if black's knight somehow could be rerouted to d5, if black would be able to control the d5 square, black would be strategically perfect, yeah, then white's concept would simply be a total disaster. But based on the fact that the knight on f4 is already fighting for the d5 square, and the knight for me to via c3 is again fighting for that vital square, gives white the perfect coordination.
Well, it's like the butterfly effect, the flapping of the wings of a butterfly halfway across the world can influence global events. Just the placement of this pawn on a3 can change the entire course of the game, because the knight is prevented by friendly fire and also by this pawn on a3 from reaching the heaven square on d5. Another, I think, important point, Peter, is I'm looking at queen g4 and I'm not seeing off the top of my head why castle short is all that good for white with f6 coming. And Gukesh, I think logically enough, he doesn't want to get into the complications, the forest, where 2 + 2 = 5. He wants simple math. He wants the 1-0 math. And he wants to put pressure on Ding's clock. He has played very quickly the move, knight g to e2.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that strategically he's fine. Yeah, this is the most important thing. He understands that, yeah, the knight belongs to e2, the knight goes to c3, and once the knight lands on c3, nothing wrong can happen to me. Yeah, also the line that you highlighted there with the help of computer, this queen g4, queen a5 check, all this crazy madness, it's very easy to go for it if you are prepared, thanks to the computer. Otherwise, you just say no. I just not gonna allow my opponent to get some serious counterplay and give me some unpleasant check. Let me develop. I go knight e2 and I want to confirm. I want to signal my opponent that I simply believe in my position in long terms.
And now Ding hitting the century mark. He's got 1 hour on his clock, and 1 hour has already been spent, and many more problems to solve. Now the big question is, do you opt for the natural b7, b5? Also, f6, that hasn't gone anywhere. That move can join the party at a rather inconvenient moment for white. And one worry that I have is if we think sort of positionally, black is the bishop pair, right? If you have the bishop pair, you want to open up the board. So these twin pawn breaks, f6 and then e5, if they come at a right moment, can be pretty awkward for white.
Yes, actually f6 is a very critical move. Because if white has to, for example, let's just illustrate, if white captures on f6, we activate that bishop, bishop f6, we also put pressure on the d4 pawn. So the knight from e2 is not really able to reach the desired destination on c3, and then short castle e6, e5, and black can be really enjoying himself. I do see the Ever bar still signaling that white is better, but because after castles you might have queen a4. Is that an issue? Or targeting the c4 pawn quickly?
In which position? Oh,
if
instead
black
of e5,
castles,
black castle.
yes, then maybe white can target that c4 pawn with queen
a4, and you cannot manage e5 because queen takes c4 is a check. Maybe even that position is not that bad after king h8.
All right, but I always like this kind of evaluations. It's maybe not that bad, yeah? At least it's not that good, yeah?
Yeah, maybe not that bad, but definitely not good. And it's
Yes.
not clear where the compensation is coming from. D takes e5. If anything, with black's lack of development, the rook coming to d1 should favor white. So the question then becomes, if black plays e5 here, how does white solidify that slight advantage? Do you go knight h5?
Knight h5, yes, knight h5 is very tempting.
That's a lovely move. E takes
Yeah,
d4.
And then we can hit the bishop with a check.
And now knight takes, I assume.
Yeah, knight d4.
And this is the moment where the commentators have to mention that with queens on the board, the opposite colored bishops don't mean draw. It favors the attacker.
Yes, on the other hand, who is attacking whom? Okay, short castles. It looks like a rather kind of also solid position for black.
Honestly, if you showed this to Ding and you said, this is what you're going to get after this nasty little surprise bishop e3, he'd put his signature down real quick. Quicker than he's made any of his last few moves.
Absolutely, yeah, because, okay, one could have the feeling that, yes, white has the chance maybe to squeeze something out of this position, but that is not the main concern, yeah, okay. Please try to squeeze something, I'm solid enough.
Are you surprised, of course, having admitted that if Gukesh was out of his prep, which, seemingly he was, the complications after queen g4 are so hard to puzzle out. Are you surprised that he still didn't spend more time on queen g4? Could it be that he underestimated the potential of his attack? Or is it more that he is adhering to his strategy of putting pressure on Ding's clock, and he believes that he can squeeze out this light advantage? Also some risk management involved, right? Queen g4 is a very risky move.
Yeah, I think that by going for rather quick knight g2, it's obvious that Gukesh's preparation has ended. Yeah, this is very important to highlight, because if the move queen g4 was really good and the computer highlights it as a main option, then if we would be talking about preparation, then clearly you want to blitz that move out to put more pressure on your opponent and think like, you know what, this queen g4 is a computer move. I analyzed it, my team analyzed it. We also did not understand it first. So good luck figuring it out, what it is all about. But since Gukesh has not opted for that direction, I simply believe that he knew that this knight b6, knight f4, knight c4 was a possibility, but it was simply not something to worry about. And in this regard, then he just relied on his feeling that, okay, takes, knight it. But look at this. Ding keeps on making this gesture with the hand like, is there some fly? Is there some mosquito in the playing hall? What's happening?
Yeah, swatting away. He needs to swat away at white's initiative, because there's another big decision here. Does he play the immediate f6? Does he castle to the king side first? And I mentioned the clock is not as decisive of a factor as some overzealous fans might think it is. Well, it's becoming a factor because he's down to 55 minutes, John, and maybe some nerves, even though he's done just an incredible job of solving the opening surprises time and time again that Gukesh has put in front of him.
Has a lot of great features, but hand gestures to add time to your clock isn't one of them. So Ding clearly slightly annoyed by some sort of insect inside the glass cube there. But yeah, an hour down on the clock. I feel like we're entering familiar territory here, Peter. I think that unless we get some incredibly critical position in move 30, really, really deep down the line, this time advantage isn't necessarily going to mean that much based on what we've seen in the match so far. I think now is maybe the appropriate time to say, yes, it's a big lead on the clock, but we sort of know what's going to happen at this point from a fighting point of view.
Yeah, there will be a lot of fighting, that's for sure. But for the moment, Ding has to find the way how to address the challenge to this new structure. Yeah, this F7, F6 move is a very tempting kind of move to change the character of the game, trying to go for liquidation, especially knowing that he's behind on the clock. Yeah, it's kind of tempting to try to find a way to simplify matters, because if the position keeps on being so complex and Black will run out of natural moves, then being behind on the clock have a really vital role in the game. And we see that he's hesitant. He wants to do something. He also signaled like he's about to make a move, or just a little bit shaky there, still showing signs of nerves, because he hasn't, been the Ding who has been comfortably sitting on his chair. Ever since that surprise happened with a3 and bishop e3, he's visibly nervous.
He certainly is. Yesterday he was sat there like a computer for something like 3 or 4 hours, absolutely mesmerizing. We're not yet seeing that, at least in his body language. So we'll see what he does next. This is a treat for everyone watching behind the one-way glass live in Singapore. Of course, it's easy to forget it's not just these two players in the room. You've got hundreds of people looking on, and literally hundreds of thousands watching online, checking out these moves and watching everything unfold, which does remind me to let you know that in less than a week there's another huge chess event that you can potentially be attending in person. If you're watching online now and you fancy yourself a little bit of live action, don't miss your chance to attend the Champions Chess Tour Finals. That takes place from the 17th to the 21st of December in Oslo, Norway. And you've got wonderful stars like MVL, Alireza, and Magnus all playing in that event. There'll be plenty of high caliber action over the chessboard, but your tickets can grab stuff like hand and brain chess. You've got simmels, photo opportunities with the players, and a whole bunch more. So you can use !CCT finals in the chat now, or visit go.chess.com/CCT Finals 24 to grab your ticket. The event now starts in less than a week. So basically straight after the World Championship, you could be heading to Oslo to enjoy that fantastic event alongside those players too. For now though, a move has been played. Gukesh finally on the clock as B5 is on the chessboard. We'll be back with more of the action from the Fide World Championship after this.
The Champions Chess Tour Finals are heading to Oslo, Norway, December 17th to the 21st, and you can be there. Watch all of your favorite players, including Magnus, Wesley, and MVL. Tickets are going fast. Get yours now.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back to the penultimate game, at least at classical time controls, at the Fide World Championship 2024. We've got a couple of moves on the board here. First, big moment with b5, Danya. You were pointing that out during the break. Not only has b5 been played, but a fairly rapid response from Gukesh, castling with still an hour 40 on the clock, so maintaining that time edge. over Ding. I realize that throughout the course of this match, it might not have amounted to much because we've been able to, Ding's been really good at handling that pressure. But to be fair, there have been one or two times where the time pressure has really added up to a decisive moments in the endgame where he has lost the point as well. So we can't just dismiss this out of hand.
Absolutely not. And Gukesh's confidence in his preparation shines through. Knight GE2 was the safer move. It was the move that required less calculation. Queen G4 appeared to be the computer's choice, but I am very surprised. And Peter, John, maybe you have some insights into this. F7, F6, it clarified the position. It broke through. Yep. And now the opportunity train may have left the station after Gukesh castles kingside, because his knight's coming to C3, and he might be right back on track here.
It does feel a little bit like that. And the question then, Peter, is if Gukesh has been playing, shall we say, the safer options, to what extent does this give Ding the opportunity to think about striking out and seizing the initiative in the position? Because if I'm looking at this position, I'm going, great, let's imagine Black has the initiative here. He still has to spend the tempo castling at some point, and that sort of blunts my expectations a little bit. So with that thought, I hand over to you to tell us what Black can be aspiring to do in this position.
Yeah, I actually agree what Danya has said, that the move F7, F6 prior to B5 was a move that tried to simplify the position, tried to change the character of the game, to liquidate, because what really worries me for Black, that White has a very simple means of playing the position. Now White has castled. White intends to put that knight from E2 to C3, which will even be a tempo hitting the B5 pawn. And we already know that this queen D1 to G4 idea actually exists. The queen gets out of the way, opens the way for rook AD1, and potentially opening up the idea of breaking the center with D4, D5, a timely D4, D5 break. And the big question is that how is Black fighting that? It's fine that, of course, Black will play short castle, Black will play bishop B7, but there is no way of controlling that D4, D5 square, and that D4, D5 break will be in the air. And if Ding is not slowing down, and he isn't really knowing how to address that issue, then I even dare to say that B7, B5 was maybe practically a wrong decision. And Danya, please tell me how do you see the situation?
Well, I echo your sentiments in their entirety, and also not a great sign that B5 was played. Gukesh castles, arguably the most natural move in the position. Now Ding, shows more nerves, thinks for another solid 4 minutes. Now he's just castled kingside. I totally agree. It seems like the second act of Gukesh's masterful play here might begin, and Ding has less than half of his time remaining. White hasn't even begun his operations on the king side. You mentioned sort of the two-front attack. There's this lingering idea of pushing d5, but my bigger worry is that even without the light-squared bishop, White has enough firepower to generate massive threats on the king side. Knight c3 here is very natural, so maybe we could put this on the board and try to assess the damage here. Knight c3, Black has to defend this pawn, Peter. I think this is a problem. But if you give this pawn away, the whole structural integrity of the queen side collapses, and White has a whole menu of options. No, knight h5, queen g4.
Yeah, but I think that instead of a6, I have to play rook b8. I have to try to at least go for some quick a5, b4 to make sense of my position.
Knight h5, I'm very biased in favor of this move. I just like putting my knight on h5. When I'm attacking, particularly when it combines with the pawn on e5, because g6 now comes with a massive price tag.
Yeah, I don't want to play g6 as long as I'm not forced to. And there is also this idea maybe to sidestep with my king to h8 if I'm hating the move g6 in order to meet queen g4 with rook g8, not weakening any of the dark squares, but it comes at the cost of tempi. Too many tempis, it doesn't have a good impression. By the way, queen f3 double attack also might appear at some point. Maybe not yet. d4 pawn is hanging, but okay, rook d1, knight e4, bishop g5. Too many problems.
Can Black try to force the knight through to d5 with the move b4 in this situation?
Well, but I think that I need a5 b4, because now if I just play b4, you take a b4, and still the knight remains on c3.
And you're saying that it's not so impactful for black to put the knight on d5 if white can exchange it. So the queen on d5 will not be a stable blockader.
Yes, but of course, yeah, it's certainly an improvement for black, yeah. Any trade, yeah, and AB knight b4, and then knight gets to d5, bishop b7 in. Now the knight moved a little bit too early from f4 to h5. If you are talking about the d5 square, then yeah, maybe this is not the best what white can get.
Maybe knight e4 targeting some of these dark squares. And I mean, there are some mate threats that are lingering. If I can eliminate the dark squared bishop, I'll be looking at sacrifices that, you know, clearly are premature here. But let's say b takes a3 happens. I mean, I would even consider recapturing b takes a3. Why doesn't sacrifice anything? This is kind of a debilitating fact about the position. You have such a commanding presence on the king side. I haven't even sacrificed a pawn.
Yeah, the only way black can be fine here if we can simply fly that knight from c6 to d5. Yeah, then it's all good. But the knight can jump, but unfortunately it cannot jump to d5 in this position. The pawn a3 still does its job. And as you highlighted, yeah, all these bishop g5s, all the dark square issues might be very unpleasant to deal with.
And imagine you have 30 minutes by the time you reach a position like this, a single blunder and you get checkmated. Tack on the fatigue and just the nerves, the gravity of the moment. If you lose this game, you'll have a single must-win game to take this match to the tiebreak. I mean, this is where the lump starts to form in your throat. And this is why the move b5 carries significance way past just the immediate drawbacks of this move. Whereas f6 would have caused a completely different position, one that I think was a lot more palatable in a low time situation for Ding.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Because if white gets this attack going, yeah, then how do you defend your king? Yeah, this knight c3, queen g4, knight h5 kind of idea also very natural. It's kind of easy for white to play like this. This brings me to the thought, like, is it possible that after knight c3 maybe black should just play b5, b4 immediately and force you to take b on b4, and then knight takes b4, and let's try to hope that we get access to the d5 square.
Eliminate the middleman. Can I go queen f3 here? You hit that rook?
You can. Very unpleasant, yeah. I would love to sacrifice a pawn, honestly, but rook b8, rook takes a7. I can't really call it a sacrifice. I just lost that pawn.
Well, I would call it a sacrifice to my coach. I remember blundering a knight in one move and then spending the 30 minutes at the board before resigning, furiously spinning up how I was going to, which variations I was going to tell my coach I calculated. It didn't work. It did not work.
Yes, takes on a7. You will also have this very powerful rook on the 7th rank, putting pressure on the bishop on e7. And I cannot develop the bishop to b7. That's another problem. Already knight c2 would be kind of maybe the only move in the position to try to do something, but I'm not believing in this.
d5 will come at the wrong moment. And
Yes.
it's a big initiative for white. But okay, so knight c3 hasn't been played just yet. Gukesh taking 5.5 minutes. He's got plenty of time to spend. He can even ponder the meaning of life for 15 minutes and still have enough time to make a reasoned decision. What are the other candidate moves here for white? Could he be contemplating some sort of pawn play, maybe queen c2 to set up a4, or is this too vanilla flavored?
Yeah, well, at least it's a candidate move. Yeah, I'm not liking this queen c2 because I feel like it slows down white's play. Yeah, the natural flow that we have seen always whenever the knight landed on c3, and then we are setting up all these queen g4, knight h5 ideas. Compared to that, queen c2 doesn't impress me that much. And I have to give you credit. Yeah, this knight c3, b4 takes queen f3 find was very unpleasant, which means that then maybe black will have to lose this tempo on rook b8, and then all these knight h5s, yeah, that you described could become critical. On the other hand, I feel like this knight on f4 is such a lovely piece. Yeah, it gives so much control of white's play. Yeah, that this d5 square is under total control. That I would not love to move that knight so quickly. I would be tempted to first develop the queen to g4 and then set up knight h5 idea.
And also, you maintain the possibility of going rook d1 there, and flexibility has been the order of the day for Gukesh. That was the entire kind of raison d'etre of his opening choice, is maintain, keep black guessing as to exactly what plan he will end up implementing and make black stumble over himself. So if I put this on the board again, knight c3, rook b8, queen g4 is indeed such an iconic combination, the queen and the knight attacking in tandem. Capablanca pointed out its power, but could I be now once again considering our old friend, f5 maybe, in this case, or still f6 allows knight takes c6. No, f5 you can maybe draw back to f3, but then I can take d4.
Then you can take d4, yeah. So it might be very concrete, yeah, that I cannot play the move queen g4. That would be great news for black. Yeah, that would be wonderful news, because queen g4 is the move that you worry the most. If a timely f7, f5 is there, so e takes f6, bishop takes f6, works.
Knight e6, and is there tactics? Is there? Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I don't see it off the top of my head, honestly. Knight takes c6. Let's put it on the board. Queen d6, d5.
But wait a second. Knight takes d4, bishop d.
Bishop
yeah,
d4.
It doesn't work. Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
and
maybe
queen
it does.
Takes
Knight
d4, queen takes d4.
And if knight d4, bishop d4, bishop d4?
Just like this. And queen takes d4, bishop takes e6.
Queen a7.
a7 pawn is hanging, yeah.
I told you black should have played a6.
Correct.
Rook e8. White always has d5.
And also the knight on c6 is hanging, yeah? So I can take on d8 and c6.
I'll put this on the board. Knight takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Now, obviously, white can't take. If white takes the queen, black takes white's queen. Pandemonium on the board. Rook d1 has to be calculated, but we were talking about what we're talking about. Simply queen takes d4, bishop e6, and the detail at the end should be holdable for black, honestly, even this position, but it's not going to be pleasant.
Yeah, with this lovely knight on c3 sitting beautifully, I would be very upset if I would not be converting this from white side.
Yeah, especially with 45 extra minutes. I can check the silicon demon in this position. We probably have earned that right. Yeah, it's disappointing. Yeah. Queen d6, d5. And these can be the hardest concepts to find, because from the human eye, you're thinking of a way to eliminate the d5 pawn. So you think, bishop c3, bc, queen d5, checkmate. The computer says, forget the knight, just eliminate it, and simply go after the pawn, which is a much easier target. But still an unpleasant position after a4. What a move. Just striking at the other side of the board. I would be very scared of black to play a6 and allow white to infiltrate. Nah, I don't love this either.
Yeah, very tough decisions, yeah, because, computer highlighted that this queen g4, f5 might be fine for black. Good luck calculating this, yeah. You need at least half an hour to convince yourself that, this is the direction, this could maybe work. And also, nobody tells you, there is no evil bar that tells you that this is the right direction, yeah. So you might be actually just burning your time for absolutely no reason. And these are the challenges the players are faced with.
Indeed. But like I said previously, recently at the Computer Championship, Stockfish, was disqualified for using the Gukesh bar. So Gukesh has shown such composure in critical moments throughout this match. And of course, the spectators, the fans, we tend to demand a lot from the players. We're critical. Sometimes the players deserve criticism, but by and large, it's just been so fun and so impressive to see the players stopping at the right moment. Gukesh blitzing out his first couple moves, clearly believing that this is a critical moment, Peter, and that tells us he's probably taking queen c2 very seriously.
Yes, I'm trying to understand that what would make you feel like queen c2 is such a great idea, because it doesn't put black under a lot of pressure, right? I can even play bishop b7. I can simply continue developing because
because
I have nothing to worry about. Okay, rook d1, okay, and I will just play
I'll try to make
something. Yeah, queen d7. Queen d7 setting up rook fd8.
Can I sneak in d5?
Well, but then we have to calculate all these complications. Knight takes e5, d takes e6. I'm gonna go somewhere with my queen. I feel that the position opens up. I have the pair of bishops. I shouldn't be really worried of that.
And if I go knight c3, are you intending then to meet this move with b4?
Could easily be, because then AB knight b4 gives me also a very big tempo.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about comparison, right? This might be pleasant for white, yes, but there exists this other option of just playing knight c3 straight away and not committing the placement of the queen.
Yeah. And then setting it up, because the queen actually should probably go towards the king side. Yeah, queen to g4 makes so much more pressure on black's position. But Gugash taking a little bit more time than I would have expected, because he has opted for knight e2 short castles, and after that it looks so tempting that it follows up with knight c3, the queen out, rook a d1, and then knight h5 or d4, d5 ideas in the future. But why do you spend almost like 20 minutes at this point? Interesting.
How about knight g3? Now that I'm looking at this knight, could he be just aiming for some sort of checkmate, knight g3, queen g4, and then opening up the option of knight h5?
Aha, with all power to the king side, but sometimes then the knights are fighting for the same square. Will that be an issue?
Superfluous knights is what Dvoretsky called them, or extra knights in Russian.
Yes.
Should we put it on the board? Knight g3?
Let's put it on the board, yeah. Bishop b7.
Ooh, but all right. La la la. Okay, which knight? Some knight to h5. Let's say knight f to h5.
Knight f to h5. Okay.
Because I want the e4 square for the other knight.
Okay, I understand, but I'm not that afraid. Maybe I should. Maybe I should.
No fear.
Because, yeah, okay, I don't want to play g6. I don't.
I'm kind of praying that you don't, because I have no idea what I'm... Maybe bishop h6 in response.
Yeah, well, the knight on c6 is such an unpleasant piece. Yeah, if that knight would be on b6, I would be saying that I'm already kind of almost winning with black strategically. So I only have to defend from checkmate, and I'm gonna win the game. Yeah, but with this knight on c6, not being able to control the d5 square, and this knight a5, knight b3 jump feels very awkward. Yeah, because the knight on b3 will be out of the game, and I would be wasting too much time for it.
And white's already, I probably not threatening knight takes g7, but it's a serious idea. I actually don't know exactly what white does in response to g6, but maybe now's the time to Jadoub, knock over the knight and then Jadoub it back to b6. Maybe they won't notice. Maybe the hundreds of thousands of fans won't notice. But g6,
yes,
I'm trying to figure out, because bishop h6, black always has this exchange sack, queen takes d4. White has to keep an eagle eye on this d4 pawn. Whereas queen g4, king h8, your old idea, maybe that's the way to go, but it's not very exciting.
Yeah, and let's forget about all this, because Gukesh has opted for the more professional knight c3 move, and I'm loving it, because the move knight c3 keeps control of the game. This is the World Championship match. It's game number 13, the penultimate game. If you can get initiative and also control the situation, making sure that you don't commit, you don't burn bridges, right? That's a very desirable situation. And look, be it on the board.
Thank you, Gukesh, for not making us, puzzle out, enter the forest of knight g3. Also, it's consistent with the strategy, right? Remember on move 12, he didn't play queen g4. So he's showing kind of an adherence to not a more passive, not more solid, but the more, as you said, professional, open-ended strategy where he wants to keep all options open. He's not putting all of his eggs in the checkmate basket. He's also leaving open the option of d5 and applying long-term pressure on b5. But will we get queen g4 or will we get knight h5?
Yeah, knight's the critical moment, because black has the idea of going a5, b4. Yeah, so there is at least a strategic threat in the position which puts some pressure on white to get the game going on the king side as quickly as possible. Yeah, it's if white just wastes 2 tempi, yeah, and black goes a5, b4, then the whole strategy that white has set up failed completely. Yeah, then black has the potential of taking over. So clearly white has to be energetic. Knight h5, when you first suggested this move, knight h5, I felt like, okay, Danya is trying to highlight some beautiful tactical ideas. Let me just be professional and neutralize it. And then I was actually struggling, yeah? So I already got some respect for knight h5 move.
It's just, Ben Feingold refers to the move knight f5 in a lot of positions as knife f5. But I would make a serious case for knife h5 in a lot of positions for two reasons. First of all, you're always provoking g6, and in conjunction with the pawn on e5, it creates long-term dark square weaknesses. The second is that this constant specter of a sacrifice on g7, of a mate threat on g7, it's scary. And, black doesn't even have, as Yasser would say, a full stomach to deal with all these mate threats because white hasn't sacrificed even a single pawn yet. Emphasis on yet.
Yeah, but this will be a huge kind of decision. Yeah, knight h5, one has the feeling that there is almost kind of no way back. Yeah, then white signals his intention that I want to checkmate my opponent. If white could make a move which kind of like queen g4, yeah, and black is unable to solve this problem with direct f7, f5, which clearly now Gukesh is thinking about, yeah, because he would love to play queen g4, rook a d1, and then keeping the option of going knight h5 or playing for d4, d5 in the future. We did get help by the computer, and we know that somehow this bishop f6, knight x6, queen d6 maybe holds for black. Well, good luck figuring it out. But from Gukesh's point, if he really is ambitious, that he thinks like, I want to get the most out of it because it's a golden opportunity, then clearly you might not want to let your opponent get such a chance of going for liquidation with f5.
Also on the table, I think, their hands are on the table, total concentration, but the move knight e4 could be a sort of semi-prophylactic measure against b4. Is there anything outwardly wrong with centralizing the knight first? Is this also in the mix, Peter, in your opinion? Or maybe bishop b7 it runs into?
Exactly. Yeah, I would be very happy from black's perspective. Yeah, if my opponent jumps with the knight, rushes with the knight to e4, bishop b7, developing moves, threatening knight takes e5 because of the long diagonal pressure on the e4 knight, and it's not so easy to protect that knight because we already talked about this, that we don't want to put the queen on c2 anyway. The pawn on d4 would be also vulnerable. No, let's just keep that knight on c3 as long as we can.
And even in response to b4, knight e4 would save you a tempo. So this tempo should be invested in starting the engine on the king side, figuratively speaking this time, of course. So knight h5, if we return to this move, I think we looked at, what did we look at here? King h8?
Yes, I tried king h8 just to be prophylactic. I would like to highlight one more thing, yeah, that by the fact that Ding opts for rook b8, yeah, he keeps his bishop on c8. He wants to be as flexible as possible because he knows exactly that thanks to the bishop on c8, he might have this f7, f5 ideas defending or neutralizing white's pressure in case of queen g4.
So if black does not play king h8 and tries to get away with it, so to speak, what is black's best use of his time? Is it to play a5 or is it to just jettison the b5 pawn to the move like bishop b7?
Well, my problem is that I feel like you have kind of a winning threat, yeah, that you are threatening simply to play queen g4, provoking me or forcing me to go g6 and then knight e4, and that's when the knight from c3 joins the party and heads towards the f6 square, and then it's going to be checkmate.
Knight b5? No, just kidding. That is not the direction I want to go to. Maybe knight takes e5 here and d bishop e4.
Oh, wow. Still, yeah, you can.
But it's even queen takes e4 and rook d1 looks pretty commanding. Let's not forget also a7 is hanging. But maybe I can somehow claw my way into the game.
You have to. Otherwise you resign, yeah? So, okay, we just take on e4, gh, rook a d1. And then we also have this bishop h6. Maybe even start with bishop h6.
Or bishop h7. Yeah, bishop h6. You don't want that pawn. Take me away from that pawn.
Yeah. Exactly.
Rook e8.
Yeah, rook a d1. I want your h5 pawn, yeah, and I want to checkmate you on on the h file then. Rook d4, queen f3, rook d4, queen takes h5, rook joins the party on the fourth rank.
Oh my gosh. Say, come again. What was that line?
Well, bringing, yeah, just enjoying, yeah, going for attack, yeah, queen f3 also sidestepping because it hits the f7 pawn, so it won't be so easy to play king h8. It's very dangerous.
Plus 1.5. I mean, the old masters would have resigned in this position to the black. How can queen f3 not be devastating? But this is symbolic of how bad this is, Rock. If the first line you look at is already this bad, and we haven't even taken the time to fine-tune this operation, apparently there's something even better, and it could be something as simple as rook d1 to open the gates of bishop h6, although then black will play king h8. See, that's what I'm not understanding. I mean, it's quite an overwhelming evaluation. I'm just curious what the showstopper is.
Well, basically, I think the showstopper is that black should never ever let this happen. Yeah, that's that's the biggest issue, because from black's angle, this is pure madness. Yeah, you just know that you're gonna be crushed. You can't let this happen.
Absolutely not. And Ding is way too circumspect looking move. So if we return to king h8, how likely is this position to appear on the board? And how would white follow up?
Yeah, I think you tried queen g4 and I was defending with rook g8. I was not enjoying myself, but I was just trying to somehow survive your storm.
I think I tried rook d1 here and then b4.
Yes. Exactly, yeah, rook d1, b4, and knight e4. You were going for the maximum with knight e4.
Yep, after mistakenly trying a takes b4, we have the luxury of retracting foolish moves and pretending that they were made for the instructive purposes of the viewers.
Yes, but that's often the case, yeah?
That is the case. The beauty of commentary, and a move has been made.
On the board, knight h5. Danya, your move on the board. Maximum pressure on Ding.
Knife h5, and the knight knifes its way from g1, it goes to e2, up to f4, and on to h5, hungrily eyeing the g7 pawn, paving the way for the lady to join the attack. And now Ding is very, very much on the hot seat. The time situation, a little bit closer, a little bit less lopsided. That move took Gukesh 8 minutes and change, but still with over an hour on the clock. What a luxury, because the calculational part of the game, Peter, is approaching fast.
Yes, exactly. And it was so lovely to hear that you forgot about one small detail. That knight on h5 is coming from b1. Look at this. When you look at this position, yeah, that exactly the knight from b1, c3, e2, f4 landed on h5, and the one from g1. Isn't it beautiful?
That's incredible. Look, my mind is blown. I forgot he played knight c to e2. So let's trace this knight. Let's trace this knight from the beginning of the game. On chess base, you can draw a peace path. Here we can't do that, but I'll do it manually. This is the very same knight. From b1, it went to e2. From e2, indeed, it went to f4, and it did not escape your omniscient glance. C takes d4. The other knight is chilling, and this time it's Gukesh chilling. Knight g2. That knight goes to c3, and this knight ends its journey. Well, it certainly does not end its journey. Its journey will continue, but it's resting on h5. So from b1, it goes to h5. The other knight goes to c3. What a game this chess that we've chosen to play is. Beautiful.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so nice, and I was so happy when you mentioned knight g2, knight f4, knight h5, because that's the natural traditional route. And what we are seeing in this game is something extraordinary. Yeah, that knight from b1 reaching to h5, knight from g1 getting to c3. Really mind-blowing kind of regrouping.
And it reminds me of that, those chess riddles that I would get at chess camps. How do you get a certain position after 4 moves? And one of the most famous ones, I don't have time to illustrate it, but it's a position where black has a pawn on c6 and d6, and then only one knight on b8, and the knight on g8 is missing. And basically the point, I'll spoil it a little bit, is that the move that everybody forgets, and the question is how do you reach this in 4 moves, is one knight going from g8 to f6 to d7, and then replacing the other knight on b8. So in that final position, the knight on b8 that you see actually started as the g8 knight.
Wow.
I could
And
show
you
it.
do
I'm
that,
very quickly.
and you do that in just 4 moves. Yeah, it's also quite impressive.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually remember how you set this up, even though I actually know the idea. It's so mind-blowing that it's hard even once you know kind of the kernel to reconstruct it.
Yeah, not easy.
I'll figure it out
Not
eventually.
But yeah, Nadine has something to worry about and to figure out, yeah, because you already hit me with this knight h5, and I was answering it with king h8, and I wasn't happy. I wasn't thrilled because after king h8, queen g4, rook g8, one also gets the feeling that, okay, I haven't weakened anything yet on the king side, but I'm giving you so much time to get your game going. How will he find safety?
44 minutes on the clock for the reigning world champion. Ding leaning forward, Gukesh leaning back. King h8 was what we focused on. Black trying
f5.
to manage his
Exactly,
resistance.
f5.
What a move.
Yes, I was just at this moment thinking that maybe actually black has to go f5 because we talked about this already, yeah, that this ef6, bishop takes f6, if we are liquidating, even if we are slightly worse, that's not our main concern.
And I'll be honest, once the knight reached h5, f5 in my mind receded to the background, but it does make perfect sense. Open up more real estate on the king side, get some trades. Not a move you play if you like your position, but maybe the move you play if you want maximum saving chances is en passant virtually forced.
Well, I'm already worried to say what is forced or not. It's such an intriguing kind of position, yeah, that normally one says that, yeah, e takes f6. On the other hand, the f4 square is available for the knight, yeah. It's ef6 is a safe choice, but maybe if Gukesh is really ambitious, he wants something more than that. Is it possible to achieve it?
Now I feel like b4 is a more powerful positional threat, though, maybe in conjunction with a5. I was thinking briefly, and the other problem is you cannot abandon the d4 pawn. Queen f3 would be so nice, but you can't get it down. And let's quickly,
but wait a second. Can you? Queen f3, knight takes d4, queen g3, setting up the pressure on the g7 pawn and rook a d1. Is that an option?
Ooh. Not only an option, it appears to win the game. Rook a d1, bishop c5. No, that looks horrible. Knight f6 check. Wait a second. So you're telling me that black can't take this pawn, which means black probably has to play bishop b7.
Yes, and then we get this queen g3, at least something to think of. This looks very scary.
And then d5 becomes a possibility. So g6, this is a mate threat. You could also play rook f7. But then very quickly, white plays rook d1. And one very important detail, I think, Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, b4 might run into d5.
Yeah.
And because the bishop is fianchettoed, as opposed to previous iterations of the line, of course, DC is wrong.
You can take d takes e6, yeah, and win on the spot.
But apparently this is wrong. D takes c6. It's maybe because some move and black plays c takes b2. Oh, d takes e6, you said.
Yeah, the d takes e6 wins, yeah.
My apologies. I forgot about the rook. Maybe black should play g6, but no, this looks incredibly dangerous. And if not this, what on earth does black do?
Maybe queen e8. Can you try to target that knight on h5 so that the queen cannot move to g3? Is that a defense?
It is the defense, I think. d5, knight takes c5.
Yes.
And white is suspended in midair.
And now bishop b7 is a very huge threat, yeah, because the queen on f3 is targeted. And then you have to keep an eye on the h5. No, this is then a great defensive trap, yeah, queen f3, queen e8.
Is it the only move? Let's verify it is, Peter. Your incredible defensive vision. And the most important thing, the hardest moves are the only moves. The second best move is out of the question. Bishop b7 is almost +2. So this is where it's so easy to say, queen f3 equal. I fell into that trap. I just assumed knight takes d4. Impossible. But if Gukesh plays it, we'll know exactly why he played it, because he calculated that knight d4 didn't work. And we should reserve our avalanche of criticism until we truly understand what went through the player's mind before a move was made. But he's not made any move just yet.
Yes, exactly. And this is very important. Yeah, that it's a classical chess game. You cannot rush with your decision. Yeah, it looked like Queen FC is a wonderful idea. Knight takes d4, Queen g3, checkmate, followed by Rook a d1, Bishop b7, Queen g3, also fantastic. And then you rush and miss a move like Queen e8, and all of a sudden that's it. Yeah, you can't let that happen. Gukesh is taking his time. He has to judge. It's also a fundamental decision now, yeah, because this is the only possibility when he can use the en passant. If he doesn't use it, then the structure will be fixed.
Offer expires soon in one move from now. And let's not forget, in the first game, he recovered mostly from that disaster in the early middle game. He had the chance to play bishop c5. And because of that crazy line with the mutual desperado queen sacks, he rejected the entire line. And he went for a different line that allowed Ding to castle to the king side. So here, really trying to take that time and consider all of the candidate moves thoroughly. But let's quickly look at this position. How pleasant is it for white? My instinct, of course, is just to take on f6 one more time. Rook f6, bishop g5 loses the exchange. Black has to take with the queen. Obviously, you have to consider d5 now.
Yes, but on the other hand, yeah, d5 gives me also breathing time with black. Yeah, I'm not that worried of d5.
Do you take?
That's my impression, yes. Okay, probably I take, yeah, ed5.
So queen d5 is the tempo move. Let's try to keep the initiative going.
Yeah, queen e6. Let me challenge this queen.
Yeah, and I'll show people that bishop e6 gives away the knight. And I wouldn't rule out a queen trade, maybe some sort of quiet move, like rook a d1 is sort of my instinct.
Yeah, I would just like to highlight, Danya, can you just put that queen on c5 to appreciate that rook f5 maybe traps the queen?
Oh, no. How does this happen? How do you see that? Rook f5. Why did I put a pawn on a3? I told him to keep it on a2. Wow. Just like that. A cruel mistress this game is.
Yeah, this explains why you also opted for rook a, but after rook a, at least, yeah, we are talking about this, that from the black's perspective, we are trying to neutralize the pressure and we can trade pieces. Yes, white maintains some initiative, knight on c3, bishop e3, wonderful coordination, you will have the d file, but opposite colored bishops always give very good chances to the defender to hold the draw.
Should black take? Because white does have this semi-threat of queen e6 and rook d6, so maybe it's a good time just to eliminate the tension. And black always has this idea to sacrifice a pawn at the right moment for maximum activity. I'd also point out rook f5 is on the table potentially.
Yeah, also just a6. I feel like black should be able to somehow navigate this.
Yeah, I mean, Ding, here I feel like 40 minutes sounds like a lot of time to solve the problems in the position, whereas with the queens on the board and a knight on h5, it sounds like nothing. Okay.
Yeah, now the big question is, yeah, that how ambitious the position allows Gukesh to be, yeah, because he is in a very nice situation time-wise. That can he try to, what I'm meaning, that could he be influenced by the time situation, yeah, that which choice he's playing, and he might be thinking like, okay, yeah, bishop f6, I might be slightly better, but here the time factor might not be so important. Let me try to find a more complicated way. However, that could also give black good counter chances. Yeah, this is one of the dangers here.
And I mean, he has to consider this at the various points of calculation. Like maybe here he pauses and says, well, wait a second, do I have to go d5? And, you know, can I keep maximum lack of clarity in the position while I'm up on time? Of course, in thinking that you might end up losing and frittering away your entire time advantage, and that's happened before. So from a positional standpoint, d5 favors black because it opens up the bishop. On the other hand, it also opens up white's bishop. But I'd be thinking about moves like queen h5. Peter, they just seem to lack the right amount of pizzazz. Man, would you like to play bishop e3 to like e4 here? Just like black would like to go knight c6 to d5. So maybe the bishop and the knight can make a deal. I let you move like a knight one move, and you can move like a bishop one move.
Yeah, it's a complex position, yeah, because d4 pawn is hanging, yeah, so white also doesn't have so much freedom. So I'm absolutely agreeing that your temptation of going d4, d5 was there, yeah, that was your very first instinct. opening up the files. The only problem that maybe it's not that much.
There's also bishop c5, by the way. Just want to quickly throw in, and we will bring John back in here in a second. But I'd be thinking tactically as well. Maybe not rushing queen takes d5 check. But it doesn't work. Rook d8, knight d5, and I lose a piece here. How? Queen f7, knight e7, queen e7. At the very least.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, there is this line. Let's just show this.
And maybe black has an even better move somehow.
Yeah, but it's good enough, yeah? Okay.
7, yeah, queen f7, knight e7, and now not knight e7, but queen e7. Bishop e7, rook d1, knight e7, 2 pieces for rook. Rook d8 is a paper tiger because the rook will be driven out of the 8th rank. Nevertheless, Gukesh should take his time in calculating this variation, but right now he's got a bigger decision to make. He hasn't taken en passant yet. John, there's a meme in chess that says en passant is forced. Let's set the record straight for newer fans. It's not. Correct?
It's definitely not, but I find that psychologically, it's a really interesting place to be because you want to be provoking the weakness on g7, g6. You want that pawn to come up, and Gukesh wants to provoke Ding into creating something along those lines. And f5 sort of throws all of that into question, Peter, because it feels like that the accurate result, well, not result, but the accurate line is almost for Gukesh to say, oh, okay, I can take en passant here. I'm no longer trying to apply pressure against g7. Let's focus on the e6 pawn and potentially the d5 square. And he needs to sort of get himself out of that knight h5 hitting g7 mindset and into targeting something else on the board. That's fine to do. He's crazy, you know, he's the world championship challenger and he's got over an hour on the clock. Of course he can do that. But this is like Ding's way of applying pressure back onto Gukesh and basically asking the question, are you sure you want to do this? Do you have a plan B?
Yeah, it's a very good kind of observation, yeah, that this is now a huge decision for Gukesh, yeah. With knight h5, he signaled that he is trying to go for the maximum, yeah. He is going after black's king, and all of a sudden after f7, f5, with e takes f6 en passant, he might be playing for some small advantage. Yeah, the advantage might be there, but his mindset is looking for something different. Yeah, and here comes the mind that this queen f3 looked like a very strong idea with the intention of trying to go for the mating attack. However, this queen e8, beautiful little resource for black, calms things down and probably solves all of black's problems. So I'm very curious. I feel like e takes f6 is kind of the most natural move in the sense that, okay, white keeps the control, but if you are more ambitious, then you are certainly looking for other ways.
So Ding Liren asking Gukesh some questions with f5 here after Gukesh is busy setting up for that potential mating attack. Ding is still in the rest area, or occasionally escaping meme cam as we like to call it here, but he will basically be there or at the board when we come back with coverage in a couple of minutes. See you in a second.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email? Yeah, I can help with that.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. And at number 1 is a huge game from the candidates. This is round 8. Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces against Gukesh Domaraju. Now Gukesh has just lost round 7, the only loss that he had in the candidates against Ali Reza. And this is how the 17-year-old bounced back right after. Playing with black, it has been a model game against the Italian. A brilliant one. In case you missed it, I highly recommend you take a check on it because the whole strategy was around Gukesh infiltrating from the queen side, one side of the board, and then eventually ending the game with a checkmate on the other side of the board. He's kept the pressure on Vidit for pretty much the entire game, and here, Vidit made the move, g-pawn, moving 2 steps forward, clearing the way for the white rook to attack the queen and hitting the black knight at the same time. 2 pieces hanging. And this is the moment I want you to pause. I want you to channel your inner Gukesh. I want you to channel your Puzzle Rush God mode. Black to play. One of the wackiest positions from the candidates and one of the most beautiful moves of the candidates. Here, Gukesh played the stunning rook takes knight. Black has got 3 pieces hanging. White has got 4 different captures, where all roads lead to Rome, and Rome is checkmate on with its king on h4. Let's take a look at all the different captures. If white picks up the knight at the edge of the board, rook takes pawn is game over. Instead, if you capture the rook with the g-pawn, queen to g3 is checkmate. And after rook takes knight, my favorite, the most beautiful, if you capture the black queen, who needs a queen when you can get to the king, g5, a small pawn move with big effects, that's checkmate on the board. Take a look at this. Let this position just sink in. Absolutely crazy stuff. g5 would have been game over. Nothing can be picked up. Instead, after rook takes knight, with it capture the rook with the e-pawn, this only delays the inevitable, a check on the board, the king forced to move forward, and now after the knight retreats to h7 giving another check, Vidit resigns as the only move is picking up the knight, and queen takes pawn would have been checkmate.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
16.5 minutes and counting for this move from Gukesh. Dingley Ren, world champion, F5 and chill. You can see that written all over his face right now as he very calmly contemplates his next moves. It wouldn't even surprise me if Gukesh takes and Ding pops back out, pre-moves what he's going to play next, and heads straight back into the restroom. Ding looks like, Danya, he has this completely under control. Over to you.
Indeed, but John, I mean, I cannot imagine, I'm sitting thousands of miles away and I feel, the goosebumps and the butterflies in my stomach. What must the players be feeling as every moment could be decisive? And I've held out this long for my first historical reference, but I cannot resist because there's a great description of the nerves and the anxiety felt by Johannes Zukertort, the first ever world champion challenger, as he faced Wilhelm Steinitz in the decisive 20th game of the 1886 World Championship. This is from the New Orleans Times-Democrat, 1886. Zukertort, who was still suffering from the effects of his recent illness, he got sick during the match, appeared nervously weak, his slim, delicate fingers running through his mustache and pulling at his whiskers. He sat with his legs crossed, frequently clasped his hands together, cast furtive glances around the room, seemed unable to comprehend the combinations of the complex game that he was in vain endeavoring to study out to a conclusion. He would get up and, after pacing the floor for a while, return to his chair, press his hands to his brow, sip ice water, and strive to gather up the threads of the labyrinth of moves spread before him. Any of that sound familiar? Yep. 140 years later, we're still humans, and humans still deal with emotional pain and just the need to stay composed.
Yes, and look at this, how Dinglan is behaving in the resting room. This is the normal way, I think, for a chess player, that you want to somehow calm your nerves. You are thinking about, yes, I have played this move f5. I'm doing good. I'm trying to neutralize the pressure of my opponent. But you still also know that big fight is ahead. Your opponent will definitely find a way to keep some kind of an initiative. So you have to get ready for a big battle. And well, Gukesh still taking his time. It's a big decision. He knows exactly that after e takes f6, okay, I might be and I will be slightly better. I have that option, but can I find something more? After all, I went for knight h5 because I was hoping to create some really dangerous threats against Black's king. But objectively speaking, it looks like probably he has to take e takes f6 and go for this slightly better type of technical positions.
And I had a bit of an issue with my headphones, so Peter, I might have missed a few of the points you made, but still no move from Gukesh. And this has been a repeating narrative in the last couple of games. They have this huge time advantage. You think extra hour, suddenly in the blink of an eye, it's down to 13 minutes.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes, yeah, because Dink spent a lot of time because he had to make a decision, yeah, ever since he opted for this knight b6, knight c4 kind of play, going for this unbalanced pawn structure with the light squares, and Gukesh about to make a move. He did capture, he did take en passant, he takes f6 on the board. I'm very happy to see that. And it shows the high class that, yes, it's one thing that what we want, but we have to also think about what the position allows us to do. And e takes f6 was the right move. Bishop f6
I think you had
on the board.
The right call. Queen f3, knight f4. He had to consider the positional pros and cons of leaving that weak pawn fixed on e6 and correctly decides, no, it's not worth it, especially given the massive, massive price, potentially catastrophic price of a single error. Will he follow up with knight takes f6 check? I think the answer is a firm yes. He will give it a couple moments, though, because d5 in this position has to be calculated. The knight on h5. You know, Peter, you felt a little pain parting ways with the light-skirt bishop. As a lover of sacrifices and attacks, I feel a little pang of pain, you know, like saying goodbye to a relative, giving this knight up for the bishop. But I think the position demands it.
Yes, because there is pressure on the d4 pawn, and okay, maybe there is an argument that one can also start with d5 and it leads to the same position, but it looks completely unnecessary. It gives black extra options. So yes, taking on f6 and after deciding what to do. However, after probably also white is kind of obliged to play d4, d5 because black might be settling some rook d8. In any case, there is pressure on the d4 pawn. The queen still has the same issue that we had before, that if the queen leaves on d1, then the pawn on d4 will be vulnerable. On the other hand, this line that we analyzed, knight takes f6, queen takes f6, and then going for d4, d5 push, it does guarantee white some kind of a small advantage, but black is also rock solid, and we are talking about a classical chess game. Black probably should hold this position, but one game that comes to mind was this very famous Kramnik versus Karpov versus Kramnik game from Dortmund 1993, when in the Meran they reached very similar structure, and seemingly before everybody thought the position is completely equal, and then Karpov with his incredible mastery managed to show that there is some more potential in positions like this.
Absolutely, and I also am remembering his opposite colored bishop demonstration against Kasparov. I think in a different position, the knights were absent, but in a position from the semi-Tarrasch, I think he exchanged, I want to say, his knight for Kasparov's bishop on e6 to the surprise of the commentators, but then demonstrated that, yes, even with opposite-colored bishops, the positional and tactical trump cards can ultimately prevail over the drawish tendencies. But I'll check that game out. Now, I'm not sure which rook white should put on d1, but we were looking earlier, Peter, at rook a d1. Can we establish what the best defensive approach is for black? Is it to put a pawn on a6? Is it to push b4 and try to liquidate the queen side? And first and foremost, does black take on d5? I would think yes.
Yeah, because you already highlighted, yeah, that potentially there is this idea of going queen takes e6 and rook d6. Because if not for that fact, I would have said that rook f5 would be kind of a very natural, nice little move. Yeah, to try to trade on our own terms, but yeah, takes rook d6 is too powerful.
And black probably will not pick up his pieces after knight d8, rook f d1. So black kind of obliged for that reason to take on d5. White recaptures with the rook, and here we would reach a critical moment. b4 is an option, a6 is an option, and rook f5 in this position also on the table. And it can make it hard, Peter, sometimes when you have so many different candidate moves, it can be a little overwhelming to have to choose one of them.
Yeah, it's much better to have only one good move than to have three more or less equal candidate moves, because that gives you another chance to burn 15 extra minutes for absolutely no reason. Somehow I'm tempted to think about if I can play the move a6 just not to rush anything and hope for some bishop f5, bishop d3. Yeah, that would be lovely if black would be able to activate that bishop to d3. Clearly white will not give time for that, but I feel like black should be able to hold this.
I mean, b4 was my instinct, but I'm also suffering from bullet brain, so a6 is the sort of professional move. Can white try to exploit the temporary kind of hanging status of black's pieces? I'm thinking rook d6, rook c5. If I play rook f d1 and I procrastinate, you might get your bishop to d3, as you said, which I don't like.
Yes, hitting that
6.
Yeah, hitting that knight. Well, if you do rook d6, I might have knight e5, knight d3. Yeah, so rook c5 is kind of smart not to let me get that one.
Then maybe bishop b7? Perhaps?
Then maybe bishop b7, yes.
And I do have this a4 idea in some position. Maybe I can throw in a4?
Here, yeah. But also after rook c5, I have this knight a5, knight b3 kind of jump. It gives me a tempo. On the other hand, the knight on b3 will be very far away from the game. Yeah, it's a very double-edged question if I really want to have that.
Yeah, I feel like I would get excited here at some attacking prospects like knight d5. But on the other hand, what? Because rook c7 is always met with rook b7. And a4 here, yeah, knight b3 again with tempo. Huh. Can we try b4 really quickly? How bad is this? Potentially even giving up one of the pawns, but liquidating the queen side.
Yeah, no, of course, it's a very principled move. Yeah, so a b4, knight b4.
It would be nice if I had the rook on a1. Maybe here, I changed my mind. I'll take with the other rook on. I'll put the other rook on d1.
Exactly, yeah, rook fd1, yeah, was the other option. And well, it's tough to say, yeah. White is somewhat better, but you have all the chances, yeah, to liquidate.
Bishop a7 doesn't work, I think. Or does it? Can I get away with this move? Or is this just a dead draw after knight takes d5?
But wait a second, if you play rook a8 or rook b7, then what?
Rook b7, I thought rook b5, because rook a5, you have knight c6.
Ah, yes. Beautiful, yeah. Rook b7, rook b5. It's a nice little touch.
But honestly, would black really be risking the losing here after this? And now,
well, if you cannot trade the rooks by force, I mean, if white gets chance to get that bishop to d4, play f3, and then avoid the rook trade, then I believe that should be kind of a win, slow win for white.
0-0-0 might be the dumbest evaluation of a position like this that I've ever seen. Anybody who seriously claims, yeah, I don't care which side I am, time to check the pockets.
But wait a second, yes, because maybe after bishop e5 you can you by force trade the rooks? Yeah, rook f7, rook b7 comes to mind, but I have f3, g4. I don't see it yet happening.
But then bishop d3 and rook c1 and rook c2?
Ah, like this. Wow. Okay, you have to show this because I'm trying to hide that rook away.
But I can also give a check on the 8th rank, so maybe black needs to do this in a different way.
Yeah, probably. But okay, let's just illustrate that beautiful hiding the rook business. G4 was my idea.
In order to pave the way for the rook to get to the 2nd rank. And I also have rook e1, it occurred to me.
Yes, and then rook e2, yeah. Because if black trades the rooks, then the pawn up position doesn't give white any winning chances.
very important because this is on a light square, and if they approach these types of positions, we will elaborate more deeply for newer players why the rook trade is a dead draw. But for now, you can take our word for it. Opposite colored bishops in a structure this simple, the pawn will have no impact on the evaluation. So we go back to the live position because Gukesh investing yet another long think, and yet again the time situation almost equalizing.
Yeah, it's understandable. It's such a big decision. He knows exactly that, okay, if I'm taking the bishop with knight f6 and then breaking open the center with d4, d5, time won't be such a big issue because the position kind of simplifies. Many trades are coming, and yes, white will be squeezing something, but the clock, the time situation will not be a decisive factor. But the big question is, what other candidate moves does white have? Because the pawn on d4 is hanging. Is he comparing the direct d4, d5 move compared to knight takes f6? Is that the reason why he's spending so much time?
I have a couple thoughts. Bishop f4 is a tempo move, so I just, I was considering it just because, you're supposed to consider checks, captures, and threats, but I'm not certain what white is gaining after rook b7. Maybe it creates some awkwardness among black strengths. The other thing I'd point out is a4 can be thrown in at various moments. It can be thrown in here, although again, who benefits in the event of a4, b4? I don't see how the answer would be white, but clearly there is something that's catching his eye.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that could be, because since he opted for e takes f6, it looked like kind of that he's ready to take and go d5 and try to press in this endgame.
Wait a second. What about queen f3? Somebody in the chat pointed it out, and I noticed this move earlier, but stopped calculating after knight d4. But knight d4, I can play knight f6 maybe.
Oh wow, yes, and then if queen takes, then you can simply take, and the knight on d4 is hanging, and otherwise you are hoping to set up some rook takes f6, queen g3, bishop g5, and the hanging rook on b8.
Exactly. Should we put this on the board?
Yeah, let's show it.
So this hits the knight. Knight takes d4, intermezzo. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at king h8. So queen f6 drops a piece. Rook f6 allows queen g3. And this looks very scary, although, holy smokes, I'm now looking at...
Exactly. You have all these knight f3 checks at some point.
Oh my gosh.
Not sure.
This is such a fun position. Oh my goodness.
And also just sacrificing exchange somewhere could be a possibility for black, with this monster knight on d4.
Oh my... Do I have knight f3, king h1, and then... trying to make
bishop b7, for example.
Yeah, bishop b7. Check here, and just bishop b7, and rook g6. Amazing move.
Yeah.
No, this is how you lose with white.
Yeah, this is not good. But if not queen g3, then maybe queen to e4. Yeah, just not to step into this knight f3 check. No, also not.
Did we step into knight f3 anyway?
No, because also the rook on b8 is not hanging. Yeah, there was a reason why the first instinct was queen g3.
But why is this like dead lost? Is it still
knight f3? Pawn done. But probably knight f3 again, yeah? Exactly.
Crazy. Out of nowhere, this knight f3... No. Oh, come on. Oh, rook g6 and bishop b7.
Yes, rook g6, bishop b7.
Oh my gosh! Is there queen h4, some sort of deflection at the end? Like this line, right? White has to go queen f4, e5, queen f5.
E5
is there queen d7?
Yeah, let's go for it. It's cash in time, yeah?
But then queen h5.
Okay, but you can't really be holding on for that long diagonal for too long, no?
Yeah, queen f7. Oh, look at this. Queen f7. Okay, I cheated because I think we've gone very deep and we've earned the right. And here, Peter, look at this. You don't give a check. Why not?
Yes.
You be patient because of knight f6 check. Amazing. You have to take on e4 first, eliminating this final counter chance, and now winning the game with a discovery. We predicted the course of the game. This is going to be the final position. No, just kidding. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a nice illustration that how many lines are there to be calculated? Ding is chilling, however, because it's up to his opponent to make a decision. Yeah, he has already opted for f5, great resource, fantastic defense by Ding. We have analyzed it. The position looked very dangerous, very scary, and he found a way to kind of neutralize White's initiative on the king side. And White might have to be kind of satisfied with a small age. And no, Gukesh goes queen f3. He goes for it.
Holy cannoli. And wait a second now. After knight d4, knight f6, rook f6, we do see zeros on the eval bar. We've refuted queen e4 and queen g3. What in God's name could he be intending there? Queen back to d1, there's e5. Maybe it is queen back to d1.
But no, it's, I don't know. It's very intriguing, and I think, look at this. Dingra is kind of surprised. I believe that psychologically he was simply ready for this knight f6, queen f6. I will be slightly tortured, but I will somehow hang on. And all of a sudden, we have a completely different character.
Can we
of problems, questions?
Enter the forest again and figure out what is his idea here? I briefly considered queen d1 because if e5, we should not forget bishop g5 is a threat. Still, by the way, not so convincing.
Exactly. I would be very happy to sacrifice this exchange and some bishop f5, bishop gets to d3. Black has wonderful pieces. Yeah, so I'm intuitively also not afraid of this.
Ugh.
Bishop b7 also possible.
No. Garbage. f4 looks like garbage. Rook g6 there, and black is mating. Bishop b7.
Wow, but if queen g3 is not good and queen e4, okay, queen e4 is no surprise because queen e4 actually does not put any real pressure on black.
Could there be an alternative in this position? Is knight f6 maybe not forced? Maybe here queen g3?
But okay, then I will always be able to recapture with the queen on f6, yeah? Then I don't have that issue.
You speak the truth. So queen g3, you'll play bishop b7, I
yes,
suppose?
Bishop b7, yeah.
Bishop takes d4 is not a thing. That doesn't do anything. Oh my gosh. I'm starting to get a little worried here that could there have been a miscalculation? Could he be aiming for queen g3?
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate.
Oh. And Ding, of course, has to trust his instincts, has to trust himself. Now we ask the same question for him. Could he be waylaid by attempting alternative to knight takes d4?
But what are the options? Bishop b7, but okay, I don't really see the benefit, yeah, because b5 pawn is hanging just in case. White can also take on f6 at any moment. It doesn't feel right. Somehow knight takes d4 is the move that you feel that you have to calculate because it's such a principled move. If it works, it's fantastic for black. Of course, there are all these crazy calculations, crazy lines to be calculated. But they are kind of force in nature, yeah, and we assume that these brilliant players should be able to calculate it out once they are focused on that specific position. But no, Ding goes for queen e8.
Unreal.
Why on earth so quickly?
Just trusting his opponent, and queen e8 isn't even that bad. Forget the evaluation of that move. What did White have in mind that was so scary after knight d4? I feel, Peter, in the press conference, I will make a prediction. Knight f6, rook f6, queen g3. Yes. Impulsively, I feel like it looks dangerous because b8 is hanging, the d4 knight is loose. But you have to keep calculating. You're up a pawn there, active pieces. You can't just trust your opponent like that.
Especially because you still have a lot of time. And look at this, yeah, Gukesh also wanted to have some rest, to eat something, grab some energy, to get some energy. But he sees that actually his opponent has already made a move. The good news for him is that he does not need to add the board in order to calculate. Yeah, he has a monitor in his room. He can be looking at the monitor and calculate lines.
And 20 years from now, they won't even need to return to the board to make their move because the brain device will execute the move for them.
Don't scare us. Don't scare us, Danya.
No, all we need is another voice arguing for artificial intelligence. being our demise. No. Without the humans, this match would not be nearly as intriguing. Just look at the nerves. This is such a nice dual camera view as both players. They might be eating, but it's not a sign that they are calm. Gukesh runs his head through his hair. Will he take on f6? Can he just please get rid of this bishop already?
Yeah, probably. Now the big question is also, what does he achieve by this? Yeah, because after knight f6, rook takes f6, comes with a tempo, hits the queen on f3. Is that the reason why Ding felt like, okay, I'm just happy with queen 8, why I should be looking for all this crazy calculation with knight takes d4? My opponent spent like 25 minutes on it. I don't want to get into that jungle.
Let me take the devil's advocate position. After knight f6, rook f6, I can drop my queen back, let's say, to e2, and then I can try to put a rook on d1. Earlier, I didn't have that luxury because I had to babysit the d4 pawn. But your point is well taken. Surely white cannot be more than a little bit better here.
Yeah, that's the impression we are getting from Ding's choice. Yeah, if queen e8 would be an unpleasant move, or if he would think like his position is really unpleasant, then he would be kind of motivated to calculate the knight takes d4 jungle. However, he felt like, okay, I already spent way too much time before. I don't have the luxury to be spending 20 minutes on some crazy lines. Queen 8 is a solid, reliable kind of reaction. I can live with that, and I can make that move instantly.
And you have to move on once you play a move like this, because chess players have a tendency to keep coming back to critical moments. And God forbid, we've all had this experience. You suddenly realize, Tal, actually, in the same interview where he shared the story about Bronstein and Holmov, he shared the story of playing Jan Timman in a tournament toward the end of his career. And as to paraphrase him, during the game, he realized that the day before, in a game with John Nunn, he missed a huge opportunity to win. And he said that he spent the rest of the time during his think against Timman worrying about how he could not find and scolding himself for not finding that move. And he finished his statement by saying, such simultaneous exhibitions by grandmasters usually do not result in success. So Ding has to move on. He's made the move, and now he's got a difficult defensive task in front of him, but he's now up on time.
Yeah, now the big question is sometimes, that like Gukesh, he spent a lot of time, he was calculating the lines, he opted for queen f3, and then you release the tension, you make the move, you get up, you go to your resting room, you refresh yourself, drink something, eat something, and then it hits you that, wait a second, in one of the lines that I was assuming that it's good, what happens if that move, how often it happens, and then you are in a state of shock, you are very worried that, oh my God, maybe my opponent will notice it and so on, and then suddenly the move queen 8 comes, and then you relax that, okay, good, I have everything under control. We did see he finished, was it a mandarin? What was he eating there?
Man, I don't think we'll ever know. Banana, mandarin, I mean, they got the full assortment of vitamins at their disposal. So we see some stretches by Ding.
Yeah, queen e8, solid move, a rock solid move. Yeah, we see the computer says that, okay, white has some potential to press, but I'm loving this move, queen 8, actually. The more I look at it, it has a fundamental kind of saying that I'm not afraid of the position. I kind of believe that I should be fine, but still, it has quite a funny character. Yeah, you highlighted knight takes f6, rook f6, queen back to e2. Potentially, you're also setting up some knight e4 jump. Also, you want to just connect the rooks, bring the rooks with rook ad1, rook fe1 in the game.
It's quite annoying that bishop b7, I'm not going to say it's unplayable, but giving up, the linchpin of black's pawn chain, that would be a serious material investment. And a6, maybe black doesn't have the time for? I don't know.
Yeah, and he takes the bishop, knight takes f6 on the board. I would also like to highlight that ideas like just pawn to f3 later on in this structure, pawn to f3, bishop to f2, rook e1, and then bishop g3, bishop e5, it's also a typical way of maximizing your pressure on the dark squares, making sure that your G2, the only vulnerable spot on G2, will be also beautifully protected thanks to this pawn move to F3.
Very true. I'm expecting a near instant queen retreat by Gukesh, just process of elimination in such positions. You don't want to keep it on the long diagonal. You don't want to walk into a discovery. You don't want to walk into a lateral rook move to the G file. So at some point, you're running out of squares. You don't want to play a Botez Gambit. There's a time and a place for that. And neither of those things is during a World Championship match. So I think we will see the queen retreat to E2.
On the board.
And it does.
Happened. Yes.
Big moment for Ding, Peter. I really think choosing the defensive construction here, and what is the priority for him? Is the priority to protect B5, or is it to get his pieces out ASAP?
I think that he would love to get his pieces out as quickly as possible, but yeah, the B5 pawn is hanging. Is there some argument to be made for rook F5? For trying to step out of this knight E4, protecting that pawn, and then going for bishop B7? Is that a possibility?
Let's put it on the board. I was partial to A4.
A4. Okay, I was thinking like in long terms, maybe my E6 pawn will be vulnerable. Yeah, so every single decision, every single move has its own consequences. A4 move, and you target me immediately there. Yeah.
I was hoping for B4, knight B5 with a double threat of a fork and queen C4. I mean, even A6 is probably totally fine for black, honestly.
Yeah, probably the A file doesn't make so much difference. And by the way, in the long run, I will have this knight B4 jump. Yeah, now that you move that pawn to A4, I will have access to the B4 square.
It's so good for people to see, for newer players. Open file doesn't automatically mean success, because all of the infiltration squares are protected by the combined forces of these three pieces. Literally, you have no squares past A3, and you don't even have rook A3. So the only square you can put the rook on the A file is A2. That tells you all you need to know. So I really like rook F5. Such a nice, as you would say, cemento move. It's the best description for such a move.
Yes, but on the other hand, then my strategical idea by going, I don't know, rook E1, F3, bishop F2, I don't know exactly in which move order, but just to highlight, that for example, bishop B7, F3, bishop F2, rook A D1, if I can get all these moves going, then E6 pawn will be vulnerable, D4, D5 will still be hanging in the air, and also this reshuffling the bishop via G3 to the H2 B8 diagonal can also activate this bishop and potentially go to E5, because we are expecting that knight from C6 to move anyway.
Wow. That's such a deep positional idea. Even if black gets the bishop out, it looks great, but the D5 square does not solve. It's not a panacea, because black also has this long-term weakness. There is the nuclear option to go E5 at some point, but unless you're fully developed and ready, that is a very scary move to play in a low time situation. Allowing D5, my intuition would be very much against it. Maybe knight
the problem. Yes, the problem of E5, D5 is that the queen on E8 is hanging. Yeah, so E5 can only be justified if you would be able to jump with the knight to D4, but this is clearly not the case. Otherwise, yes, setting up a blockade with knight E7 it's possible, but then comes this strategical idea also that the bishop can land on E5, via F3, bishop F2, bishop G3, bishop E5, and I will be putting pressure.
Do you have bishop F4 in this position? I'm not saying it's a great move, but rook F4, queen E5 maybe?
Oh, wow. Even this, sensational stuff. Yeah, that would shorten the maneuver.
Yeah, just eliminate the middleman. Sell straight to the consumer. I don't know. I'm afraid to put it on the board. Okay.
It works, yeah. Let's just highlight the point, yeah.
But, you're the boss highlighting the deep tactical, the deep positional ideas in the plan. I'll find the cheapo tactic. But even in the absence, your point is well taken. How does black solve these problems? Queen G6 is a move. It's back to the point about decisions, right? Every move, black has a vast array of options, and that's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's not always a good thing. By the way, I like your Queen G6 because anyway, the G2 pawn is the only vulnerable spot in white's position, and then Queen G6, bishop B7, setting up some serious business on the G2 pawn.
And e5 then is opened up as a possibility because knight d4 has become possible.
Yeah, that also is a benefit. Now the big question is that, did, for example, Ding underestimate the move queen e2? Yeah, because it's so easy to think like, okay, if white has to waste the tempo of going back with the queen to e2, then I will solve my problems. So it's the big question is that fundamentally, is his position, his thought process thinking that this will be fine? Is it correct? Or is actually he running long-term risk in this position?
And just consider all the complexities just within one, you can open several doors, like in that old game show. You don't know what's behind each door, and consider the time that it takes to consider what's behind a single door. Ding opens another door, queen to g6. He wants to open the door to white's king. A direct option.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, actually, because then he does not even want to waste tempo on rook f5. Yeah, he's threatening to play rook bishop b7. Based on the tactics, then knight takes b5 is met by knight takes d4 and a potential checkmate on g2.
Mm-hmm. And
how is white reacting? f3 or?
f3 looks totally solid. I mean, a big benefit of keeping the bishop on c8 is that it can actually exploit and make use of this diagonal should white play d5, which I don't like at all. That helps black eradicate the weakness. f3 on the board.
Yes, very professional. It was clear that the pawn belongs to f3. Yeah, it opens up this bishop maneuver, bishop f2, bishop g3, but also it gives the option eventually for white to jump with the knight from c3 to e4 with the tempo. The reason why I'm not such a big fan of this knight e4 move, and I did not mention it earlier, because it would give up the d5 square. Yeah, it would also ease black's play, but everything is based on perfect calculation. Yeah, if sometimes you can benefit with a direct knight e4, then you have to do it. Look, f8 played.
Okay, rook f5 would have transposed into one of the lines that we'd been examining through the looking glass. Rook f8, similar vibes, Peter, but he's not necessarily preparing bishop b7. Is he hinting at the possibility of e5? Could this be his main concept? Or is he just saying, I'm not in a hurry. I don't need to hurry with bishop b7 at all because everything is under control. And is it?
Yeah, it's a very tricky situation, because long terms I do see quite a lot of potential for white. Yeah, this pressure against the e6 pawn, that knight on c3 is beautifully sitting there. Simply rook e1, putting that pressure on the e6 pawn, this bishop maneuver, everything. White can somehow enjoy the position. And here it comes, yeah, that there was this moment when we, after the en passant, we spoke about that if white is forced to take on f6, then black was capturing back with the queen, and we were thinking that with d5, white has to simplify the position. Yeah, there was no way of just maintaining the tension in the position because black was too active. Now I feel that here we are seeing a much more dynamic situation and some potential dangers for black. Of course, if black gets 2-3 moves extra, we will be talking about black solving all his issues, but it's white to move. We also see the evil bar gives white the advantage, and also humanly speaking, it feels like there should be something to play for with white.
Somehow I can't really take my eyes off of d5. I know that goes against the entire setup that white is building up. It's the impulsive move that you would, scold your young student for, but still, there's this one cheapo tactic that I'm noticing after knight takes d5, white is threatening bishop takes a7. And
yeah, but I'm very happy to ignore that. I'm very happy. I just go bishop f5. Please take that pawn. I'm giving it. Let me organize my counterplay.
Very instructive. Bishop d3 threatened. Let me just show bishop a7. No, this loses actually to
rook e8
first. Yes. I block with my bishop. And already, even if you don't see bishop d3, it's a crime to go for this. Bishop d3 skewers the queen and the rook. Well spotted. So d5 is off the table.
Exactly. Yeah, I think d5 is completely off the table, and the question is that rook fe1, but rook fe1, bishop b7. This is what Ding is relying on, because again, thanks to this queen on g6 and pressure on the f3 pawn, so I'm a little bit worried of moving that rook from f1.
Totally agree. What about starting with bishop f2?
But that's maybe too much of a prophylactic move, yeah? So now we understand why the players are taking their time, yeah? It's when you sit at the board and every single move has its consequences, and if I start like this, then black gets this. If I do that, then this, and then you are trying to find finally the best kind of move order that's possible.
This is exactly what Ding was dealing with when Gukesh played bishop e3. Like, okay, if I castle, then he goes knight f4 and starts attacking me. If I play on the queen side, then he might go pawn f4. It's this uncertainty, the vagueness that causes players to spend so much time. I think most people watching would be inclined to play a neutral move like rook a d1. And maybe this is the way for white to go. Maybe this is the happy medium.
Yeah, because it still keeps the pawn on b5 under pressure, so black cannot play the move bishop b7. There are no tactics with the rook on f1. And if you have to waste a tempo on defending that b5 pawn with a6, that clearly benefits them white, then we can do something.
Now again,
yes.
Same dilemma.
Same dilemma, yeah, because, okay, for example, bishop f2, bishop b7, bishop g3, rook bd8, you are just in time to get counterplay against the d4 pawn.
So maybe we go one step back, and now, already rook fe1, I have to start calculating. And black can also reposition the rook to e8. I mean, you don't mind a slightly passive placement, but maybe there I can finally go knight e4. So if I go here first, hitting the pawn.
Rook, okay, so you wanted to me play rook b8. Okay, I will do it. Because if you play knight e4, I'm going to go knight e7. Can I get another my blockade? Because f3 pawn is hanging.
Very well spotted. Knight e7 is super important. Man, if only I had a king on h1. One more prophylactic move. I have an idea. And so does Gukesh.
Yeah, rook ad1 on the board. Yes.
Maybe bishop g3 actually completing the maneuver would be nice here. But let's go back to the live board because it's decision time for Ding.
Yeah, does he spend this extra little move with a6? I feel that the bishop belongs to b7, and in order to get the bishop to b7, that's the reason why you play a6. It's not just, you know that the bishop belongs to b7 and you have to protect this pawn on b5. Of
course, black should not fall asleep. d5 is always a possibility that black must remain vigilant of. But
one question, your favorite idea, you were always mentioning that, for example, b5, b4, is that a possibility here? Or is it out of the book? I know that it destroys the pawn structure, but I want to get this AB knight before. Yes, AB knight before.
Uh-huh. Should I and queen c4, you have bishop a6.
I have bishop a6.
Far from off the table, I think it's a possibility. I mean, d5 has to be bc, dc, rook b2. Black wins the game. Yeah. So I think I have to take. You play knight takes b4.
Yes.
And
I want to jump to d3 with the knight, yeah?
Hello. Yeah. Can white go bishop f4 again? I'm starting to think about.
Oh, wow. Bishop f4 again, yeah?
Let me try it. Rook b6 though, even.
Yeah, but okay, I have to ignore, yeah, this rook f4, queen e5. And then I jump with knight to d3, so I ignore, yeah, any of your...
Even here?
Okay, rook c6, rook c6.
Bishop e5.
Knight d3.
My party's over and yours is beginning.
Yeah.
Can I go b3? Nah. I made all these fancy moves and I have nothing to show for them. Not even a goodie box.
Yeah, just I wanted to highlight, yeah, that this b5, b4 is also a very tempting option. I might feel like over the board in high stake game, maybe just knowing that I will create chances and I activate my rook could be a temptation.
And it, in a certain way, reminds me of before Gukesh playing b4 against Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces in the last round of the candidates, temporarily sacrificing a pawn. Of course, the reason there was different, but kind of similar. Then he followed up with knight c6, and it was also having to do with activating the knight. But emotionally, to voluntarily destroy your pawn structure, it's a hard thing to make yourself do. And yet I actually really like before. Given the time situation, we advocated for giving the position more clarity. This is one thing you want to do as the defending side, if possible.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a very important, because when you play the move a6, it feels like it's the lazy move. Yeah, okay, I'm protecting my pawn. I'm planning to play bishop b7, but actually white also has so many natural moves to improve his position. And this is a tactical option, yeah, that thanks to this bishop a6 trick, black seems to be ready and able to push this and create counterplay.
And I think it was GM Jonathan Rosen, Scottish grandmaster and philosopher. One of his great books, he talks about the concept of procrastination. I'm very familiar with this concept. So is my accountant and my family and all of my teachers. But when you're defending, procrastination means putting off the committal decisions because you feel this false sense of comfort. My position is solid. I don't need to play a committal move like b4. I know that if I keep the status quo, I'm going to probably survive into the time control. But of course, the danger of that is the longer the game drags on, the more your opponent grinds you down, the higher the probability that eventually you're going to get squeezed to death. So if you see an option like b4, you don't know how many more times you'll have these concrete moves. You have to sit there and calculate it out, because you might be able to solve your problems before things get really bad. You don't want to get tortured for 40 moves.
Yes, and I also feel that it's very much in Ding's style, yeah, to try to fight for initiative, not just sit there in a slightly passive position. Of course, if he believes that his position is very good, yeah, he has nothing to worry about. If he just sticks with a6, bishop b7, then there is no reason to go b5, b4. But if he's somehow unsure that, yes, if I'm playing slowly, I give my opponent time also to regroup his pieces, and it might be potentially dangerous, then the argument to go for this direct b5, b4 idea is all the more valid.
Does white have to capture on b4? Is there a case to be made for knight e4, which was an old reaction that we did have to previous iterations of b4?
Yeah, in fact, I believe that after b4, the move that worries black is probably knight e4. Yeah, that you keep the tension and not allow any direct counterplay.
c3 there's bc, and things might get even harder to evaluate.
Yes, exactly. Of course, if after b4 you can simply ignore and you can play the move knight e4, that's somewhat of a game changer. Then I have weakened my queen side.
The penultimate game of the World Championship. The players both down to half an hour. 20 moves left to make. No increment, folks, until move 40 is made. There is a 30-second increment that only kicks in the second time control. It's an eternity away. They've lived one lifetime to get to this position, and another has to be lived in half the time until they hit that time control. My goodness. Tough decision, yet again, for Ding Liren.
Yeah, very tough. And now that you mentioned this move, knight e4, I was also thinking like, yeah, knight e4 is possible, but I should be able to have something. But now that I'm thinking about this concrete position after b4, knight e4, I'm slightly worried for black, yeah, because I don't see a way to maintain that c4 pawn in a nice way.
Well, John, we need all the help we can get. Ding needs all the help he can get. He'd sacrifice a kingdom and a horse just for 2 extra minutes of thinking time.
It does feel a little bit like that, doesn't it? Ding choosing not to liquidate and try to continue to obfuscate matters. It makes sense given some of the potential he had for pushing earlier on in the World Championship, but I think I agree with you guys that maybe it's working a little bit less well here, and there's a risk that it sends him further into the tank. He's not out of it by any stretch, though. Half an hour each, effectively, unless he goes in for a long think now. We'll find out whether that is the case. I believe we're going to go for our final break before the time control, which is kind of exciting here, given it's move 21. So when we come back, less than half an hour on the clock, or about that, for both of our players, and they'll have to make 20 moves to get to move 40. Top up your drinks, grab your teas and coffees. We're in for a wild ride.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
In 2022, Gukesh was on your team that won bronze at the Olympiad, and I know he mostly did his own studying and preparation, although he was obviously a valuable team member. I want you to compare your assessment of him then with now, because you gave an interview to chess.com 2 years ago, and this is what you said about Gukesh. Not even sure if you remember. You said, he's self-confident, he has daring play, a risky approach, a narrow opening repertoire, he defends well in tough positions, and you called his time management interesting. Now, how many of those are still the case, and how many of those has he improved on?
I think my views stand as such in all the aspects.
Okay.
So I still feel his time management could be better, and his opening repertoire could be broader, but he's getting there. Now, compared to 2022 Chess Olympiad and now, he's playing more openings, so he's gradually broadening his repertoire. That's very good sign. And he's not rushing it. So he is confident that he doesn't have to expand too fast and not have a deep understanding of the openings he plays. So he's taking it gradually, which is a mature thing to do. So I'm happy that he's handling these issues. But when you're taking it gradually, it takes longer time to achieve the objective. But my view on how this stands as such.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Hello from Oslo and the venue for the final of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. As you can see, a lot of construction still going on, but if you turn around, there's already a lot of fun stuff that has happened. We have one of the bleachers set up where you can sit and watch 8 of the best chess players in the world battling it out on stage while you follow the broadcast. On this big Jumbotron, for the first time, you can actually sit inside the arena and watch the broadcast live. You can hear the commentators, you can get the reactions, you can see the analysis, everything while you see the players live on stage. And you hear everything on silent disco headsets, meaning that the players won't be disturbed by the sound going on. And here, the players won't be disturbed by movement inside the arena where the audience is sitting either, because we're going to put up many more of these plexiglass screens where it's going to be a mirror effect, meaning the players won't see anything that's happening here inside that part of the arena. But here, 8 of the best players from December 17th through December 21st going to battle it out to decide who is going to be the winner of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. You can also be here. You can enjoy all this excitement in what we think is probably the most exciting chess venue ever built. So get here and join the fun with us December 17th through December 21st.
Is this going to be it? We have the thread that Danya and Peter were discussing before we went to break on the board. Bishop f4 has been found, rook b6, bishop c7 played near instantaneously, and Dingley Ren is close to being 10 minutes down on the clock, which is significant at this stage when Gukesh only has half an hour. Danya, you guys correctly went down this line. What comes next?
Well, I actually am not sure because somehow I feel like there was an inclusion of moves in our version of this line. But basically, Peter can correct me on this. 97 was played. Gukesh finding just eagle-eye tactical vision, LPDL, loose pieces drop off. Obviously, the bishop cannot be captured because the queen forks both rooks. How often do you get to fork rooks on b8 and f4? White wins on the spot. There are no counter tactics. But here's the difference. After rook b6, another intermezzo tickle, you can't really go rook b7. This is a huge issue because bishop d6 pins the knight and creates massive threats like d5 and the b5 pawn is hanging. But after rook c6, bishop b5, Peter, this is the crux. Somehow I felt like in our other version of this line, the b5 pawn was not hanging. Here it is, and I don't know if black has a tempo to afford on a move like a6.
Yeah, probably he can, but White has already achieved what he wanted, yeah, to transfer his bishop to e5. Thanks to this brilliant bishop f4 find, White was able to save at least two tempes. Gukesh had foreseen, he had been relying on this wonderful idea, and the fact that Dinglian has slowed down after bishop c7, it somehow signals me that he has missed the move bishop f4. It wasn't a voluntary decision that, okay, you know, you can get your bishop to f4 and I don't mind. He does mind. That's pretty obvious.
And this position, I put a6 on the board, is not losing. It's just that the bishop exerts a vice-like grip on the position. Compared to what we had earlier, the trend of the game would favor white, and Ding falls below 20 minutes now. Would white play knight e4 here and target some of these dark squares? And can we explain, why does black not solve all of his problems with knight d5? Is it f4 and rook f3? And rook b7, bishop d6 on the board. Whoa, 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 whoa. He's allowed this.
Wow, he allowed rook b7, bishop d6?
Rook e8.
And rook e8. I'm not liking this for black. No, this feels very shaky.
Okay, put your tactical hats on, folks. I'm already looking for bishop e7, rook e7, queen e5. I mean, this bishop on c8 is so bad. Oh, mayday, mayday.
Yeah, also just strategically speaking, yeah, that once this bishop is traded for that knight, white has the good knight versus a bad bishop kind of scenario. So even if there is nothing concrete, even then, strategically speaking, it can be very unpleasant.
So takes. How do you squeeze the most out of that ensuing position? Is it queen e5, or would you argue that that is an impulsive move and you would capitalize on your long-term advantages and simply improve?
Well, I would say like rook fe1 is a very tempting move once I eliminated that knight. I do feel like it's natural, but even you don't have to take this knight. Yeah, you can maybe even start with a move like rook fe1. Do we worry about knight f5? This is now a big question, strategically speaking, that knight f5, I have the option of going bishop c5 and bishop e5, both looking very tempting. I don't know how long you can maintain that knight on f5, because if I don't have to worry about knight f5, then going rook fe1 first also makes a lot of sense.
There's people in the chat proposing knight takes b5, and I was taking that idea seriously, but after rook b5, queen c4, I assumed bishop d7 defends. I didn't see a follow-up move. I don't think you can solve your problems tactically. Also, rook takes b2. There's too few pieces there.
Yeah, too many things.
Great imagination, creativity, but no. White needs to play positionally here.
Yeah, and okay, that rook on f1 has not yet participated in the game. So it's very natural to think about, how do I get this rook into the play? Do I capture on e7? Do I have to? Or am I having the option of not worrying about knight f5? Because look at this bishop on c8 is still completely stuck. And I'm not sure at all, yeah, that rook fe1, knight f5 can really be an issue. But if it is, then okay, takes rook e1 and then go for the center strategy. It's a natural way.
You don't love queen e5, you just feel like it's too artificial, not enough pieces in the game?
Well, queen e5 is an interesting move, but it's an extra move. Yeah, like I wanted to just explain that in general, I believe that white can be happy with the position without any specific ideas, just enjoying the game. Yeah, for example, you can maybe get that rook to e5. Yeah, that rook from e5 would threaten the b5 pawn. You might be doubling with rook d1 and then go d4, d5 in the right moment. It's all together, black's position makes it very scary, and Gukesh takes it.
And he does take the knight. I mean, completely natural. It's so hard to resist the temptation to just assert a long-term advantage, right? We talk about dynamic advantages and static advantages, the latter being advantages that persist throughout the game. Knight versus bishop, largely a static advantage, and queen e5, Peter, is on the board. I get it. This is such a tempting move. He's hitting b5, centralizing the queen, and then the knight could join the party on the next move or the move after that. Trouble for Ding. I wouldn't look at the eval bar too closely. Just put yourself in black's shoes. Maybe queen f5, though.
Yeah, queen f5 is a move. That's exactly the reason why I was not sure if I need to rush things. But okay, Gukesh has opted for it. He likes it. He's happy.
Please listen to the commentator. That's a cardinal sin. Queen f5, rook e1. I don't love that endgame for white, though. I would not want to trade queens here if I was Gukesh, under most circumstances.
Yeah, normally speaking, also that should be a pleasant little advantage, but one has the feeling that maybe white can hope for more. And also knowing that the clock situation and timetable is approaching, keeping as much tension in the position could make sense. On the other hand, Gukesh might also mean a risk-free endgame where I'm putting pressure on my opponent and I have serious chances to squeeze out something. It's also understandable.
Well, b5 is currently hanging. That's the threat. And if I may demonstrate very quickly while Ding is about to make a move, this trick that Gukesh might be attracted by after rook takes c5, and I think this is quite important, b4, a takes b4, and black cannot recapture because of knight d5. And of course, it's easy to laugh this out of the room, but in time pressure, missing a fork like that is easy. And I would argue that generally having a knight is a great asset when you reach the time scramble phase, just because of the abundance of tactics that stem from having an active knight. a6 is a move here. I mean, it's the default move to defend b5, but it's not easy to make yourself play such a slow move when you're under so much pressure, Peter.
Exactly. You feel like, okay, white has a very powerful rook fe1 coming up. Next, putting pressure on the e file and just looking at the camera, seeing Ding Liren not enjoying himself, feeling the pressure. Yeah, this is a very unpleasant scenario. I do believe that he completely missed bishop f4, because otherwise you would never ever let that happen. Yeah, this looks just horrible for black. And especially practically speaking, yeah, he has zero counterplay. White has a risk-free advantage. Every single move is coming naturally. And black is sitting there trying to survive, but that's the maximum.
And to echo your point about the geometric elegance, this knight on c3, if anybody just tuned in, woke up on their way to work, taking a peek at the game, you think, yeah, knight develops from b1 to c3. No, indeed, this is the king's knight. The other knight has already lived its life, and in its final act, it eliminated black's dark squared bishop. How symbolic. This bishop on c8 rode out the conflict, deep in the dungeon, and now it will need to make its presence felt if Ding wants to save this game. But he's reached a minute per move, Peter. The time pressure is now acute. 15 minutes and change for 15 moves with no increment. In a bad position.
Yes, in a very unpleasant position where you have to decide, how do I try to hold this? The problem for black is that there is no way for him to solving his problems. Yeah, the problems are quite eternal. The question is only how to limit the damage, how to keep the defensive lines as good as possible. Yeah, so queen f5 is very tempting because, okay, black will never ever target white's king. Yeah, so trading queens, playing an endgame, maybe an endgame somewhere you can sacrifice a pawn for very good drawing chances. Yeah, so my heart is going for queen f5, and after rook e1, I would just take and play a6. Yeah, I would not touch my queenside pawns at all.
Mm-hmm. Make white prove it. Whatever you do, if you're ding, don't cooperate. Don't be your own worst enemy. And the pressure is unspeakable. Now he's down below 15 minutes and a6 on the board. On the board. And rook fe1, I wouldn't be surprised, Peter, if Gukesh adheres to the strategy from early in the game. He's not risking. He might throw out a quick move just to keep the clock ticking for Gukesh. For Ding.
Yes, exactly. I mean, rook fe1 looks like a very tempting move. I'm trying to understand that by not playing the move queen f5, what did black really gain? How does black set up the pieces? Is this rook from b7 maybe going to c7 and then trying to get the bishop to the long diagonal with bishop b7? That's why Ding is keeping the queen on g6 just to be able to threaten some bishop takes f3 ideas later on if the bishop gets to the diagonal. But at the same time, also, black has to watch out for this d4, d5 break at some point. Lot to calculate.
Yeah, I mean, rook fe1 does open the doors for d5, potentially. E takes d5, queen takes c7. The king's stuck on the 8th rank. My question to you is, knight e4, is that a move? And if not, like if white wants to be patient, at what point should the knight maneuver to e4? Or should it stay on c3 to keep threatening the possibility of d5?
I think normally the knight really enjoys sitting on this lovely square on c3. On the other hand, if you feel like, all right, the time has come to really get the maximum out of the position, then you might feel the need to activate that knight. But if it's not the case, then I would think like, okay, just leave it there. But you also have this other idea of transferring that knight to c5, yeah, knight e4, knight c5, putting pressure on the e6 pawn, also making sure that black's bishop on c8 will have to stay passive. Yeah, that's also an argument for knight e4. How would black react to that?
I mean, you cannot allow knight d6 in its current form. You need to put the bishop on top of the rook. So rook c7, rook d7. Gosh, but knight d6 there looks terrifying.
Yeah, so maybe rook c7 and then knight c5, bishop b7, if you would be in time to get the bishop to d5. But also a6 pawn is hanging. Yeah, that's another problem. The bishop has to take care of the e6 and the a6 weaknesses once the knight gets to c5.
Very true. And knight e4, rook d7, again knight to c5. Rook d5, there's queen infiltration to b8. I'll put this on the board. Knight e4, very concrete move. So what is your vote? Rook c7, rook d7?
Well, if I don't have to worry about queen b8, then rook d7. I was just a little bit too lazy to calculate all the consequences.
Yeah, queen b8. Rook e8 walks into knight d6. Wait, queen b8, what does black do?
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure. Okay, I can always go rook d8 maybe, not to step into this...
Yeah. Trying to figure out some tactical solution. You can also go rook e8, rook f8, and queen e8.
Yes. Okay, there are many possibilities, yeah. And
here and here. I'll just show it quickly. Yeah.
But then the e6 pawn falls, yeah? You go queen b6 and queen c8, queen e6, or queen e5, queen e6.
Who would think that the knight ends its journey on this initial square of black's bishop, which has not made a single move before being captured? Just how will this be written in the post-match history? But this is a very concrete line. And given that white's advantages are static, I would not be inclined, if I was Gukesh, to force the action unless I was 100% sure that this would result in success. And so if he's not, a move like rook e1 seems to serve the needs of the position better.
Yeah, on the other hand, now the big question is that because black kept the queen on g6, that how much does it disturb us, yeah, that black will be able to get his bishop to b7? Yeah, because all of a sudden, now we are talking about a passive bishop on c8. If black gets time to move that rook away from b7 and then go bishop b7 with the tempo hitting on f3, then we might not be so happy, and we might be angry with ourselves to being lazy and not try to use the momentum at this moment.
You feel like Gukesh might be vacillating here. First, you want to play one move, then another, then the other. And I think Dvoretsky has a bunch of chapters on this. When you have two tempting moves, exactly two, those can be the most infuriating decisions because you feel like one move is correct and one is wrong. Sometimes the moves are approximately equivalent in evaluation, but it's this horrible feeling of regret. The moment you make one move, you have that voice in your head. Why didn't I make the other one?
Exactly. We have all been there, and usually it's also the typical scenario that while you are thinking about your choice, you are having this constant dialogue with yourself. Yeah, it's not just full focus on the board, but you are not sure. You bring up arguments for this move, you are bringing up the other arguments for the other move. And once you made your move, then suddenly within 1 second, everything becomes so crystal clear that, of course, I should have played the other one because that move that I was afraid of actually does not work at all. I was just trying to convince myself, or I lost the concentration. So yes, it's a very tricky spot to be in.
And I mentioned at the start of the show, a lot of chess fans have recency bias, so they might remember the last game Gukesh won. Ding cracked under pressure. But what about the games before that? How many times have the obituaries been written, and then suddenly Ding, sometimes multiple times a game, just shows ironclad will to live on, including, of course, the game that most fans will remember, the one where he didn't play knight c8, is losing in the endgame, and then hunkers down, finds an incredible idea and resists and draws the game, pulls out a crucial, pivotal half point. So this is not a man that goes down without a fight. The defensive setup he's chosen is visually unappealing, but so far it's doing its job. Gukesh has now spent approximately 7 minutes on his move.
But I think it's the right choice from Gukesh. Yeah, he needs to take his time because this is now a very critical moment. Once he decides which direction to go, he can make the next couple of moves almost instantly. Yeah, the plan will be absolutely clear. So right now he has this crossroad, a very vital crossroad, and he feels like maybe one move gives him the direct winning chances. The other one is just putting the pressure, and it will be a slow, long grind. Yeah, so in this regard, I really believe that this is a very justified investment of time. However, and he goes for a direct move. D4, D5. Well, that's surprising.
51-49, the vote. A transformation of the advantage, eradicating black's weakness. Where does he want to put his queen? Because I kind of stopped the calculation after bishop e6, assuming, all right, the knight is kept at bay. Does he want to slide it up to c5? And does he think his control of the d-file will give him attacking chances?
Honestly, I'm completely shocked. Yeah, surprised, shocked. I haven't seen this move d4, d5 coming at all. I also kind of stopped exactly like you. Yeah, that e d5, queen d5, bishop e6. And if I get time to go h6, king h7, hide my king there, potentially I have bishop f5, bishop d3 ideas. I shouldn't be really afraid of this.
Now, bishop e6 not forced. Queen f7 might be tempting as well, trying to cover more of the bases. But then queen d8, rook e8, rook e1? Wait a second.
Yeah, some very concrete ideas, yeah?
Another decision. How many of them will Ding have to make? Bishop e6 is the natural move, finally getting the bishop out of its nightmare on c8 that's lasted 28 moves.
Yeah, but bishop e6 maybe is met by queen c6. Is that a move? Hitting the pawn on a6 and threatening rook d8 check, continuing this concrete approach.
Maybe there you sack the pawn and go h6?
Yes, maybe, but it's never easy. Yeah, it's easy for us to suggest something, but okay, we give a pawn.
I
But
love
if we are
seconding
sitting
pawns.
there, yeah, it's not our pawn, so we can do it.
And there's another line I want to very quickly spotlight. The problem with playing h6, so queen c6, the problem with playing h6 is that the queen is unprotected, and apparently that loses immediately. Is it because of knight d5 straight away?
Wow, I also thought like you even have rook d8, knight d5, and all kinds of this ideas.
You have, I just want to show how beautiful this is. Bishop d5, rook h8 should at least ward off any supporters of this line, but even the immediate knight d5, how easy is it to forget that suddenly the queen on g6 has lost its defender? Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This looks terribly unpleasant for black. Is there even a move here?
I think this is also the reason why then Gukesh was attracted to this, yeah, that he understands, of course, that strategically speaking, this d5 move is not so great. However, he wants to have concrete benefits, and he also knows that Ding has little time on the clock, so if he has to calculate very precise force variations, it might be very difficult to do that. Queen f7, queen c6, the same question?
Also this move, yeah? I can't go here. Rook d8 threatened. Do I have a move? Rook e8, knight e4.
Yeah, no, this is very dangerous. You know what just hit me? That could it be that black has to go rook f7?
Oh my gosh, he's played a move, and it is queen e6.
Queen e6. Okay, he
not
queen
f7.
To cover the c6. Well, it just hit me that maybe rook f7 was also a possibility. Queen c5 blitzed out instantly. Now black cannot trade queens with queen e3 because finally rook d8 check picks up the bishop.
Rook e8 is a move, but then you also already have to reckon with rook e1, and it is not a given that queen takes e1 is all that good for black with all the holes and weaknesses and the queen knight tandem. Also rook d6 to be considered here as well.
Yeah, and also this knight e4, but black has this queen b6 idea, yes? So after, if you play rook e8, you are setting up the queen b6 defensive resource.
That bishop has already been blundered on c8. It's still there. Ding, ironclad composure throughout this whole match, but he's down to 10 minutes for over 10 moves. One has the feeling, Peter, that he needs to make 2 or 3 accurate moves. These are the 2 or 3 moves that might determine the failure or success of his defensive effort.
Yeah, and it's not easy. Yeah, there is so much to calculate. First, I was harsh. I did not like Gukesh's choice by general principles. But the more we are looking at it, the more we are calculating, we understand that it's such a difficult position for black. Yeah, how do you coordinate? How do you defend?
A little hesitation. It's been a refrain we've kept repeating. The abundance of candidate moves, it's not a good thing. In fact, it's rarely a good thing. Ding hesitates there. He was about to make a move. A single misstep, a single blunder, and the game ends immediately. There's so much going on here. So much to keep track of.
Yeah, it's somehow very bad news for black that the natural rook e8 move runs into some questions like rook d6. Yeah, that's a very unpleasant move to face. And we have seen the clock. Ding under 10 minutes.
Rook e8, rook d6. Maybe you just go queen f7 there. But giving up the a pawn, that means the b pawn will be a weakness. But then, are there tactics? Nothing that
Maybe
I see.
Somewhere some bishop h3 is coming, yeah? at some moment.
Now down to 9 minutes. Ding has spent 2.5 minutes and counting on this crucial move. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, with queen on g6, at least black would have this bishop h3. However, now his queen on e6 is tied to the defense of the bishop on c8. That's kind of the problem, yeah? Because typically this bishop... Yes?
No, maybe rook d6, queen e7 can be tried.
Queen e7, yeah, keeping the... Yeah, rook e8 on the board, it had to be played.
Maybe Gukesh will throw us a wrinkle? Maybe it's not rook d6 that he has in mind?
But what else? The other move, this rook fe1 that we talked about, is at least double-edged. Yeah, then black can sacrifice the queen for 2 rooks. Unless black loses on the spot because of some knight e4, knight d6 fork ideas, then it should be kind of normal for black.
How big of a threat is queen b6?
I think that's a big threat. Yeah, because with queen b6, then we know that we are reaching some endgame where black has very good chances to fully equalize.
This move d5, move 27, right? It's a dynamic move. It transforms white's advantage from static to dynamic, which means black no longer has any weaknesses. So if you allow the queen trade, you can no longer say, okay, the attack didn't work, but I still can attack this e6 pawn in the long run, which you could do previously. This is the risk factor of playing d5. It better work out in the middle game, or you will regret it.
Yeah, now it's also very tricky. Yeah, this rook e1, try to calculate. Yeah, rook e1 takes, king f2, hits the rook. The rook has to retreat all the way back to 8, and then knight e4, setting up this crazy threat of knight d6 forking the 2 rooks.
I'll show it quickly.
Yeah, let's just show this because it's very important.
Then he would definitely play it. Rook e8, knight e4.
Knight e4. And the forking idea of knight d6 is a big threat.
Does black have a move here?
Not easy.
I don't see off the top of my head. I mean, you could give up an exchange, but that is not a good, sustainable defensive resource. Could you go rook? No, then there's a smothered mate after knight d6 also.
Yeah.
Wait a second. How do you do?
Yeah, I was struggling to find the move. Yeah, because, okay, rook b8 is just very bad because of knight d6 and then also queen d5 check. How do we coordinate the forces?
Could it be rook e7, knight d6?
Rook e5.
5, queen c6? Rook e6?
Okay, but that's insane. Also so difficult to calculate and foresee everything.
And is that even it? I mean, I don't know. Right? Rook e7, knight d6, rook e5 and pray.
Wow. Okay, now we understand what Gukesh is thinking about. Yeah, this is definitely a very big temptation. If you might be thinking that you are winning, yeah, it's very difficult to spot this incredible defense. And otherwise, you have the easy move rook d6 as a possibility.
Ding is calculating on Gukesh's move. Every second is golden. And Ding, probably the wisest decision is to calculate rook e1 right now because he won't have the time to properly consider it when it's played.
Yes, it was also obviously the biggest concern for him before going rook e8. Yeah, that he did spend quite some important minutes there making sure that after rook e1 he has a defense. Otherwise, his position just falls apart.
And rook d6 is yet another demon, yet another dragon to slay. If you're Ding, where do you go with your queen? Do you drop back to e7, walking into knight d5, and then tuck your queen away to f8? Not the most reassuring sequence I've seen. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but probably it's the only way to hang on to the pawn. Yeah.
But knight c7 in that final position.
Oof. Yeah, no, it's also this bringing all the pieces back to the back rank, to the 8th rank, feels very nerve-wracking.
I would vouch for rook d6 here. I've been looking at it for a while now, and I cannot find a satisfactory response to this prosaic attacking move, rook d6.
I think we have to highlight that after, for example, queen f7, rook takes a6, the move rook c7 is backed by rook c6, yeah, because this is a very important move. Otherwise, rook c7 would be good, but rook c6 is possible. And white should win this. Yeah.
So queen e7 is left, but knight d5. And I'll just highlight queen f8, knight c7 wins the game because of the threat of queen d5 and rook d8. Either winning the rook if it moves to d8 or simply skewering, or pinning rather, the queen. Queen e5 here is a move as well. But try calculating that position. Yeah.
Yeah,
no
good luck. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Queen e5 probably makes sense. Yeah, you try to stay active and hope that eventually you develop that bishop. If you can develop that bishop, bishop f5, bishop d3, and then you are very happy. So there is some potential in the position, but you will never let that happen.
Queen c6, maybe I will try. And obviously we should wait for Gukesh's move, but I mean, by this point, he'll have like...
Okay, but now look f7. I'm coordinating my forces.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof, oof, oof. And I'm left in the dust there on the king side. Let's go back to the live board. Gukesh also down to 14 minutes. Let's not pretend that he's got wagon loads of time. He basically is investing all of his extra time in this one decision. Rook d6 versus rook e1. And maybe something like knight e4 should also be considered. But again, queen b6.
Then queen b6, yeah. And he goes rook d1. Yeah, so he goes for this force variation.
Seatbelts fastened. Rook de1. Is there any significance to him putting that rook on d1?
Yes, just to be fancy, I guess, yeah.
Is he maybe tempting or forcing Ding to look at queen f7? He's played queen f7.
Wow.
What?
And look at Gukesh, exactly. He also stared into... What? This is possible? No way.
Queen c6 is a move here. Wait, but this is why he played rook de1, because after rook fe1, there wasn't even a temptation to play anything but queen takes e1. So he baited him. Knight e4 is a move. This tactically looks very suspect for black.
Very but I also feel like the nerves let Dingley ran down, because after the move rook e1, you cannot make such an important decision in like 10 seconds with queen f7, which meant, of course, that he was very worried of rook e1. Yeah, he did not see a defense in this queen versus two rooks position after knight e4.
Yeah, and we know there's a defense. We see the eval bar. What is the move, though? Because knight e4, rook c7, and he's played knight e4, and it's apparently not the move? Should I check?
Okay, you can check, yeah.
The move was rook e8, queen e8, and then knight e4.
Then knight e4, yes.
Aiming for d6, so hard to understand, because then you have queen d5 check. Yeah, this is just unstoppable. But why knight e4 immediately is bad? Because of rook f8 only move. Oh my god!
But does he find it, yeah?
The idea is knight d6, stop calculating? No, rook c7.
Rook c7.
Black lives to tell the tale, queen e5. To my eyes, still looks devastating.
Okay, queen f6.
Queen d5.
And then knight e8
queen b6.
Yes, queen b6. I have.
All because of this check.
And I'm suddenly better, yeah? I develop my pieces.
I told him he should have his king on h1, and it's because I saw this. No, just kidding.
Yeah, wow.
Unreal. He rushed it a little bit. Knight e4 is so natural. Can we blame him even for a single second? Now, maybe you will, Peter. Should he have considered rook takes e8 more seriously?
Yes, he should have. Yeah, he still had like 14 minutes on the clock. Obviously, after queen f7, he has the pressure. And he had a choice, yeah, knight e4 immediately or takes knight e4. Intuitively, I actually thought about rook takes e8, queen takes e8, knight e4, like what does black do? Without comparing the two moves. It was just my very first direction. But maybe he felt like knight e4 just wins the game, yeah? So he did not want to be better with takes knight e4, and I'm now triple 4. Yeah, knight d6 is like a triple 4.
Knight f6. If rook c7, I just realized knight f6 check is also a key cog in the machine. GF, the queen is overloaded after rook takes e8. And once you see these tempting lines, your hand sometimes makes the move. Can Ding find rook f8 by process of elimination? Just tossing away all of the other moves because they lose by force.
Yeah, that is his only chance. I think you're absolutely right. That you finally find such moves in timetable by elimination. Yeah, you just dismiss all the other moves. Rook c7 runs into knight f6 tactic. I have to sidestep, and luckily after rook f8, I'm not losing by force. Then you have to go for it.
Moment of truth. 5 minutes, approaching 5 minutes by Ding. 10 more moves to make. Has to find rook f8, otherwise he loses virtually on the spot.
But he doesn't see it. Look at his body language here. He's shaking his head. He's very unhappy. Is he believing Gukesh?
At some point, you'll enter the territory where with no increment, even if he finds it, he might not have the time to execute 8 more moves of defending against this never-ending initiative. 94 was a mistake objectively, but it might not matter.
Might turn out to be the winning move, yeah? Because practically speaking, if you don't find the defense, then it justifies the choice of 94.
The blue arrow.
But he finds it on the board. Rook f8. Ding is fighting back.
Willpower, determination, tenacity. The world champion keeps on fighting. Rook f8 was the only move. And with 4 minutes and 40 seconds, Black's position is not that bad. And if Black makes 2 more consolidating moves, White's advantage stems purely from the fact that he's got a huge initiative, more active pieces. But if Black can get this bishop into the game, equality is, that enters Black's vocabulary again.
Exactly. And now the good news for Ding is that, after rook f8, he's actually stabilizing, because now White's idea is based on this knight d6 fork followed by queen d5 check. He had to force the queen b6 check. This line that we discussed is actually very crucial for the evaluation. That this final touch of queen b6 check, which solves completely all of Black's problems, is the key move.
And that look, he looked up at Gukesh and suddenly a little subtle shift in his body language. Must be a relief for Ding that Gukesh hasn't responded instantly.
And White also doesn't have so much reserves. He has to go with the flow. He needs to, if he wants to justify his choice by going knight e4, has to follow it up with knight d6, but rook c7. And Black is... Okay, queen e5, queen f6, queen d5 check, king h8. That was the kind of critical position that if it holds for Black, that's fantastic news for Ding.
And in that case, maybe White scraps the idea of 96. Maybe White makes one of those moves that give Black a decision, such as rook d1 or king h1, although too slow probably.
Too slow. Then okay, some rook c7, h6. Black has tons of useful moves.
White's running out of gas. You just have one minor piece. Somehow, some way, Ding is in this game.
Wow, Gukesh is very focused. He's calculating all these lines. He needs to find the direct way. If he just gives Black one extra move to consolidate, then all his advantage might vanish. This is now not a long-term advantage type of position.
And if it does, with the open center and the lack of weaknesses, Ding might find it not that difficult to make a sequence of decent moves to reach that time control. It is White's 30-second move. And Gukesh now under 10 minutes. Knight d6, rook c7. Unbelievable, this line. Queen. Where did we go? Queen d4?
To e5. I think you went to e5, but queen d4 is the same, Queen f6.
Dislodge the queen, give the check on d5. I won't put this on the board just because we're soaking in this moment. And Gukesh's next move is a pivotal one. King h1, rook d1, I agree, it's too slow, but maybe it's what you need to keep this game going and to keep pressuring Ding's clock.
But now also I feel Gukesh's body language has changed somewhat. That is also looking at the score sheet. I went for this, it signals me like I went for this 94 because I thought like I can get something immediately out of the position. But if he realizes that he has missed something in one of these forced critical moves, then it will be very unpleasant for him.
It's like that simultaneous exhibition Tal talked about. You're sitting there, your eyes are on the current position, but your brain, it's chewing yourself out. How could I not have given more attention? One capture, and a different story could have been written. Had the rooks been gone, 94 would have been winning. Now the position's close to equal. How does he even cement a tiny bit of his advantage?
Yes, that's the big question. And imagine the scenario if he had actually, because obvious that he was considering both rook takes e8 followed by 94 and 94 directly. And probably the reason why he opted for 94 is like, okay, rook e8 is the lazy move. It's probably advantage, but let me try to get the maximum out of the position. So he goes for 94 and then he's hit with this only defensive move with rook f8. And black is fighting back.
He needs to stay rational because he's now down under 8 minutes. It's possible to overpress. Knight d6, rook c7 on the board.
Yeah, and it was very good for Ding that he only had this one move so he could blitz it out. He's getting closer to the time control. Which move are we at right now?
White's 33rd, queen e5 played.
Yes, queen e5. So our line was queen f6. Yeah, we somehow sense that this queen f6, queen d5 check, king h8, if there is no knockout blow at that position, then black can be quite relieved.
I'm considering rook e8 in that resulting position. Or even...
Yeah, makes
no.
Makes sense. Queen f6 played. We will be seeing queen d5 check because that's the tempo move. Yeah, you cannot afford to lose a tempo here.
I have another idea.
Really? Yeah? Okay.
Maybe... I'm just trying to calculate it out. I was thinking rook e5, so queen d5 check, king h8. And now rook e5, trying to shut down black's queen, but it looks too flimsy somehow. Maybe rook f2. Because the point is rook d8, white can meet with rook e8 check. Can you shut down this possibility of the queen sliding over to b6?
Ah, so with rook f2 you will be setting up the knight e8 threat.
Yes.
Okay, that's a sneaky move.
Maybe rook e7. And he does play rook e5. Okay.
He plays rook e5, okay.
But now rook d8 is still in play. And then rook fe1. Oh my gosh.
Yes, this is the human way. Yeah, you want to maintain the pressure. Yeah, rook d8, rook fe1, setting rook e8 check.
Can you play bishop b7 in this position? Knight b7, rook b7?
Wow, can you get a... Yeah, well, maybe. So after bishop b7, I cannot take. I have to play then queen d4, yeah?
And rook e7.
He goes rook e7. Okay, but now rook fe1. Now we are getting closer, yeah, on the board. Rook takes e5, rook takes e5. Okay, but it's also tempting to trade pieces, yeah? But who knows? Takes.
Maybe just h6. Like, white doesn't really have a threat, and so Ding, he needs to solve the problem of his back rank. And maybe now's the time to do it.
Yeah, h6, if you can, then go for it.
Queen takes e5 should have been more seriously considered by Gukesh, probably. That endgame might have been very unpleasant.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, but he was somehow having too much adrenaline. Yeah, he wants to go after black's king. But yeah, now h6, where is the threat? Where is the attack? Of course, the knight on d6 is a monster piece. Still pressure, but white's king on g1 is also now feeling a little bit shaky.
Oh yeah, queen c5 was my idea. King h7, knight e8. But queen f4 in that final position, suddenly things get kind of getting out of control for white.
Yes.
Ding has 3 moves to make, and in 3 minutes, this is doable for him.
Absolutely doable, especially because the biggest danger has vanished from his position. Finally, I think he's thinking like, okay, it's almost like a normal position.
Is there rook d8? Knight c8, I thought rook d1, but that will remain behind the scenes.
Yeah, bishop d7, knight e4, hitting the queen. So black has queen f4. Yes, queen f4 on the board. A very important square. Queen c1 check. is a big threat.
Unreal. He's going to have room to spare. He's going to have 2.5 entire minutes to make his 40th move. And white has no advantage anymore. Black is not worse.
Exactly. So maybe queen d4 is like a natural kind of move to stabilize the situation, but black already has nothing to worry about. Bishop c6 is an option. Rook e7 can be met by rook f7 if I'm not blundering anything. Wow. Dink seems to survive, and that would be a huge blow to Gukesh, because he must have sensed that he had a golden opportunity here.
Now, wait a second, Peter. h3, bishop takes h3, you have to calculate. Are we talking here about white needing to worry about keeping the equality? Because queen c1 is a massive threat.
Okay, I think luckily queen d4 gives stability. Yeah, I don't think that I need to worry after queen d4. But at the same time, yes, at the same time, white is also giving up the chances of fighting for an advantage with queen d4, yeah, because black will have time to activate his bishop.
Who wants it more? It's that shaking of the chair. Gukesh knows, he can sense it, but he's got work to do in this game. The game is not over, and he needs to make sure that he keeps things under control, because the worst thing, the unspeakable, would be to let the missed opportunities get to you and cause you to lose objectivity.
Yes, because the time travel is about to finish. I don't really see any other nice stabilizing move apart of queen d4. That's the move that seems to be professional. On the other hand, as you said, yeah, it's very difficult to acknowledge that I have nothing in the position. Just a couple of minutes ago, Gukesh was dreaming about winning. Rook e7 played. He's giving up the b2 pawn with check. But he must feel like he has tremendous pressure, or what is going on?
Well, he runs to g3, and I guess the rook on f8 will be undefended, and so will the bishop.
Yeah, but and bishop f5, rook e5. What a devilish trap in time trouble. Yeah, so now all eyes on Ding. With little time on the clock, how he will calculate
but rook
all these
c8.
lines.
Rook c8 at the end of the line.
Wow, yes. Rook c8. What's happening?
c8 and how do you assess that final position?
Yes, and Ding is under 2 minutes. He needs to calculate. He also feels like, okay, my opponent is giving me the chance to grab a pawn with a check, and the queen is beautifully then protecting also back on g7. Yeah, so there are a lot of arguments to capture that pawn if you are not losing.
When Ding publishes his autobiography, his memoirs, 20 years from now, it'll be called Move 40.
The famous Move 40.
How many times, even this match, has he had to step it up on the 40th move? He's got a minute remaining. I think he's going to give the check on c1. It's such a safe-looking move.
Yeah, but he can also maybe play bishop f5. Isn't bishop f5 a professional move if you just want to forget about it? Or then queen d4. Queen d4. Okay. And then rook g8. Yes. Okay, poor Ding. Down to 50 seconds. He has to make a decision. But he is wise to spend a lot of time. Bishop f5 played.
And probably sufficient for the draw.
Yeah, bishop f5 and queen d4, rook g8. And perfect harmony. Finally, are about to eliminate that monster knight on e4. White's king on g1 is vulnerable. Black has survived. Arbiters are checking the score sheet. Yeah, its move 40 has been played by both players.
Simply unbelievable. Let's recap what just happened in the last 10 moves and zero in a little bit more closely on what appears to be the missed win by Gukesh, the only clean win. The craziness started, of course, after queen f7. Ding falling for the bait, so to speak, rejecting queen takes e1, which would have preserved probably an objective draw. And Peter, you mentioned that your intuition did point to the preliminary trade followed by the centralization. Can we understand why this is so devastating for Black?
Well, there is suddenly a lack of coordination. Yeah, that the back rank issue is also a huge problem for Black. This rook on b7 is very shaky. The bishop on c8 is hanging. Yeah, this is a very big difference. Knight d6 followed by queen d5 check, and Black's position falls apart.
You have to go here, and I assume in a double check, but yeah, rook e1, rook e7. Oh, and look at this lovely move. Rook e4, collinear move, setting up rook f4.
Wow. But this is actually not easy to see, this rook e4.
And just this goes on. Look at this, Peter. Takes, rook e5 is the top move.
Okay, this is deep. Because one would have assumed like the game is over, and then with king f8, rook e7, you were defending. And then rook e4.
It's like the Lucina. Gukesh missed rook f8, or he missed queen b6 check, probably the former. There is a check on b6 that earns Black a tempo, and suddenly after rook g7, Black is better. So Gukesh playing rook e5, keeping the tension. And according to the computer, Peter, yes, queen takes e5 preserves some advantage, but who can blame Gukesh for not wanting to exchange queens? That would be not a very glamorous end to his attack. Maybe this was the best chance, though.
Yes, and this reminds very much of this Karpov-Kramnik game from the Meran that I mentioned. Coming, the knight is a monster, Black's pawn structure is vulnerable, and normally in such situations you can liquidate somehow, but this pawn structure is such that you can't really trade pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, but he took on e5 with the rook, the inertia carrying him forward, and Ding sidestepping the bullets and emerging in one piece. John, I'm out of breath, I'm out of words. Maybe you can fill the air with your thoughts. Time control has been made, and the world champion, this man, he doesn't have 9 lives, he might have 19 lives.
I think you're absolutely right there. Ding is certainly escaping from this in fewer pieces than I am, Dan. Yeah, I feel like my heart rate is probably higher than the players in the room right now. This was ice cold from both of them. Gukesh trying to press the advantage, maybe not finding exactly what he wanted, but you can't fault the man for trying. And Ding under pressure. Absolutely phenomenal work from both of these players. Look, the time control has been reached. We had chair versus chair action for a bit there, and there's a good reason why, okay? Frankly, the tension was absolutely insane. Both players now need to collect their thoughts and strap themselves in for taking a look at what the position looks like objectively, letting the emotion run out of their bodies, and focusing on what they can squeeze out of the remaining game with an extra half an hour on the clock for each of them. We're going to a quick break as bishop f5 is on the board, and when we come back, we find out if either side are going to continue to press, with queen c8 still being a threat on the board. See you in a sec.
James Cantor III here, and we're back with Ding Loren's greatest game on chess.com. Let's dive right in. Of course, we have Chef's House with the white pieces, who is Ding Loren. And with the black pieces, we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda going by Polish Fighter 3000. Modern theory so far. Okay, queen f5, rook f8, a little bit of defense, defending the f7 pawn. Next move, rook d to b1. We just want to put some pressure here. There's no kill shot yet. We just want to put some pressure here. King goes to c6, getting out of the way, trying to get the king a little bit safer, and we don't want any checks because you didn't check me last move. White plays e4, open up some lines and diagonals. We're threatening to take the queen, obviously, if you take on e4. We also could probably bishop e4 actually is even better, right? But yeah, bishop e4 and then queen takes you, and you're mating there, especially after a bishop e7. That's a sick mate. But okay, black plays bishop d6. We need some defense around the king, says Jan-Krzysztof Duda. There's too many pieces around my king. Hopefully they're mine, so he puts it back on d6 for a little bit of defense, right? Okay, it's white to move, the third brilliant move. This is the best one of the brilliant moves in this game today. One of the greatest games you're ever gonna see. It's white to move in this position, Pause the video, come back tomorrow if you need to find this one. White to move. What do you do? A little bit of interference here. The move here is rook to b5. Rook 1 to b5. Look at this. I want you to look at it. I want you to look at it. I want you to pause it and, spend 15 minutes here if you need to. Spend a year here if you don't understand what's going on. Rook run to b5 is on the board, big fella. From a big fella. Wait, that is the sickest move you ever gonna see today, at least. Rook 1 to b5. That's a nasty move. Boom! Now, of course, if queen takes b5, you just take with the rook, and this is decisive material loss. Right, queen takes d5 is coming too as well. The idea here is interference, right? If I do queen takes d5, imagine that the queen was not here. If the queen's gone, queen takes d5, or pawn takes e5 is actually mate. Pawn takes d5 is actually mate. So rook 1 to b5 is interference in between the queen. That's the only thing defending this, right? Even if you take this right now, there's e4 mate. There's mate everywhere. If you breathe wrong, it's mate. If you blink wrong, it's going to be checkmate with the black pieces. Rook 1 to b5. What a move here. Okay, queen e1 from Jan Christoph Duda. That's king g2. That's it. The game is over. There is no more game. Like, he resigned right here. Oh my goodness, this is such a sick move. If pawn takes rook, you just mate on queen d5, right? Beautiful. If pawn takes pawn, okay, mate here too, right? If knight f6, oh, mate here. Like, you forgot a b6 square was mate. This was sick. 3 brilliant moves in this game. Was it the one of the best of the year? Was it the best of the year?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back, folks. We have made the time control here at the Fide World Championships. It was incredibly tense for the last 10-12 moves. Both players are finally back at their boards, and we're breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief now as there's more time to work out what's going on. But Danya, honestly, we are inching closer to inevitably talking about the potential for tie breaks and what happens in the event of a tied match in the classical chess portion of this match.
Well, all I can say is it has been just the honor and really the pleasure of a lifetime to be able to sit here and observe probably the most interesting World Championship match in my sentient existence since I remember watching these matches carefully. Every game, at least in the second half of the match, has been its own story. It's been its own epic. And this story, the story of the penultimate game, is still being written because Gukesh, he's now at 23 minutes with the emotional baggage of a missed win. He needs to hold this half point. And I would go so far as to argue that he might not be in the driver's seat anymore. The position is equal. We know that. But as for who is calling the shots, And who has to be more careful? It might actually be white already.
Well,
it's not
I
even
think
just that, Peter. We've got in addition to Ding possibly being in the driving seat now, we also have to remember that if the match is drawn, or so I should say if this game is drawn, Ding's got the white pieces in the final game.
Yes, exactly. I also feel like it's way too early to speculate about tie breaks because we have seen today, what Gukesh kind of chances he created for himself. Yeah, he really had Ding on the ropes. The same might apply tomorrow to Gukesh with the black pieces. Yeah, so there are many question marks before reaching the tie break. I do feel that the advantage for Ding at the moment is that he is super happy, that he survived this scare. He knows that thanks to the active queen on f4 and finally activated bishop on f5, which is ready to eliminate that knight on e4. Actually, now it is black to decide when do I eliminate the knight. But I can't really imagine anything else than a draw, to be honest, from this game. And I have the feeling that this time control that till move 40 there is no increment, this for younger players it's much more difficult to handle because actually they have been raised with the 30 seconds increment. And if we would have been talking about the 30 seconds increment like now after move 40 the players are getting the extra 30 seconds, believe me that Gukesh would have spent almost all his remaining time in order to try to find the objectively best move because he wouldn't be worried about the clock situation. That he knows that he will always get 30 seconds bonus. But when there is no 30-second bonus, then there's this crazy amount of uncertainty that do I spend time here? Maybe because of that, I will miss my chance later and so on. You don't have the feeling of control. And this felt like he rushed the decisions that he made. And finally, Ding is able to escape.
Touch on a really important point there, Peter, and maybe something to leave Danya on as well. Now that we have the plus 30-second increment on the clock, suddenly there's still pressure, but it's a different kind of pressure now. You're almost approaching what moves you select and what you play a little bit differently to when both players were under 30 minutes on the clock before move number 40. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes their mindset to potentially attempting to wrestle any advantage out of this game now that they've transcended that no increment portion of the time control. Danya, over to you. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much going on in the mind of Gukesh, in the mind of chess fans, and the game is still going on. I second your opinion, Peter. I don't see any scenario, as I look at this position right now, where the game ends decisively because the center is wide open, no targets for either side, and a very high probability that at some point we see an exchange on e4, which creates the material balance. I don't know exactly which candidate moves Gukesh is choosing from. You've pointed out h3, and I think that's probably White's most reasonable choice. Just solidifying, consolidating the king position, making a Luft square on h2. Can Black force the draw after h3? And who would you say is in the driver's seat, if anybody, in this position?
Yeah, I don't think, and h3 on the board, of course, this is the professional move so that the Luft is created. For example, a big question now, queen c1 check, king h2, queen f4 check. Is that a logical, legitimate kind of repetition of moves? I'm guessing the answer is kind of yes, because why not?
G3?
G3 and
knight
then
so queen f3, knight f6?
No way. Really, yeah? Is it serious? I will have also some attacking possibility against your king. Bishop takes h3.
Oh my gosh. You're threatening mate. So
I'm threatening mate.
Oh, you did me dirty there. Oh, you did me dirty. Bishop h3 is... Oh, I have to show that.
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh my goodness. You've been waiting to make that move for so long. So g3 was my attempt. And queen f3, I got super excited because I spotted that neither of these squares is accessible. And if GF, then there's checkmate. If rook f8, I believe white wins with knight h5. Okay, at the very least, there's knight h5. There's maybe even some crazy accurate move like knight e8. Who knows? But bishop takes h3, full board awareness. Threatening mate on g2. I take, queen h1. Nope. Actually, maybe queen h1.
Maybe yes.
Wow.
Yes.
And GF, discovery. And white's going to discover his demise here after the king is hunted down.
Yes, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, there was one moment, there was one moment in the broadcast when I shouted out bishop h3 because in my mind I was in a position where bishop h3 was working, but the position that we talked about was different. So I felt, very bad, like, okay, what kind of bishop, what is Peter talking about? People might have asked. But yeah, finally here comes bishop takes h3.
How crazy would it be if the bishop ends up being the hero of this game due to this desperado capture? And I always reference the Alekhine story. He's giving a simul. The amateur sitting across from him, world champion Alekhine, I announced mate in 3. I'm so sorry, but I announced mate in 2. We're going to get a repetition of moves here, I think.
Yeah, queen c1 check on the board, where king f2 would be the way to continue the fight, but I don't really feel like going towards the center with the king is what white wants after all these adventures.
All the cardiologists in the world are busy, scribbling together a statement. Please, for the sake of all our hearts, let's go to h2. I mean, that is presumably why he played the move h3. And the peace agreement will be signed shortly, I think.
If it would not be Gukesh, I would say yes, certainly king h2. But knowing what we have witnessed so far in this match, king f2 on the board, no surprise.
Take those cardiologists and they better be sitting there and watching. But that statement where the sun don't shine, this game goes on. Oh.
Wow.
The balls on this young man, honestly, you just got to take off your hat. Now, it's not such an extreme move, Peter. I think it's important here as objective commentators. I don't want to overstate the case. I think it's still equal. And I think still the game should somehow end in a pretty quick draw, but I'm not sure how.
Yeah, one of the lines is that after bishop takes e4, now white has to capture with the rook. Yeah, clearly with this open king, we cannot capture with the f-pawn. Then the rook f8 check comes and white's king gets checkmated. The queen cannot be captured because the pawn on b2 is hanging. So yeah, then the rook captures back, and all of a sudden it looks like black is totally safe, but there are some ideas there. Yeah, bishop takes e4 is captured. Potential rook e6 move.
And very quickly by Ding, he's not tapping into any of that extra time thus far. And he doesn't need it. I mean, the position's very simple.
Yeah, he just thought like, okay, let me eliminate. Also, there are some ideas like queen g5 setting up rook d8. Yeah, for example, queen g5. Okay, you're going to play h4. Yeah, you're going to hit the queen. And then I lose this great square. There is still something to play for white. Yeah, I also highlighted this rook e6 idea just in case. Okay, at the moment, queen from c1 is still guarding the pawn on h6, but potentially thanks to this queen on d4, king h8, x-ray, rook takes h6, checkmating ideas are in the air.
Yeah, and there's even rook takes h6 as a deflection sack. So let me put this on the board. Queen g5, rook e6, and already black might be slightly worse. Evalbar shows that, rook d8, boom, double pin, and okay, maybe still a draw. But now the torture session commences for the millionth time. King g8, white blocks with rook d6 with an extra pawn and a queen endgame. Not what you want. And Ding pauses at the right moment. I've been really impressed with how the players, knowing when to pause, when the critical moment arrives, it's just this sixth sense. And the players seem to possess it to the extreme, even after so many hours, to tell yourself, wait, I'm confident that I can hold this. But this could be a moment where I need to avoid stepping on a landmine.
Yes, and look at how Ding is looking at Gukesh, and he goes for c3, a very professional way, fantastic move. Yeah, just forget about all kinds of initiative for white. Black is trying to force matters. He's inviting white to capture with the queen, to be pawn up in a rook endgame where he gets rook c8, rook c4, rook a4, counterplay, and eliminates all the pawns on the queen side.
And the calculation, pretty awesome here. After queen c3 takes, I don't even think white can get a 3-on-2, which would still be a very holdable draw. But if you go rook e6, I actually think maybe a5 wins back the pawn, and white cannot even eliminate both of these pawns, because rook takes a3 will protect a5. And if rook e3, I'll just show rook c4, rook a4. Phenomenal, consummate professionalism by Ding. And this will wrap things up as quickly as one can.
Well, yes, if we go for the endgame, but knowing Gukesh, actually, he will definitely probably capture with the pawn on c3. Can he do that? Is that an option?
And then go rook e6, but there's a check.
Yes, there is a check. Now I understand everything. Yeah, that was the reason why Ding actually looked at Gukesh like, you really want to play for a win. Okay, I'm going to play c4, c3, and think again, please. Yeah, isn't it enough?
Yeah, one last chance to emerge with half a point before the dogfight commences again. And rook e6, very important detail. This is a fork. It forces the rook back, and obviously, with an outside passer, black will definitely have something to play for here.
Yeah, very classy decision by Ding. But also look at the mindset of Ding. Yeah, he managed to eliminate that monster knight. Yeah, how relieved he should be. And then also he knew that all his problem was based that this knight on c3 and this pawn structure was kind of blocked. Yeah, he never had any counterplay. So the last couple of moves, it was queen c1 check, then trading that bishop for the monster knight, and finally breaking white's grip on the queen side with a beautiful c4, c3 pawn sacrifice.
Assuming his standard position. And indeed, pawn takes pawn.
Yes, no surprise there.
Not at all. Not anymore. Not. Where have you been, if you're surprised at this young man's fighting spirit?
Yeah, now black will pick up the pawn on a3.
Reminds me of the memoir in Russian language by Alexander Belyavsky, Legend of Soviet Chess. It was called Uncompromising Chess. Just constantly fighting, even when it seems like there's nothing to fight for. Just total determination, but at some point, you need to know when to veer off the track. Do you think we might be in for a longer game than one might suspect?
I don't know, because the big question is that Gukesh is really believing that he can do something, or he's still influenced by the earlier happenings. Yeah, and he goes king g3, so obviously now he's setting up the rook e6 idea.
In a time scramble, I'd be scared for black, but with so much time, you got to believe that Ding will find and keep finding the clinical option. It's so much easier without the knight.
Yes, exactly. For example, but queen c1, you can play the move h4, for example, yeah, just to make sure that all these queen g5 checks are not coming, and try to rely on some kind of domination.
All right.
But wait a second. If I play queen c1 and you play, for example, h4 stopping queen g5 check, can I just start pushing my a pawn a5 because rook on g8 protects the g7 weakness and queen on c1 protects the h6?
Mm-hmm.
What can you do against my king?
Rook e6, intending f4?
Intending f4, yes. So a4, f4, king h7.
Staircase, queen e4 and queen e5.
Okay, I insist on king h8, king h7.
And I just keep climbing up and down the staircase and, exercising my calves on and drawing the game.
Yes, but you are not really threatening anything.
No, and I'll show this on the board. Queen c1. rook h4 because you need to cover g5, and now you start pushing. f4 threatens checkmate in one move. And now the king, with its own bare hands, guarding its kingdom. I've done too many Troitsky studies where this actually means something. But not here. You can staircase to absolutely nowhere. It's not a stairway to heaven.
Yeah, not at all.
It's a
Because
stairway
the C3 pawn is also vulnerable, yeah? So you have to stay active with queen on e5.
Indeed. And this would be a draw. What other moves could black be contemplating here?
I think that it's very natural to bring the queen back, yeah? Let's just highlight also that rook c8, which targets the pawn on c3, I think it's very risky because then after rook e6, you are not able to capture on c3 because of rook e8 check. And this will end in checkmating ideas.
And rook h6 is less convincing to my eyes. Maybe it results in mate. Actually, maybe it does.
Okay, even this, yeah.
Because of queen f5, actually. But clearly not the way to go. Rook c8, black is worse immediately after rook e6. That's how easy it is to squander, 4 hours of defensive effort. He's played queen b3.
Yeah, stopping rook e6. Also very professional. Yeah.
This is the Dvoretsky move.
Yeah, and he's now threatening to push a5, a4.
Yeah.
Gukesh should also watch out, not that his emotions are taking over, and just because he kind of feels that, I have missed the win earlier on, he burns all the bridges. Be careful.
This is how it happens. You think you have always the out, the eject button. Suddenly, at some point, the eject button doesn't work, and sometimes it's your opponent who suddenly turns down the draw, and that could have a very powerful psychological effect. Maybe it's time for c4. I don't know, Peter, if you remember any games, any experiences like that where one side is pushing for forever, and then suddenly the fortunes change, and you realize that you're on the defending side, but psychologically you just don't have anything left in the tank.
Yeah, of course. One of these games that I have in mind is against Sam Shankland from the World Cup. Against a very young Sam Shankland I played in Hanti-Mansis 2011. I was like the clear favorite. I knew, of course, that Sam is very dangerous. I took the match extremely seriously. And in the very first game, we both had great preparation. I was, however, one move better prepared. I had the upper hand. I was putting him on the ropes. He was defending. And then after the time control, I felt like, okay, I have all the rights to win the game. And just because of this desire that everything that happened before, I have the right to win the game, I was overpressing till I went very low on the clock and blundered and lost and was kind of eliminated from the World Cup.
Yeah. It was a Slav, right?
Yes, it was a Maran. Yeah. With e3, queen c2, b6, quick b6.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Sam has been a lifelong Slav player. Those games are so painful because the hours that you spend pushing a tiny advantage creates the feeling of immunity. Speaking of which, should Ding remind Gukesh of his biggest asset? And is Gukesh actually intending to push his f-pawn up the board?
Well, but the point is that after a5, f4, b4, you are pinned immediately. Yeah, that's a huge problem.
I'm looking for tricks. I feel like Gukesh has something cooked up here. I don't know. What if rook a7 first, inducing a4 and then f4?
Yes. Okay, but and then you just say you just want to say that, okay, my rook is passive, I cannot push the a pawn, or if I push, then I might lose it.
Yep.
All right.
Queen e6 is an idea there, but king h2 and...
No, of course, the position is objectively a draw, but yeah, why not to play with white? Yeah, after all, white has the more active pieces, queen on d4, rook on e7.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I've lost games like that. I lost a game like this to Wesley in Qatar. where the entire game I was on the verge of equalizing. Pieces were getting traded. Finally, I would make a move and think, okay, now it's a draw. Now it's for sure. And again, he would find some little spark, keep the game going and keep the game going. And finally, I blundered a pawn. And even though the position was still drawn, the psychological effect was so extreme that I collapsed immediately. And it was such a powerful learning experience for me, how these top players, the fight never ends, especially with Gukesh. He plays rook b7 in response to a5.
Yeah, it's a very similar idea, basically, that he's maybe going for queen e5. Is he, or rook b6, yeah?
And then a staircase. And then a staircase might win a pawn.
Exactly.
So let me show this. King h7, check. Again, the mate threat. I think the eval bar has already decided to go to the bar. It's had too much of this game. It's like, are you going to move?
Computer doesn't care, but humanly speaking, you are making some progress, yeah? You might be able to pose some problems.
Somehow I was taught that, taking a pawn might have an impact on the evaluation, but whatever coach told me that, I guess I'll need to follow Lasker's advice and unlearn in the second half of my career what I learned in the first. How is this?
There is a question that could you potentially be forcing an endgame with queen c4 in the current position? No, not here, in the current position. That can you sacrifice the pawn with queen c4?
It'll get a 3 versus 2 there, I think. Takes rook c7, rook a8, takes a4, rook b4, a3, rook b1, a2, rook a1, and Ding should draw that with despair. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you very much. If that's your maximum, I wanted to highlight that if you take and you go rook a7 after the trade, then I have rook b8, and rook takes a5, rook b3, so you don't get a chance to attack your pawn on c3.
And you're one tempo shy of getting there with your king. And let me just show the line rook c7. A lot of people would stop calculating here, but you shouldn't, because the rook gets behind the pawn. Black doesn't win the game. The rook makes it to the a1 square in time, but Black can simply liquidate the queenside pawns. How easy is this of a draw? And Peter, very important for newer viewers, there's a famous dictum that says the more pawns there are, the harder it is to draw. Like 4 versus 3 is harder than 3 versus 2. 5 versus 4 has been, I think, lost in some high-profile games. How would you rate the difficulty of this?
Yeah, absolutely. The more pawns, the more dangerous. This one is a totally dead draw. I had it actually 2 times. I think against Hikaru Nakamura in Plobshet Olympiad, and also against Ivanchuk in Astrahan FIDE Grand Prix 2010. So 2010, 2014, and 0 chances. White can start pushing the pawns forward. You can just rely on this pawn formation g7, h6. It's not necessary to get the pawn to h5 and g6. You just sit there with this, and White has zero ideas.
Indeed, and only in a bullet game will you start doing the rook dance. No pre-moves. In the World Championship, increment is instituted after the 40th move, so there is a 32nd edition, which makes any kind of flagging impossible. Very Ding style to go queen c4. That's an excellent find. And it would be very consistent with his 44th move, right? He played c3, showing that he is more than willing, temporarily or even permanently, to give up a pawn and force the queens off the board. This would be part 2 of this idea.
Exactly, yeah, because basically White can only play the move queen e5 if he avoids the trade, and then we go b5, b4 automatically. But wait a second, then you can get, maybe there is one more danger. Yeah, then you take cb, ab, rook b6, setting up again this rook takes h6 idea. After king h7, queen e4 check, and you get the e-pawn, extra e-pawn, which is already
Wesley versus Nepomniachtchi.
Well, that was d-pawn. It was d-pawn 3 versus 3.
I keep referencing that game, and every time it's not quite correct. Let me show the line: queen c4, queen e5.
Yes.
God, the fighting spirit by Gukesh is just, it's breathtaking, honestly. You see how he manages to just keep his legs churning. And king h7 it's a draw for sure, right? Because the closer the pawn is to the king side, the better for Black. But thanks, but no thanks.
Yes, I have actually had this endgame against Topalov, 2002 Monaco the Melody Amber Rapid blind. It was a blindfold game, and I managed to win. So yes, theoretically speaking, it's a draw, but practically speaking, it can be tricky.
With white, though, right?
Yes, with white. Yeah, it was a Sveshnikov.
The Melody Amber tournament, a favorite of almost everybody I've talked to who has played there. Defending with black in a blindfold game, not the favorite of everyone I've talked to.
Well, but to be fair, you know that Topalov thought like, okay, this is a dead draw, and why am I playing? And he just instantly played all his moves. And then he did not sense the danger, and then suddenly it became dangerous, and then I managed to win, like it's in the Dvoretsky book, the very famous endgame between Botvinnik. Botvinnik has won this game with the extra e-pawn.
Rook b7 on the board, and ding, clearly indicating that there are things to be concerned about here. Queen c4, queen e5, such an easy move to miss. So easy to start celebrating mentally once you calculate queen takes c4. Think, problem solved. No. So what is the draw after queen e5? Is there a clean draw at this point?
Not sure. Not sure, because the b5 pawn is falling. Yeah, maybe you can rely on the a pawn, but with all this coordination and all this activity, there are always some threats.
Let me ask you this. Just hypothetically, I'm not saying this is what's going to... Because queen takes b5, I can take the queen. If you eliminate the c pawn and the b and a pawn, in like the Capablanca terms of like white's win percentage versus the likelihood of black's draw percentage, what would you rank that position as? For example, this type of situation.
Okay, of course, draw, but yeah, whenever there are queens on the board and some heavy pieces, the game goes on. Yeah, if we trade queens, it's an absolutely dead draw. With the queens on, at least you can hope for something. Yeah, for example, you can put the queen on e4, get and then eventually f4, queen e5. You can try to again transform or threaten to transform the situation. Queen c4, by the way, on the board.
On the board. Great call. Game 1, game 2, queen e5 might have caused the commentators to ooh and ah. Here we expect nothing else. On the board.
Queen e5, yes. Another big question, yeah, do you push a4 or b4? This is already a tough spot to be in, because you somehow feel like I don't want to give my opponent any chances, yeah, because it should be dead draw. But suddenly you're under pressure. That rook on g8 is passive, yeah, it's tied down to the defense of the g7 weakness. White has this very active rook and this marvelous queen on e5.
You're so close. You've passed the exam if you're Ding, but suddenly it's like turning the booklet over and seeing that there's a backside. There's more questions to answer. And even without this knight that was the pride of White's position, Gukesh has managed to coordinate his rook and queen, using this only mate threat as serious leverage against Black's king. So can we look at a4 again? a4, what is going to be White's choice?
Yeah, I was thinking like, is there any scenario where it's kind of beneficial for me to provoke king h7, because then I would play rook b6, and after king h7 I would pick up the pawn in order to have then rook a5, queen e4 threat. Yeah, that this queen e4, yeah, this is some kind of a mind game.
Well, queen e4 is a pretty serious, I would call it a practical threat.
Well, if I get the rook behind, yeah, because if you get rook a8, I still believe that it's good. But if you go rook a8, I'm going to go rook b7.
And I would actually want to calculate queen e4, but okay, rook b7, queen g8 maybe? Castle.
Yes.
Castle, but with the rook and the queen.
Yeah, but then, for example, if I go king h2, you have to watch out for some rook take g7, queen e4, check, queen takes a8 tactics as well. Yeah, it's.
But couldn't I make a case that that's still a draw with the a pawn?
Yes, you can, and it is correct.
Like here, and then queen d6, just straight up perpetual, I think.
Yes, yeah, you are not risking anything. But okay, we have just witnessed that there's tons to calculate, and you also wanted to check out the rook endgame if you give queen e4 check, right?
Yeah, I wasn't convinced here that like Black can use the a pawn to eliminate the both.
Okay, but I go a3, rook b1, rook c8.
Rook c8 immediately, by the way, is just an immediate draw because rook takes c3 is a check.
Yeah. No, this should be fine.
Suddenly,
and we see
14 minutes.
Exactly, yeah. We see that only 14 minutes. This time control is brutal. Yeah, till move 40, you don't have increment. That's why the time control is such a challenge for the players. There is no safety with the 30 seconds increment, and then suddenly you are getting used to playing without increment. After move 40, you are getting the 30 seconds, but you can run out of time. The clock is ticking down, and you can get into an eternal time pressure, which is another factor. Yeah, that it's very tough if you have to defend. Yeah, if you have to keep on defending, and there is no new time control. I think that's a very tough spot to be in.
Yeah, the Salvador Dali painting, the persistence of memory comes to mind with all those clocks, the ones draped over the table. Tick, tick, tick. You constantly have to keep an eye on the clock. And these 10, 15 minutes, they evaporate before you know what happened. And it's unbelievable how since move 40, increment has been added, and Gukesh has made incremental progress, bit by bit. First, he safeguarded his king, occupied the 7th rank, optimized the activity of his pieces, and Ding has to keep total precision and total concentration for a little bit longer. Queen c6 on the board.
Wow, so he gives the pawn immediately. What does this signal? He just wants to get rid of this active rook, yeah?
Does he want to go rook c8 and actually liquidate a5 for c3?
Yeah, or rook e8 also, a tempting option. Or rook e8, rook b8. I don't know how to play the queen endgame.
Rook e8, rook b6 also. Then queen takes f3.
Yeah, also, intuitively, I'm not afraid of rook endgames. I always feel with the a passer, I will always trade it for the c pawn. That I'm not concerned of.
Plus all rook endgames are drawn.
Yes, so then queen c6 was a very nice move. I'm loving this, that you don't decide yet on your pawns. You also offer white a choice. Do you take the pawn, but then you lose your activity? Do you insist with rook c7 or rook a7, keeping the active rook, but then you are not threatening my pawns, and I will have some stabilizing move like rook c7, queen f6?
Or queen g6.
Or queen g6, yeah. In any case, I also wanted to target that queen on e5. Queen g6, rook e8, the same.
Rook takes g7 there, and queen takes g2.
Your favorite.
I'm such a sucker for desperados.
Yes, because you already highlighted queen takes f3 intermezzo, and now also queen takes g2. Bravo. No, it was rook e8.
Sorry?
It was rook e8, rook g7, yes.
Zwischenzug. Intermezzo, also the name of one of the best restaurants in my city. Sadly, the owner has nothing to do with chess, but the desperado leads to a draw. Okay, so what does that tell us? That tells us rook b5 is likely. Do you think rook c8 is the point? a4 or rook e8?
I think that all these moves are absolutely legitimate. Clearly, Ding has something on his mind.
I don't know, though. Rook c8, rook a5, queen c3. White does not have to trade queens. White can go queen f5, and we have reached a position that we've discussed, which is not that comfortable. Not as comfortable as he'd like to be.
Yes, unless there are some direct ways. But no, I don't think so, yeah. Okay, of course, draw, but yeah, I get your point. I perfectly agree. So what is on Ding's mind after rook takes b5?
So maybe it is rook e8. Or maybe a4.
Maybe a4. Yeah, also, maybe just push the pawn first.
Yeah, why not? Actually, why not a4?
And then against rook a5, always you're going to go rook a8. Yeah, and you rely on the a passer.
And I'll think about your draw offer.
Yes. But I'm also very happy that Gukesh managed to create some intrigue after move 40. Yeah, it's kind of nice. I think also for his nerves, it's kind of nice that it's not like in the time trouble phase I completely spoiled everything and I did not get a chance. He still tries to create something.
was reading the memoir of, I think, Sergei Dolmatov, one of Dvoretsky's star students, and he was recounting an incident of a final round, very important final round from a tournament, where he was accompanied by Dvoretsky, his coach, as a junior player. And at some point, he saw Dvoretsky on the sidelines, just biting his nails, showing all signs of the nervous coach. And Dolmatov sacrifices a piece, and he offers a draw, even though he senses that he might be winning, just because he's so worried that Dvoretsky, might have like a health episode because he sees how worried the coach is. Just imagine Gukesh's parents, Ding's parents, Gukesh's father, who's invested so much over the years to raise a son who is on the world stage with full and complete composure. And for Ding, his team of helpers report his mother is on scene. Peter, I can't even imagine how the family members and the people who have invested their blood, sweat, and tears into each respecting player, how they must feel watching these games, how their heart must jump backwards and forwards every single move.
Yeah, absolutely. Also seconds, because normally seconds are also so much involved. It's not just chess help. It's you devote all your life, you give your whole soul. You are trying to support the player to the absolute maximum, and you really hope the best. That all this invested amount of time, all this work pays off for your player.
You must take your opponent into a deep dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5, and there's only path wide enough for one. Well, they've exited the forest. Now they're in the open field, but somehow it's still exciting. They might go back into the forest pretty soon.
Yeah, there is still some tension in the position, but it all depends now also on Gukesh's choice. Will he go for tactical positions, or will he try to keep the initiative going? But I do feel like now that Black's queen is ready to join the defensive task, and maybe suddenly also some counter-attacking possibilities. For example, rook c7, queen g6 check, king h2, rook e8, and then we are stepping into some queen d6 check business. So you cannot take on b5 because of queen d6 check, just to highlight this.
Let me show that. Check. So first of all, Black has to spot the Desperado detail, and second of all, free pawn. And I'm making contact with the rook. Nope. How is White not dead lost here? Oh my god. Don't tell me king g1 and White is okay.
Rook e1, king f2.
Ring around the rosy. No.
And queen d6 check. Well, I can actually play the queen endgame. Queen. I can take on c7, and after king e1, take on c3 with a check, and I have the outside passer.
It's so easy to blunder a queen trade, just especially in time pressure because there's so many defended squares. Yeah, this is what we need. So how did we get here? We got here by looking at rook c7. Can we establish after rook b5 a4? What's a way for White to keep this game going?
That's a big question. Okay, let's just quickly highlight that rook a5, getting the rook behind the pawn, doesn't bring anything because of rook a8. That's what we assume.
And White is worse, I think.
Yeah, at least Black is very happy. And
here, maybe?
You wanted to play for this rook d6 idea, yeah?
Tricks.
But okay, I have queen g6 check first, just to make sure that my queen protects. And now I switch to rook a8.
a8.
Rook a8, yeah.
All right, and again, maybe this old friend, queen e4.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I can trade, and then a3, and my pawn is already very strong.
Can you explain in what universe it's like minus 0.1?
Okay, but it's just a draw. I'm not afraid.
Maybe there's... Yeah. And actually, what's funny, the reason is Black can start playing for a win. I mean, in all seriousness, Black does not have to go like rook c8. Black can get the king involved.
Exactly.
And it's anybody's game in this crazy rook endgame.
Yeah, now White's king is way too far away. Yeah, if the White's king would be more active, then things would be different.
Maybe it's time for a draw offer if you're Gukesh. under 10 minutes.
I love the way how Ding handled the situation. Yeah, after move 40, yeah, he also opted for the c3, then this queen c4, queen c6, showing like he has everything under control.
There's been a lot of talk about accuracy, quality of play. I don't know how anybody can issue a single complaint. Obviously, there have been blunders. You know, there was the bishop blundered by Ding. There were missed wins. There was a missed win in this game, but there was no blundered queen. And we are going to get b5.
Okay, interesting. Now, will Ding take on c3 or take on b5? Yeah, both seems to be good enough.
But queen c3 rook a7 he wants?
Somehow I'm always tempted to somehow treat the queens.
Do you feel like there is any reservation from Ding to defend the 2 versus 3? Might there be a voice in his head that's like, you never know, he'll make another 50 moves. Let's see if I can draw more cleanly. Or is that a dead draw to the point where he has zero worries?
I think it's a dead draw. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, that one is out of question. 4 versus 3, it's a different story. Yeah, then you have to have better pawn formation. Ding goes for queen takes c3, and after rook a7, what will be his move?
Queen
also,
b4.
you can give first queen e1 check and then queen b4. Yeah, if you want to be.
I'm looking for tactics. I'm trying to find some way to keep the pawn, but I don't think it exists. I think you just go queen e1, queen b4, and the question then will be, how many moves will Gukesh make in the ensuing endgame? I had to defend 4 versus 3 on demand against Maxim Turov, Russian GM, to make my first GM norm. I had to hold. Not an experience I wish upon my worst enemy.
Yeah, 4 versus 3, it's still tough. To be fair, in both my games against Ivanchuk and against Hikaru, I played my moves, but I played them instantly. Yeah, there was just nothing to think about, and the same happened to Hikaru and Ivanchuk as well. They also just blitzed out all their moves, so there was no kind of intrigue. Yeah, that potential. Be careful because something can really go wrong.
Yeah, there's a kind of pro forma display oftentimes where both players know the game is going to end in a draw, but you know, out of this allegiance to fighting spirit, you're playing it out until a certain conclusion. You either like freeze all the pawns or you give back the extra pawn. Gukesh is not going to just make moves for the sake of making moves. He's, you know, every bit of energy must be conserved. And Peter, can you believe that there's another game to play tomorrow? The final game, and the match very likely will be tied. This is insane.
Yeah, but to be fair, also Ding's previous match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, that was also crazy. Yeah, that featured all these crazy games, bouncing back and forth. So yeah, every time Ding is involved in a match, it gets out of control.
Man, that first match game victory by Ding in the French, bookended by this penultimate French, it feels like a universe and a half ago. Feels like it was a different month. It was a different month, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's the same match. Just insane. And they have to find the reserves of energy to play tomorrow's game. And if tomorrow's game is a draw, then the party continues. It's 10 p.m. in Singapore.
Yeah, but honestly, I never like these discussions and talks that, okay, last game it will be draw and we will move on to the playoff. Maybe because I have lost the last game to Kramnik, yeah? So I know exactly what it means, yeah? That, okay, before the last game with the black pieces, you are under tremendous pressure, yeah? That if something goes wrong in the opening, your opponent gets the initiative. Then psychologically and also physically, because by this point, both players are extremely exhausted, it's super tough. So you better make sure that you neutralize your opponent right out of the opening, not to give him any chances, because defending a bad position in a situation when you know that if if you lose, then the match is over. That's just too tough.
Mm-hmm. And of course, one is reminded of many famous last match games. That this is never just a case of let's make a couple moves, call it a day, so we can take it to the tiebreak. I suppose Magnus did that against Fabiano. He took a draw in a slightly better position, believing in his tiebreak skills, and was rewarded as Queen B4 is played. But Karpov-Kasparov, one of my favorite games from the 1985 match where Kasparov only needed a draw and ended up winning an absolute classic in the Najdorf to put a exclamation mark on an incredible match. No. The last round features many, many stories that have been written as this one comes to an end.
Yeah, we are reaching this endgame. Yeah, so rook b7, white is collecting the pawn. White will be playing this position, but black. The good news for black is that it's not a torture. Yeah, because normally it's like, okay, you have to defend, you are pawn down, and like 4 versus 3. One mistake might still not cost you the game, but a couple of mistakes can. Here you can just chill, you can just rest, because nothing is happening. Rook a2 will be played, yeah, rook a2. Then you're going to go king h7, and you just chill.
You made a really insightful point, which is that you don't want to push any pawns unnecessarily, but I think the wisdom that's shared oftentimes is, oh, you need to like arrange your pawns a certain way. What is one way that black could actually get into trouble? Is it to play a move like g5 and allow h4?
Well, I don't think that even that is a problem, but yeah, white to create any chance. For example, with g takes h4, rook takes h4, 2 versus 1, but with a connected pass pawns against a vulnerable h6 pawn. This is certainly somewhat more playable for white. Yeah, there are some really tricky questions here, which are also featured in Dvoretsky's Endgame manual. This fantastic book. Yeah, so certainly black does not want to do this. He just wants to sit.
And when I had the great privilege of training with Ramesh in 2021, he shared this piece of wisdom that sounds very general, but is remarkably applicable, which is that in general, in almost all endgames, you have to have a clear reason for pushing pawns. Like, pawn moves are much more weakening in the endgame than they are in the middle game because of the involvement of the king. Pushing a pawn creates a king path, makes the other pawns harder to defend. So you should never just push a pawn for the sake of pushing a pawn. And your default should be to chill, as you said. And this endgame is no exception.
Yeah, well, white will of course push. Yeah, white will have to play h4. Okay, first he goes rook b5 in order to stop h5, but it doesn't really matter. So white will play rook b5, white will play h4, and you can even get your pawn to h5, which is normally dangerous for black if there would be some more pawns on the board. But actually you can push h5. I got this in both of my games. I got my king to f5, I got pawn g4, f4, h5 pawns, and then what? Absolutely nothing. That's
the architectural design is completed, and then the game is over. I'm actually looking up this endgame to see any historical examples. Tartakower versus Schlechter, 1914, had this, and it was a draw. A lot of historical games had this 3-on-2 on the same flank, but almost all of them were draws. I don't see a single tragedy out of the games that I'm looking at. Brunner versus Janssen, 1988. Yeah, every game that I'm clicking on that featured 3 versus 2 is confidently drawn.
Yeah, basically, if you are not getting flagged, you cannot lose it on high level. Yeah, that's the point.
Even in a blitz game with a 1 second increment, you would expect yourself to draw 99 times out of 100.
Well, 100 times from 100, right?
Yeah.
Because that one would drive you crazy. Yeah, how could I have lost that one game? It's impossible.
Yeah, Nakamura, Aronian, St. Louis Blitz 2014, they had this position, but black's pawn was shifted to the f-file. How would that impact the drawing chances?
Well, anyway, it's a draw, but of course, connected pawns are better. Yeah, it just... You just sit. Okay, then goes king f6. He just sits and waits.
I'm looking at your games in this endgame.
Yeah. You see how much fun I had, yes?
As a 2255 Neanderthal 1991.
Already back then I had it, yeah?
Yep. You have quite the history with confidently drawing this, and people weren't even, they thought, okay, Lecco, slightly worse endgame, he's not going to make any mistakes. Let's save my energy.
Yeah,
That's
I was
awesome.
11 years old at that point. Yeah.
Whoa. And well, the interceding 10 years have been kind to you.
Yeah, because the Neanderthal tournament was in March, I believe. Yeah, it was early years, and I mean early in the year, and I'm from September. Yeah, so that's why I know that I was still 11.
This endgame actually was in, I think I looked at it, Kramnik versus Lecco, Monte Carlo 2004. Again, you had this endgame with the pawn shifted to the F file, also confident draw.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, I'll do more research after the game. But right now, Gukesh, he's thinking, what is he thinking about? Like, is he truly trying to find the most practical pawn arrangement? Or is it impossible to say?
Well, he wants to push, and that's why he's looking like, how do I maximize my chances? The only problem for him is that even if he gets everything that he's desiring at this very moment, then he will also realize, or he knows, of course, that even then there is nothing. Does he go King F3? Of course, yeah, King F3 is the natural move.
By the way, against Nakamura, Tromso 2014, you had the plus side of the extra pawn in this endgame. You arranged your pawns F2, F4, G3, H2, and made about 15 moves.
Yes, then I pushed H4, H5, right?
Exactly right. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Then you pushed H5, and having finished the architectural designs, then it's time out for a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Normally, I also believe that one plays this as frustration, because against Hikaru, I was also having a very nice position. I had an advantage, but as usual, yeah, Hikaru is extremely slippery. He always finds a way how to survive in bad positions. Mm-hmm. And then after the time control, we reached this, and I knew, of course, that the game will end in a draw, but okay, I had to continue out of frustration.
And, okay, I think a fresh score sheet provided by the arbiter.
Yeah, after move 60, yeah? Yes.
Usually 60 moves, yeah. It always annoys me when there's less moves on the score sheet, because you want to reserve this procedure of getting another score sheet for longer games.
Exactly.
Longer games only. You also had...
okay. Sorry, I just wanted to say that's another argument for Gukesh to play a long game, yeah? Not to agree to a quick draw here.
You know, against Ivanchuk in Astrakhan 2010, you actually managed to you managed to scare him. And maybe there is one idea that I could demonstrate from that game.
Okay, please go ahead.
And I'll just approximate the moves that were made. You essentially got the pawn to H5, got the king to F5, and this is literally the position from the game. This is maybe the best that White can try, because in this position, Black has to demonstrate one very key idea, and that is the move G6 check.
Yeah.
And of course,
I can reveal a big secret that Chucky was not terrified at all. He was waiting for it. Yeah. Okay. Push it. I'm gonna go G6 and shake hands. Finish.
Come to Papa.
Yes. Exactly.
Fascinating. Okay. Minutes. And does the increment provide a reassurance? Those 30 extra seconds basically give you complete freedom to think for as long as you want.
Yeah, and it's a match. Yeah, it's kind of logical from Gukesh's point of view that, okay, I'm pawn up. I'm gonna play as long as I want. Yeah, I'm the one who can stop the clock, offer a draw or force a draw whenever I wish. Yeah, on the defensive side. And the reason, however, why Dingley, I believe, is extremely happy that he knows in what kind of difficulty, what kind of trouble he was earlier on. Yeah, and he's just very relieved that he survived this big game.
I noticed one of the end games that you won, with an extra pass deep on. This finally is the Wesley versus Nepo Endgame, was against Victor Lvovich Korchnoi, Victor the
Yes.
Terrible in 2008. What was it like to play Korchnoi? And what do you think of him in general? Like, what was the experience like?
Well, we had so many incredible encounters. Yeah, it was back and forth. I played my very first game against Victor in '93 in Vaikanze. It was like a dream come true for me to play the legendary Victor Korchnoi. But I had the white pieces. He played the Caro-Kann. He neutralized me. We kind of agreed to a draw, and I was very proud. I kind of asked him that please, Mr. Korchnoi, yeah, would you like to analyze the game? And then he said, like, no, analyze what? I remember that I felt humiliated at that point as a 13-year-old boy that, okay, I drew against my big idol Korchnoi. I asked for an analysis, and he said, but okay, you didn't play aggressive enough. There is not much to talk about, yeah? After that, I felt like in every single game, I had this feeling that I have to prove him that I'm a fighter. And he provoked me, and then he has beaten me in Dortmund '94 because I was too aggressive. Then I had to become a much stronger player in order to be able to challenge, to be aggressive, and also to be able to push.
Wow. It's amazing. I mean, the stat that I always like to share about Korchnoi to show how incredible his longevity was as a professional player. I think he's the only player to beat a grandmaster born in the 1800s. As well as a grandmaster born in the 1990s. He defeated Gregory Levenfish, who was one of the top Soviet players of the early 20th century. Levenfish was born in 1889. And of course, he famously defeated in 2011 Fabiano Caruana in Gibraltar. Fabiano was born in 1991. Two GMs born over 100 years apart. Korchnoi defeated 1992. Korchnoi defeated them both.
Yeah, Korchnoi was amazing. Yeah, absolutely amazing. What a fighting spirit always.
Analyze what?
Yes, yeah, that was, I wanted to analyze, but no way. You have to play stronger than that so that you earn the right to analyze. And it was also a great lesson. It was a fantastic experience.
Well, they're going through the motions here. I think once the pawn reaches h5, it seems from the games I looked at, once the pawn reaches h5, that is the sign that the winning attempts have been exhausted. But maybe we will see the kind of natural course. No, f5. Okay. Does he want some king h5 action?
Yes, but that's why black will just keep the rook on the third rank, yeah, to be always targeting the g3 pawn, not to give any freedom. Yeah, wait a second. You could give the argument that if that's the case, for example, after rook a3, you could potentially play rook g6, try to go king h5 and g4, and then remove the rook, try to give the check, and then get somehow with the king to g6. But when you play rook g6, I can play rook a5. I can attack the pawn like this, and then you cannot move.
It's like a game of whack-a-mole. And it's funny. It reminds me of an experience I had when I was playing the World Youth Under 10. You know the Ruy Lopez exchange variation where black plays bishop g4, h3, h5?
Yes, of course.
I was preparing for my game with Grandmaster Joel Benjamin, and I'd never played the exchange, so he showed me the fishing pole idea, and I asked him, but Grandmaster Benjamin, are you sure that white can't take on g4? And Joel told me, yes, since the early 19th century, it has been known that this loses for white. And I said, no, but are you sure? Like, have people checked this? And he said, yes, let's move on. And I said, wait, let me look at it. And I started looking at h takes g4 and analyzing, and he kind of watches me, for 3-5 minutes, and he says, stop trying to discover America. Like, this endgame, maybe Gukesh has figured out a hidden win. But no, everything has been discovered. Ding is doing a good job, though, taking his time, not rushing and making this needlessly difficult.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, you have the 30 seconds increment. You don't have to rush. Yeah, you make sure that you control everything. Now after f4, f5, there's a new situation, yeah, because white wants something with king h5, g4. And yes, it might not be enough for a victory, but you just feel like, okay, why should I give my opponent something that he is looking forward to. That's why I just waiting on the third rank and against rook g6, switching to this rook a5 kind of a defense is logical.
And can we show how this could go wrong? Like rook c4 check, I think probably already inaccurate.
Yes.
And if you just sort of make a bunch of careless moves, even this is a draw. But if you play king g8 trying to get the king around, you lose to king g6. And Ding has played h5. Ding has played h5.
Okay, and then he just wants to force the matters. Okay.
Everything draws king g5, rook g4. White can go for the stalemate.
And king e5, rook g4, you just sit, because you eternally target the g3 pawn. Everything is protected. Yeah, you can, but somehow even guess that his idea would be even just to put the rook to g4. But yeah, Gukesh says, no. Okay, I'm returning now.
To h3, but then rook returns to c5, and then we will have a handshake.
Now we are very close to the end of the game.
I think eye contact has been exchanged. The peace agreement has been proposed. It's move 69. And a head nod of recognition, a handshake. And in the penultimate game, a draw saved by Ding Liren. The match is tied going into the final game, Peter. What a game.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, there was so much tension. It was such an intensive game, but Ding survived, and that's all that matters at this moment.
After a comeback victory in the previous game to level the score, he survives. It was an unbelievable effort. The grit, the gumption by Gukesh. He missed a win. He did everything he could do, pulled out all the stops, but Ding was just too precise. In this last part of the game, he will have the white pieces tomorrow, and he will have to make them count, Peter.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he will try with the white pieces because especially knowing what happened in game 12, that will give him a lot of motivation and energy.
John, these big moments, we've talked about it, they speak for themselves. And I mean, you just let the emotions wash over you. What must the players be feeling? What are you feeling right now, Mr. Sargent?
That was a little bit of a roller coaster, Danya. I thought that when the game continued, we were really looking for any tiny possible edge, any tiny inaccuracy to give either player a reason to continue playing, but it was just a bridge too far in the end. But the fact that it was even continuing sent a message, right? It said there are not going to be any sort of easy game results. There aren't going to be any easy draws here, and we are going to make both players work for every single point, or in this case, half a point. 6.5 all heading into the final game. Peter, one game left. Ding Liren with the white pieces. There's an element of his fate that's in his hands now.
Yes, with the white pieces, certainly he will try, especially because also Gukesh has showed tremendous ambition for game 13 for today's game, and he got extremely close. The big question also, psychologically speaking, that Gukesh will feel like he had a golden opportunity to get up on the scoreboard again. He missed it. Now it's up to Ding to decide with the white pieces how much risk he will be taking. Is he thinking about the playoff, or is he trying to wait a second? What kind of playoff? I have the white pieces, and I'm going to press my opponent to the maximum.
Look, there's one person I've got no doubt is working overtime right now, Danya, and that's Richard Rapport. I can visualize the steam coming out of his ears at this point, going, right, this is literally our time to strike. Again, forget strike back, it's strike again now. How much of Ding Liren's opening preparation throughout the course of this whole match has been revealed so far, do we think? And will he have some weapons in reserve for the final game?
Well, I'm glad that you received and read the report. Ding, and it's been discussed to no end. Of course, I saved my best for last. Ding has to save his best for last. It's been discussed to no end. He came into this match with this onus to show weapons, to show teeth with the white pieces. There was a sense, I think Hikaru made this point, that if he came with no serious weapons with the white pieces. If he squandered the white pieces, didn't put Gukesh under pressure, then Gukesh would be an even heavier favorite. He's managed to put Gukesh under pressure in several games, but he needs to come with the biggest weapon of all. He needs to exploit his emotional and psychological advantage at this point in the match. And I really don't see Ding playing a boring London system and calling it a day. That just wouldn't be congruent with the fighting spirit and just the determination shown by both players. If it's a combative draw, okay. We live to fight another day, we go to the tie breaks. But to not even try to exploit the white pieces, which have been basically dominant in this second half of the match, would honestly be crazy to me.
So a lot to think about heading into tomorrow. Of course, before we do that, the players have the press conference to attend to. Maurice Ashley is already sat down and we are getting ready for folks to have their questions answered. So let's go ahead and hop live to Singapore for the press conference. We'll see you after it concludes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post-game press conference for game number 13, which ended in a very exciting draw. It is a bit late, already 10:15, so 5 hours and 15 minutes after the game began. So we will try to be as quick as possible, give the players an opportunity to prepare for tomorrow's very crucial game. I have, however, some questions for the players. The game was an extremely exciting one, very eventful, so I'll try to make it as quick as possible. And reporters, remember, you have one question. Please keep your question to one only at the mic when we're done. We'll try to do this as quickly as possible. First question is for you, world champion. Your opponent played the move A3 in the opening. You spent a little time on this move. Were you surprised by his choice?
Yeah, of course. He played move over the cheek, and I was confused. And I have to figure out during the game. Yeah, because he delay F4. In some line he will play F4, but sometimes he will just play knight F3, knight F4. And yeah, this I don't know where it went wrong. It's already very difficult to play for black. Because normally when black can play F6, but here knight F6 is very strong.
So here the suggestion of A5 was given as the best move with analysis. And you play the move knight to B6, or the move knight B6 was played. And after a couple of moves, I have a question for you as a challenger. Right here, you played knight E2 when the move queen G4 seemed quite strong. Did you look at this option?
Queen G4, I briefly saw it was possible, but I did not think it was very strong. I thought what I got in the game knight E2, castle knight C3 should already be quite good for me. But maybe queen G4 was better. I did not realize that.
Okay.
6.
G6 now. Just now play the same with the knight on this square.
H5.
Yeah, move the queen and play this position.
G5 and knight G5, just take. Okay.
There came another moment of importance on move 17. I'll just jump to that right here. You spent quite some time on this position before deciding to play queen F3. It looked like you wanted to take on D5 on F6 here, and play D5, but you decided this wasn't a good path, which may equalize.
Yeah, knight F6, take D5, I guess ED. If knight D5, just queen F7 or queen D5, queen E6. I didn't really see anything special here.
Rook D1, FD1. I think you are slightly better here.
Yeah, I thought I anyway should be like slightly better, but I did not think this was the maximum I could get from that position. Instead of queen F3, I was also thinking about queen G4. I mean, instead of taking on
here.
Yeah, but rook B7 is quite nice actually. I couldn't see a follow-up here, so yeah.
Did you look at this line with knight F6, D5, and you just quickly said that rook FD1 bothered you?
Yes, I saw. I calculated this line. I think white is slightly better. If I'm white pieces, I will go this line, or maybe I'll play D5. I don't know.
Yeah, bishop E6.
6. Knight F4.
Take. Yeah, queen D5. Yeah.
So looks slightly better for white.
There came another critical moment right after he played Queen F3. There was the opportunity here to play actually Knight takes D4.
Yes.
What did you think? Looking
Yeah,
at
I
this
missed the. If he queen moves, I have play sometimes Knight F3. I miss this idea.
So Queen D1 here?
Maybe Queen D1. I also miss this.
Seemed to be some opportunity to play for E5 and Bishop F5. Going quickly to the next spot, jump in the game, there did come a big surprise, it seemed, on move 22, when here you play Knight E7 and Bishop F4 happened. What were your thoughts when this landed on the board?
I missed the Queen E2. I only saw the Queen E4, maybe I have Bishop B7. And his Queen E2 is very strong position to move. And yeah, he just slowly improved his position, and my position is very uncomfortable if I play this. Can Bishop F2 and Rook E1 attacking the pawn, and Rook E8, Bishop G3, stop E5. My position very hard to play.
Did you miss Bishop F4 completely? Yeah. At this moment, when you play Bishop F4, what were your feelings? Looked like a super strong move with the initiative all on your side.
Yeah, I had seen earlier that if you place Knight E7, I have a Bishop F4, this nice trick, and I thought once I get Bishop D6, I should have quite a nice advantage, which probably was the case. But yeah, I couldn't see the knockout blow. Maybe there wasn't one.
Yeah, I don't think there was a definite knockout blow here, but maybe the surprise to many was that you actually took instantly instead of keeping this bishop. What was your decision
I didn't think allowing Knight D5 was a great idea. Like Knight D5, I mean, I should still be like better, but I thought with the Knight on D5, yes, his defensive chances are better.
Okay, and the last moment that I will speak about is move 31, because that seemed like a massive turning point. Here, when Knight E4 was played, you seemed to react in a big way. Did you feel like you were dead lost here?
My first intention to play this by running into a very nice trick, Knight F6. Losing immediately. I almost gave up because I didn't find any move to survive, to stay in the game. But in the end, I found the nice resource.
Your feeling when you play Knight E4, were you thinking this game is over now?
Yeah, Knight E4, I didn't see Rook F8. I mean, when he was thinking, I spotted Rook F8, but yeah, when I played Knight E4, I mean, my initial intention was to, like, for example, Rook E1, if he goes Queen D7, I was planning to take and go Knight E4.
Sorry, from which position?
Rook E1, Queen D7.
Queen D7,
I was planning to just take and go Knight E4, and there was some very complicated stuff happening, but
the engine gives this as winning, by the way.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I'm still not sure. Like Rook D7, Knight D6, Queen F8. Thinking something like Queen D5, King H8, Rook E1 maybe, but okay, it looks really good, but I don't know if this is like just lost for black, but
H6.
Yeah. Something like Rook E6, I don't know. I mean, it looks quite strong, but
look, just quickly. Yeah, Rook E6.
Yeah, it should be winning.
So he plays Rook F7, he plays Rook F8, and now it's turned over into a new game.
Yeah, Knight
How did you
E4.
compose yourself?
I mean, Rook F8 I saw, but Knight D6, Rook C7 I missed, but initially. Yeah, I mean, it was an unpleasant surprise, but I thought I could still press a bit. But yeah, I mean, I was hoping to get this Queen Rook. I mean, Queen Rook, and 3 versus 2. But once he exchanges queens, it's just a draw.
All right, an extremely tense game. Well played by both sides. Let's get the press to ask a few questions, please, so we can let the players leave as soon as possible.
Charlize from Fide asking on behalf of your fans on our social media for both players. And this is from follower Maria3410. There's only one game left. How do you feel?
First, I'm very tired after a long game. And secondly, I need to decide what's the strategy for the next game. It's a golden game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like as close as the match gets, it gets only more exciting. So, quite excited. But of course, it will be an important game, and yeah, I'll try to do my best.
Next.
MyClimateChess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Gukesh. I was outside the playing hall as you entered today, and you were walking very quickly. And one of my colleagues inside the playing hall said that your entrance was, quote, like a tornado. Did you feel like you had more energy or adrenaline or determination today, it being your last time as white? Did you feel any different entering the game today?
I mean, as the match, as the games get less and less, there's more at stake, obviously. So, yeah, I came for a fight. I was feeling fresh. I was feeling confident. So I just and I also had this cool idea prepared. So I was quite excited to play it, and yeah, it was a good game. Maybe this one moment where I could have played Rook 8 instead of Knight E4, but overall, I think just a very good game.
Thanks for the explanation.
Hi, I am Atriya from Rev Sports. My question is for Gukesh. Tomorrow is possibly going to be the biggest game of your life. And you don't show it, that you never look under pressure. But playing with black in such a pressure cooker game, do you think, mentally things will be sort of different tomorrow?
Obviously there will be nerves and there will be lot of excitement. It's a very important game, but my approach will be the same, just to go there with the same kind of energy and just give it my best and see what happens.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. My question goes to world champion Ding Liren. You once said in a Chinese interview that wearing the crown is heavy. So as you're approaching the end of your second match, I'd like to know which has been a more psychologically stressful and difficult situation. Is it going after the crown and becoming world champion in the first match, or is it trying to defend your crown and your world champion title against a younger challenger in your second match?
Well, I think I have the experience of playing the last game of the World Championship match. What's your question?
Is it more psychologically stressful going after the World Championship in your first match or trying to defend it in this match?
Maybe last time the more stressful.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sahil, representing the Chicago Chess Foundation. My question is for you, Gukesh. It is well known that Vishwanathan Anand, or as you like to call him, Vishy Sir, was an inspiration for you even at an early age. With that in mind, do you have any inspirational words that you'd like to share to the young and up-and-coming players across the world watching your performance here in Singapore?
Yeah, firstly, happy 55th birthday to Vishy Sir. He has been an inspiration and a role model for me and millions of others, and I'm glad that I could play in the same level as he played a lot of years. And my message to younger players would be just to enjoy the game. Yeah, that is the best advice I can give.
Thank you. I'm sure winning the match tomorrow would be a good present for Mr. Vishy Sir himself.
I'm Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and this question is for Ding Liren. Last World Championships, in an interview, you had mentioned if you had lost the match, you would have potentially considered quitting chess. How is your mental health going to round 14 in your second ever World Chess Championship match? And regardless of result, do you see yourself continuing chess for years to come?
Yes, I think I will continue my career, but maybe just play lesser tournaments. Instead, play more rapid and blitz than classical.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you both.
Hi, this is Aditya from Bangalore Chess Club. My question to both of you, how after 13 intense games, how are you managing the fatigue, both physically and mentally, to maintain the peak performance every day?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 13 games in a world championship is quite a tiring challenge. But yesterday we had a rest day, so I feel energized, and yeah, there is one more game to play, so might as well give it my 100%.
How are you managing the mental and physical fatigue of a match?
Just feel normal for today's game. Just having pressure out of the opening, and no extra pressure.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next question.
Hi, this is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. Question for both. After 13 long games, this is going to be the final game before Rapid. So just your mentality going into the final game. It's something like a winner takes it all mentality. And Gukesh has shown some extraordinary maturity right from the candidates. So your thoughts going into it, and as well as world champion Ding Liren.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of fitting that the match has gone so close, because we both have showed a lot of fighting spirit, and we have played some very entertaining chess. So this last game, my approach will be to be at my absolute best shape and just enjoy this experience, because there's something that every chess player wants to experience, and I have the chance. So I'll enjoy it, give it my best, and whatever the outcome is, I'll enjoy it.
Yeah, just to be ready for the last classical game, and nothing else.
Well, the words fighting spirit says it all. The players have not lacked that whatsoever and have kept us all on the edges of our seats. Fantastic match. We will play the last classical game tomorrow. Thanks to the players. And everyone, have a good night.
Thank you very much, Maurice, the players, and all of the journalists in the room. A fairly short press conference today. And I think, Peter, let's start at the end. Ding, absolutely not mincing his words. The only thing he is thinking about is the final classical game. He's got the white pieces as well. This could end up being his biggest chance.
Yeah, this is the right approach. Yeah, you have to just live in the moment. Yeah, you have to focus on your next challenge. You have the white pieces. You have the chance. You have played a brilliant game number 12. Yeah, with the white pieces, a perfect game. You got a lot of confidence. And today also, big credit to Gukesh and his team. Yeah, that after the loss, they came up with a fantastic idea, a new concept, creating problems for Ding Liren right from the start, getting a chance. Unfortunately, Gukesh was unable to convert, but you know, it's always, and the match has showed this, that whenever one of the players showed that I can hurt you, then the other one was also more and more ready to, you know, you do this to me, I'm gonna do that to you. So I'm expecting Ding to go for the maximum tomorrow with the white pieces.
And Danya, being in Gukesh's shoes, I can imagine many scenarios where that's super difficult right now, right? If you can't go into the final game lamenting lost opportunities, I imagine it would be similar to you lose a critical game in the penultimate round of a tournament and you lose out on a norm or prize money or something like that, you have to put that behind you to maximize your result in the last game. But that's great for us to sit here and say that. Doing it is a lot harder.
Yeah, I mean, you add up the sum total of the actual physical fatigue, all of the baggage that you're carrying, and it's like you come to the airport with a cart and you just keep putting suitcases on that cart again and again and again. All of that plus the fact that you have a chance tomorrow, you know, all of that effort for the past year, all of that has been just condensed into however long this last game takes. Just thinking about the pressure and the forces that the players are battling, not to mention the fact that they are battling also each other. It's absolutely staggering, and I cannot wait. And we're going to need all the rest that we can get, because everybody, fans, commentators, and definitely the players will have to bring their A game potentially one final time.
100%. So for you folks who want to be maximizing your rest before the final classical round in this World Championship match tomorrow, let's show you what time the match starts. It starts at 5 o'clock local time Singapore, but of course that is very different depending on where in the world you are. On the west coast of the US, it's 1 in the morning and 4 a.m. if you're on the east coast. Morning times prevalent if you are in Europe. And of course, it is early evening / late evening, actually, if you're on the eastern coast of Australia. So make sure you get that times in your calendar. And we will be back here for the classical section one last time tomorrow. But that might not actually be the end of the match. Peter, I know that the correct approach is to just focus on the game tomorrow. But are the seconds thinking about tie breaks at the moment? Is anybody thinking about tie breaks still? At some point, you have to start preparing for that, right?
Yes, I think that normally the second job is right now to focus only on this last classical game, game number 14. How to get the maximum, how do we get Gukesh out of his comfort zone as quickly as possible, because the pressure is enormous on the players. And once the game starts, because then already the seconds cannot interfere with the game. That's, I believe, the moment when the second starts working on the rapid tiebreak. No matter, you don't know yet whether it will be a rapid tiebreak or not, but you have no right to lose time because there is no rest day. I believe that the next 24, 48 hours for seconds will be extremely tough. Okay, so far also have been. You're already kind of dying, but you have to give the extra energy. And I think also the players appreciate it extremely much, and they get confident out of it when they see their second so much involved, that they try to help to the maximum. Often it's not only about the moves itself, but the approach, that they give their best, they care about me so much. Let me also try to show absolutely my maximum.
So lots of work incoming, absolutely no rest for the players. We come back 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Singaporean time tomorrow, for the final classical round in the World Championship, folks. Thank you so much for joining us for our commentary today. And thank you for sticking with us through the highs and the lows as this World Championship reaches what promises to be a thrilling final round, but not necessarily a conclusion tomorrow. It's 6.5 to 6.5 with one game left to go at long play time controls. Stay safe wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you back here, same time, same place, tomorrow. Good night.
Something tells me we're not going to get a tilted Gukesh. We will get Gukesh on his A game and a ding on his A game. Fantastic.
I love it.
Fantastic introduction to the game.
E4, E6, D4, D5, you're gonna see a French defense. This is great news for all of us.
The opening from game one, how symbolic. The penultimate game, repeating the opening from game one, which was a victory for Ding. Will he opt for F4 this time? No. Wow.
This is a real surprise, that he kind of repeats the line that led to his loss in the first game.
And Peter, I am way out of my depths already. A2, A3.
And we see Bishop E7. There we go. Very interesting thing.
Ooh, Bishop E3, the instant response by Gukesh. And that was not on anyone else's menu because it is a novelty.
And Knight B6 on the board, a move that we haven't talked about, A move that I'm not liking.
It's the product of almost 40 minutes of thought. It's a move seemingly executed almost in frustration. Knight h5, and the knight knifes its way from g1, it goes to e2, up to f4, and on to h5. And now Ding is very, very much on the hot seat.
And Gukesh about to make a move. He did capture, he did take en passant. Gukesh goes queen f3, he goes for it.
You know, we do see zeros on the eval bar. We've refuted queen e4 and queen g3. What in God's name could he be intending there?
But no, Ding goes for queen e8.
Unreal.
Why on earth so quickly?
Just look at the nerves. This is such a nice dual camera view as both players, they might be eating, but it's not a sign that they are calm. Bishop d6 on the board. Whoa, 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 whoa.
He allowed rook b7, bishop d6.
Rook e8.
And rook e8. I'm not liking this for black. No, this feels very shaky.
He's reached a minute per move, Peter. The time pressure is now acute. 15 minutes for 15 moves with no increment. In a bad position. Forcing Ding to look at queen f7. He's played queen f7. What?
And look at Gukesh, exactly. He also stared into... What? This is possible? No way.
And he's played knight e4? And it's apparently not the move? Has to find rook f8, otherwise he loses virtually on the spot.
But he finds it. On the board, rook f8. Ding is fighting back. He has to make a decision. But he is wise to spend a lot of time. Bishop f5 played. Black has survived.
The peace agreement will be signed shortly, I think.
Oh! King f2 on the board. No surprise.
This game goes on. Indeed, pawn takes pawn. Where have you been, if you're surprised at this young man's fighting spirit? Black can start playing for a win. I mean, in all seriousness. Black does not have to go like rook c8. Black can get the king involved. Maybe it's time for a draw for...
Yeah, we are reaching this endgame. Yeah, so rook b7. White is collecting the pawn.
I think eye contact has been exchanged. The peace agreement has been proposed. It's move 69 and a head nod of recognition. And in the penultimate game, a draw saved by Ding Liren. Something tells me
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email? Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.